player that I feel like is a little bit under discussed because we don't really get to talk to people as they're being replaced or after the fact. So like, I guess just talk me through like how you're feeling right now as much as you want to say.
You know, I've been through ups and downs in my career, and this is just another one on that list of another challenge. Now, I do think the way it went about, because I think Riot roster lock was this week, so the decision happened like pretty fast. And ideally, I would have liked more time. At least it brought it up to me, you know, just to see what's happening, because I think I made a lot of progress from our talk that I had with Rainover since then. So, yeah, I mean, my mindset is just do the best I can, and whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, being in this position must suck. Justice for Dokla. He won last splits, and he came to 100 Thieves, and they smurfed, so justice for Dokla. That's all I have to say about it.
Not about this specific roster move, but like, I mean, you've been on both sides of this too.
I got replaced by Thanatos. I mean,
so, like,
I mean, to be fair, like, if you don't, like, I feel like his situation's a little bit worse, worse in my head, because like, I feel like when I was playing bad on the team. Like, I was clearly not playing well, and then they replaced me with Thanatos, who was like an up-and-coming like LCK challenger top laner, who was like considered to be really good and possibly an LCK, like, you know, that kind of stuff. So I feel like it made sense. For me, I feel like Dokla's playing pretty well, and they're winning most of the games that I watch, and that's why, for me, it's a little bit less, like, it doesn't make as much sense.
I had some real stinkers in EWC.
Yeah, I mean, like,
so
obviously,
that
like,
was, I think that was the reason why.
Yeah,
so,
makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, they were trying to win, and, you know, they think this is the best chance, so I am here to prove them wrong, I guess.
Yeah, you got to play well every week, bro.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you can get replaced any second.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe Dokla's replacing me if I keep playing poorly, bro.
Roster's already locked. Don't worry.
Quad, what about you? Because you've stepped onto rosters and you've also split time with like other players. So just how does it feel like for this part of being a pro player?
I don't know. I don't know. But I have another question for Dokla.
Yeah.
Recently we played against Lyon in Scrim, but enemy top die one time and then ask for remake. I think it's surely not Dokla. Because I think Dokla is kind of chill guy. So I think you don't ask for remake after one die.
I asked for remake in our
okay,
yesterday,
that game was understandable. I laughed.
Yeah, because it was just it wasn't like a level 1 death or anything like that. It was just like I just got chunked when I really shouldn't have. So I was like, it's not realistic. Let's remake. But typically, I try not to remake too much. But I'm more in the L9 mindset now. It's like if the game is going bad for me, I'm gonna ask for remake.
I mean, to be fair, Lyon team culture is to remake. By the way, when
Is
they're
it?
behind, like their Scrim team culture is to remake when they're behind.
Yeah, it's
and it's usually
on me.
not Dokla from my experience. I mean, maybe it's because top lane's usually going well for Dokla, you know, in scrims. Maybe contracts is the go, invading, ganking, doing everything. So like, you know, usually he's not the one asking for remake, but I feel like their team culture is to ask for remakes pretty quickly. Maybe they have their own line of reasoning on that of like, oh, what's realistic and what's not. Yeah. But yeah, sometimes like it feels like when we scrim Lyon, if we're really ahead early game, the game is FF'd. And if we're really behind against Lyon, then we play it out and it's like try to make the game go to like 30 minutes kind of thing. So I feel like that's not, in my head, optimal for practice, but it is what it is.
Are Lyon the biggest offenders of remaking?
Yeah, I think so. Also, I think the reason is they have Korean coaches. Also, when I was playing Korea, I think we remake a lot. Maybe that's one more reason.
I see.
Also, I think Inspired don't really want to play when games doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
might be the reason.
Why did my lanes lose?
He might have played with them. He might know.
Yeah. So I think probably Inspired said FF go next and then focus next game, please. I think that's too is most reason.
Yeah.
Makes
So
sense.
wait, were FlyQuest offenders of this when Inspired was on your team?
Actually, yeah, funny thing, because when we last year and then 2 years ago when we playing in Scrim, and then when Inspired tried to FF, and then people always said, I don't mind like this. And then Masu and Bushio just insta vote no. And maybe keep playing. That's really funny. And yeah, so, but when game is really hard, I think we FF. But we don't really FF because our bot lane just insta like vote no.
Strong mental.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's really funny.
Maybe that's how Hwei got his, win one team fight
Yeah.
mentality.
I feel like Berserker and Isles must just vote yes instantly, no?
I mean, Jonah's always down.
Jonah's always down.
Yeah, man.
Isles is
Sure, I'm
always down
down.
FF.
Yeah.
Just like me.
Berserker's like half the time. Yeah, I mean, it's mainly Inspire leading charge on rallying the troops.
You gotta
FF.
fight back, bro.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
sometimes.
I
but,
could agree with
yeah.
like both Inspire and then like Master Busho thing because game is surely really hard, so that's why Inspire won FF.
Yeah.
But Master and Busho just want to play game, even really hard. So both of them make sense. So I was not mine, like people.
At what point, because obviously a lot of this is depending on what the game is
Yeah.
at that time.
Yeah.
But like, how do you decide when it's valuable to FF and when it's not? Like, what is the line for you?
I mean, it just depends on your comp. Like, if you're playing like a comp that needs to win early game, and then you like go down like 3k gold, and then you lose lane somehow on like completely unwinnable, unlosable matchups, like this kind of thing, I understand. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just like if you like, sometimes like someone would get solo killed, like in a lane. I don't remember if it was mid or bot, and then they would just like FF instantly or something. Like to me, that's like a little bit like not like responsible. But if you lose early game and then you like make one big play and then it fails, like just FF, fair enough.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I mean, for us, it's like if the fight goes really bad and not at all how it should, compared to like what we had the idea of going into it, then it's grounds for remake. That's essentially it. Yeah.
What about you, Quad?
I think you can FF when both team the Scrim doesn't make sense, like how it's going on. But honestly, I don't really like FF now because we have a lot of rookies. I think they need a lot of experiment. So I don't really like FF recently.
Never FF.
Never FF. Okay.
Not never.
I never. Okay.
Sometimes
Rarely.
Yeah, sometimes I think I need to
Sometimes
my mentor.
Yeah, sometimes you need to protect your mental. Sometimes games are truly unwinnable. I feel like we've all been trapped in a solo queue game where that has
Oh, dude,
happened.
solo queue. We need to talk about solo queue
Yeah,
recently.
true.
The
Dude,
worst
it's-
solo queue I've played in
I
my
don't
life.
understand the ranked
I
reset.
demolished
Like,
Diamond.
what is that? They
Go-
had a
go off.
They had a survey, and then
I can't go up.
Like it's like
So
we
dumb.
have Scrim, so I can't play that much solo queue. I have to play like maybe 3 or 4 games at night when I get home at like 9 p.m. And then like it's actual Diamond 4 players.
Yeah.
I was like 2.5k LP, and now I'm playing with Diamond 4 players like from
Yeah.
last like 2 months ago. I can't play solo queue. It's unplayable.
I don't know why they did a hard reset. It's like just reset the ladder, keep the MMR from like 2 seasons ago or something. I don't know, but like you're just playing against like before it, I'm playing against challengers. Now I'm playing against like just Joe from
Joe from
Joe from somewhere. It's
Trader
like,
Joe's.
I don't know. It's like, and then there's no challenger yet, or I'm playing, but it's like I'm not running into high elo lobbies yet because it's just if you spam games, you're gonna climb. So yeah, it's very funky right now. I understand why they did it, but I don't think it's a good idea. And I also don't know how the LP inflation happened. Like, what happened? Why
Yeah,
is it?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
that's-
Why did it?
what I
Why
wanna
did they
know,
make
actually.
it? It was like, yeah, 4K LP is the norm now. Like, what happened? Yeah.
How do you feel about solo
Yeah,
queue, Quad?
you
Okay.
agree, Quad?
Yeah, I agree. It's so hard. Also, we are during in split, so we can't play a lot solo queue. So I can't go up. So I can't practice in solo queue. So it's really hard.
Yeah, he's playing against Mike. I'm playing
You're
against
playing
Joe.
as Joe. He's playing
Yeah,
as
Joe.
Mike.
Mike.
Yeah.
We'll find a generic name for you
Yeah.
to play against. Putting aside, because I did want to talk about the solo queue reset, so you guys have already covered your feelings on that. I also did want to talk about the new patch. It's a pretty massive patch in the middle of the year.
Yep.
kind of about what, half a week to practice on it
around
for you
like
guys?
5 days.
Yeah.
About a week.
So how are you feeling? What's the weirdest thing you've seen from this patch?
I mean, I kind of like it. It's a lot of like new stuff in the game, and you can kind of experiment a lot. New Dorns items. I don't know how effective they are in terms of like how, like if people are going to experiment with them, and be creative in their build, like Dorn Bow and double adaptive. I've seen that, but I personally like it. I think change is just fun to play.
Yeah, there's been some weird Deathfire touch experimenting.
that was not fun, actually.
It was like immediately nerfed, but
Yeah,
it was
that was
like
not fun for
every
that.
game,
Yeah.
everyone was going, like top and mid, I feel like
Yeah.
everyone was going Deathfire touch.
Yeah.
They nerfed it, so maybe it's a little bit weaker now. But yeah, I mean, obviously the Doran's helm item is like interesting on like Sante possibly, like certain, like Doran's bow I do feel like is a little bit risky on a lot of champions
Yeah.
in top lane. Like if you play like Vayne with Doran's bow, you have no health and you get one shot if they get on you, that kind of thing. So it's a little, I'm not sure how good it is, but I mean, yeah, I like the new changes. I think Storm Raider Surge is a little bit bad is my feeling on
agree.
most
Yeah.
It's like
champions.
the
It's
mid
not
thing. Mid
Yeah.
doesn't have a great
Also,
rune now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't use this one, like never, like this patch.
Yeah.
It doesn't have a great rune. Like if you can use Deathfire, then go Deathfire champ, and Storm Raider is like
Yeah.
hard to proc now,
Yeah, it's hard to proc.
especially early game.
Yeah.
Are you already missing Phase Rush?
Yeah, I'm missing Phase Rush. Also, I don't really play this patch because we need to fix on EWH patch.
Oh yeah.
All right.
So we play like 2 days.
Mm.
So I still need to study. Also, I've never seen TLAW on Scrim, so I was surprised yesterday. Like everyone picking TLAW maybe. So maybe I need to
yeah,
study
you're
more.
actually the Talia guy. I remember. You always play Talia.
Yeah.
I'll keep
Bring
that
her
in mind.
back.
I'll keep
Yeah.
that in
We
mind
banned
for
Talia today,
2
no?
weeks.
I think we banned Talia today from memory.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah. And we thought we needed to ban Talia, bro.
Yeah.
Anything super weird you've seen?
Um,
Only because with all of the experimentation, I go on Twitter and I just see the most cursed, like people posting the most cursed builds.
I mean, there's a certain champion we have been playing in scrims, but I cannot name it because it would be a leak. But yeah, I mean, it's a very weird champion, guys.
Yeah, because we have your champion too.
I feel like
We have,
you're
we have a weird champion too, actually. Don't worry, we got one
Alright,
too.
no scrim leaks.
Yeah.
You guys all have weird champions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I bet mine's way weirder, but it's fine. It's not competition.
Previewing to next week, and then I'll let you guys go. You are facing off against Sentinels. Like I said, that's actually a really huge match for both
Isn't
of
that
you.
for playoffs? Like,
Yeah,
it's like
it
if we
essentially
lose,
decides
if we
their
lose, we're
playoff.
basically like
Yeah.
yeah.
I think
likely out.
mathematically you're still
Yeah, it's still
in it,
possible,
but
but-
yeah.
Let's win. Let's win. Big impact in the top lane. He's very smart with the macro. You know, tells
Yeah,
his team
okay.
where to go.
He's
he
gonna
knows-
roam
Yeah,
when
he's
you
gonna
least
roam.
expect it.
Yeah, he's like
He walked mid today without ult and flash as Renekton on a cannon wave.
Do you think that was an incorrect play?
I don't think it was optimal, but if he swung that fight without
Okay.
ult and flash, then
So what should wait? You just played against Sentinels.
Yeah.
Right? What should I watch out for?
yeah, I just told you.
Okay,
he's
so
gonna, he's
what-
gonna roam when you
when-
least expect
When
it.
you least expect it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll watch out.
Without ult or flash, he'll still go. So think about that.
Okay, sounds
Yeah.
good. I'll keep that in mind. It seems like Rahel, my coach seems to think that Rahel is playing a bit too scared on the mid wave. Like he's playing like a bit too scared. My
Okay.
coach seems to think
Alright.
that. So let's make use of that and like I don't know.
Perfect. Yeah.
He's not gonna fight mid wave or something. I don't know. But to be honest, we just need to play better. I don't think it's too much about the opponents as much as it is about us and us just knowing when to fight and how to fight.
Yeah.
All right. Who do you guys think takes it? Sentinels versus Shopify. Are you
I'm gonna go Sentinels from past results of what I've seen. But you know, anything could happen. They are.
Sure.
And I don't know. I'm favoring Sentinels. Yeah.
Sentinel has only one win this split.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's us, right? Against us.
Yeah.
Right. That's why I thought Sentinel is good. They all lose? Wait, no
Yeah.
way. I thought they were really good. So maybe SR have chance to win, I guess. I think
They're the
Sentinel is
same
better
record.
than SR. I thought, but
But they're the same record. But they only beat you guys, right? Is that what?
oh, maybe SR can win.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All
Thank you.
A
right.
vote of confidence.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Disguise versus Dignitas. Who takes that?
I think Disguise will win.
Yeah, probably DSG.
DSG? Dig?
Yeah, probably DSG. But they have some magic.
I don't know. They might have a new roster now, so maybe I'm going to swing it over to Dig. How about that?
All right.
Dig. Go Dig.
Oh, wait, DSG has 30? No? Oh, like, that's the assumption?
yeah.
Well, assuming
That
DSG has 30?
is the assumption I'm
if that's the
operating
assumption,
under.
then I think Dignitas win.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The new roster.
Palafaka close to playoffs time, like, you need to respect it, bro.
Nice.
He's going to stand up like this. No.
He's going to put his
Honestly, I can't make fun of him for doing that because I play like hunched over, like curled up with my
I'm like,
knees. Yeah, and I'm like hunched. No, so am I.
Yeah.
Because I'm like this. Yeah, it's bad. I have terrible posture.
My mom made a joke about that. It's like, oh, Palfox always loves standing up like that in the middle of the game. That's when you know he's going to get serious. All
Yeah, I
right.
don't stand up in the middle of the game, but I do the knee thing where I'm like hunched over.
Yeah.
All right, so that's some votes of confidence for Dig post roster changes. You guys against C9?
Yeah.
How are you going to take it?
I think Split 1 was hard because I think Gakos was playing hard against Santos, to be honest. But now, honestly, it's pretty good, Gakos. He win a lot of top lane. So I think if we connect on macro, I think we probably win. I think.
Yeah.
And then if Griffin not excited, I think we win.
Okay.
Don't be excited. I agree. Gakos is playing better, for sure.
Yeah.
Gakos, I think, is pretty good now.
Enough for you to take Fly over C9?
Yeah, I think Fly is better. So
I feel like C9 is like the type of team, like, I feel like they've like had so many like rough conversations that like it must come into like, they keep saying how bad they are that like it must like turn into something good. So I'm gonna go C9.
it's going to click
Okay.
eventually.
Yeah, it's gonna, something has to happen.
Something has to click eventually, sure. Yeah.
And then Lyon versus TL. Kind of a matchup everyone has been waiting for in the conversation of C9, TL, and Lyon being the default top 3 teams. So how are you going to take out TL?
Well, I don't even know if I'm going to be the one
If
taking him out.
Douglas playing, then I think
Yeah.
Lyon wins.
But if I'm playing, I feel good about my chances. And if I'm not, then I don't know how the chances are going to go because I'm not in there. So, yeah. Go Lion if I'm in there.
I mean, I think TL's pretty good. So I'm gonna go TL, personally.
For me, I think Lyon is winning if they do 50-50 draft. Yeah, I think Lyon is more harder when I play against him. I think Inspire also pretty good on macro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who do you think generally has better drafts? Like, who's the better coaches? Lyon or TL? Like, who has the better draft?
Even I don't really know their coaches, but I think, but sometimes when I see the match, I think Lyon drafts sometimes bad.
Okay, but like
That's
TL
all
drafts
now.
are pretty good?
I'm not sure pretty good. I think Liquid drafts maybe better.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay,
'cause I
okay,
guess.
okay.
I guess.
I mean, they have spooks from.
This is
I
Spooksy.
was
Spooksy.
there with them last year, and these and drafts were not great. They're not the strong parts for our team there. So I don't know.
I feel like
see.
Sam is always catching strays
Yeah.
from his.
Nah, he's my goat.
It's all fun and banter with them.
Nice. All right. Thank you so much for taking the time, guys. Thank you for being willing to talk about that, Jokla. It means a lot. Thank you. And thank you for watching Pros on whatever podcast apparatus of your choice, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube, if you want to see our faces. Thank you so much, and we'll see you next week.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank
Goodbye.
you.
There's a certain champion we have been playing in scrims, but I cannot name it because it would be a leak. But yeah, I mean, it's a very weird champion, guys.
Yeah, because we have your champion too.
I feel like
We have
your team
we have a weird champion too, actually. Not. Don't worry, we
All
got
right,
one too.
no scrim leaks.
Yeah.
You guys all have weird champions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I bet mine's way weirder, but it's fine.
Welcome again. It is another episode of Pros. This week I'm joined by Quad, Dokla, and Fudge after kind of an interesting series between FlyQuest and Shopify
Yeah,
Rebellion.
very interesting, guys.
Quad's just laughing to himself over here.
Yeah, it was very interesting. I don't really know how we won game 2, and I don't know how we lost game 1. So it's like backwards right now, but yeah.
Sometimes it's never the one you think, you know?
Yeah, I guess so. I thought it was lost after I inted twice in top lane in game 2, so.
Wait, but do you guys have chance to win game 1?
We had a chance.
Oh, I thought we
Ooh.
were just pretty winning.
Ooh.
I thought.
I thought the team fights were like winnable.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
First team fight that we did, I thought it was winnable.
Yeah.
But after we're behind, yeah, it's unwinnable.
So I guess we'll start there with the series that we just played. I know this was an interesting series to me just because both of your teams do like to fight so much. So I'm actually going to go to Dokla first as someone who's on neither of these teams.
Okay.
What did you expect from Shopify and FlyQuest? And I don't know how much you were able to watch the series, but did that live up to your expectations?
Well, I know both teams like to skirmish, and it kind of happened. I only caught like game 2 and 3, but game 3 was like a fight over a blue invade, and then it turned into a big fight on bot side, and that kind of, to me, decided the game. And yeah, that's kind of the style both teams kind of go for, and FlyQuest has their funny picks, which are pretty good, honestly, in the meta. So yeah, that's kind of what I think of both teams.
Okay. Fudge, you're nodding your
We
head.
got 6-0'd by Lyon the day before. The day before today.
I don't want to bring that up.
He didn't want to like shit talk us.
I don't want to bring that up.
I mean, I wouldn't say that we like are very good at fighting. To be honest, I think that's our main weakness. Generally, I think mechanically we're pretty bad in fights. Obviously, early games, some like on stage, generally early games go okay. I feel on our team, like we don't really make too many errors in early game. I think Contracts is pretty good. The early game path thing, and he finds some advantages sometimes. I think our bot lane's been playing pretty well, especially in lane, generally. So, I mean, I feel like team fighting is one of the main things we came out of the series saying that was really bad. I think we can all kind of agree that we just mechanically misplay a lot of fights, especially on stage. We've been really messing it up. So, yeah, that sucked.
Yeah, that was unlucky.
What did you think, Quad, of Shopify's team fighting?
Team fighting? I was really comfortable.
Yeah,
I know my job and I did, so honestly, I don't know what can they do because I think I did well. So
fair enough.
yeah.
I am going to talk about the Hwei for a minute just because it's a mage you go to like fairly frequently, and while it is generally in the meta, I think the way you play it is a lot of like aggressive posturing or posturing forward a lot of the time. So can you talk to me about Hwei specifically and how comfortable you are on this pick?
I think I just compete on this champ. Also, I have high win rate on match this champion. Also, it's always good to pick when we are front to back comms. Also, like you can just blind it away anytime. So that was
Good to know. We play them soon. Good to know.
But I don't think Saint is good that way. So
Yeah,
Oh no!
it's okay. He's great at the other time.
Get him practicing either Hwei or Hwei counters, Dokla.
you
Yeah.
pick a counter.
Yeah.
Did you guys play each other next week?
No, it's at the last
6
week.
later.
Yeah, it's
last week.
the
2 weeks.
last week.
2 weeks.
I'm gonna go into Lyon Sentinels next. How much of this game did you two get to watch? Because as a second series, I find that you might not get to watch it, or you get to watch more of it, depending on what your setup is.
I think most of our team watched both games. Like
Okay.
pretty much most of it. Yeah.
What about you, Quad?
Well,
Did you see
what is the question?
Did you see Lyon versus Sentinels?
Oh yeah, I watched it. Honestly, I think Sentinel is a pretty good team, but today kind of not really good on stage. Also, Lyon, I thought Lyon is best team in the LCS, but recently I'm not. So I think Sentinel has chance with it, but yeah, so close.
Yeah, I mean, game 2 I thought was like a free win for Sentinels. I mean, I thought it was a free win at some point. I thought that they didn't get enough of a lead on Lyon side to win team fights generally, but they kind of outplayed a little bit, I feel. And they found good angles. I forgot what game 1 was. What did you play game 1?
Sante Rumble.
Sante Rumble?
I feel like that game we kind of really outscale.
Yeah,
Just by randoms, and
Yeah.
I'm just like,
Yeah.
I actually can't die. So I'm like, okay, well, just front line, front to back, we should win pretty much every fight. So that one felt pretty easy, at least from my perspective.
What about the Darkwings Orianna Shockwave? I already asked Isles this, but like, what kind of went through the team in terms of responding to that?
Which one?
In game 2, basically the base defense.
Oh,
The Sentinels base defense.
Honestly, I was like, wow, we really couldn't end there, because I'm like, damn, like, did someone troll? I think I might have hit one minion, because I was like 1 HP. I got hit by a nuggle. I'm like, all right, I'm dead anyways. But I guess every auto counts in those scenarios. So I'm like, okay, I guess I should min-max a little bit more. But I'm like, we really couldn't end. And then after that, in my head, I was like, okay, well, they're just probably paranoid about Pantheon ulting in their base. So even though they have Baron plus Soul, it's like, I think they're just going to stay in their base the whole time, and that's kind of what happened, and it just turned into an Elder fight that we just found a really good angle in. So pretty, like a really high climactic moment, and then a really big dull period. But yeah, that's just the way it is sometimes.
In terms of, I want to briefly talk about Sentinels, just because a lot of players I talk to are like, they're really good. Outside of the LCS stage, they're doing quite well. So what do you guys think it is about them that they are now 1-4 in the LCS? The same record as Shopify.
Yeah.
You guys play each other next
how
week.
could you be that bad, right?
It's more like that matchup is actually really crucial in the playoffs.
Yeah,
We'll preview it more a little bit later, but
I mean, I haven't really played a lot. We haven't really scrimmed them, and we haven't played them yet, so I don't really like think too much. I just noticed that he says doesn't matter, guys. One fight and one fight matters. One fight matters, and then they win or something. That's like what I remember. So I don't really have a lot of info on Sentinels generally, personally.
I think they just are like good at their game plan. Like they play good at strong side, and then they're good at creative TP plays when they TP on the other side and try to kill the other guy pushing the other lane. So I think those are the two things to me that really stand out for them. And they're pretty decent at team fighting. Yeah, I mean, I guess they just have more connected, more so than other teams, so they just look better, but it's not clicking on the stage. Yeah.
something we're all familiar with hearing and experiencing. What about you, Quad? What do you think of Sentinels?
For me, when I play against Sentinels, I think Hwei is doing really good. I think Hwei is control full map with Hanbok. I don't know who called it, but I feel like it's kind of hard to play the game when I play against Hwei. He knows what he have to do on side. Also, Hanbok is following him a lot. So it's kind of, I think, so that's what, I think Hwei is just good. And then also, Darkwings is good too, I think. That's most reason, I think.
Okay. On to C9 versus Dignitas. Dignitas did take their second game ever versus Cloud9 since 2020.
Whoa.
Oh, I was thinking like before like 2013 inception. I was like, oh, second from then? No. Okay. I mean, that's quite the wow.
Dignitas always do that, no? They always win one game and then lose the series.
Yeah.
That's been their MO this
Regardless
year,
of roster.
Yeah.
Regardless of roster. Yeah.
Um,
I mean, when I saw that, I actually couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my god, they actually won a game, and game 3. I don't remember too much of it, but
Didn't XG play Java in that game? Was he Javan and he like died on midwave, like ulting or something? Was
I don't
XG?
know.
no, that was his bye game.
Oh, that was Vi game?
yeah.
I don't remember.
I have a lot of friends
That
on
was the
it.
Blabber Sedge game. The game 3 was the Blabber Sedge game. Thanatos Nar,
Way too many like League of Legends
Yeah.
in my brain. Like it's all a blur, bro.
APA Casio, yeah.
Like, all I look at is League of Legends.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how much you guys got to watch that. I will ask about C9 generally because I feel like they themselves sometimes are like, no, we're not a top team. So I'll start with you, Quad. How good do you think C9 are?
I think they have pretty good macro. Like everyone is connected on like macro, but they don't really have the good lane page, I think. Yeah, so I think we are winnable against C9. We are playing next week, so I think they are good at macro only. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He's being Korean
So
respectful.
he's
He's saying they're really bad.
Yeah.
I've been around enough.
He's okay.
I know what he's saying.
He's okay. I'll say he's okay.
Yeah.
He's okay.
He's okay.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
okay.
he's okay.
What about you, Dokla?
I think they're just, I don't know. They have good lanes. At least top is good, and then after that, I don't know. They kind of. Honestly, I don't know. I just focus on top lane and just the rest of the team figure it out. I'll just do my job.
Yeah, Thanatos.
Thanatos is good.
Thanatos is decent. Yeah, it's pretty good. So, I mean, I do think like maybe Sven's mechanics isn't super good right now. Generally, I mean that's my feeling from playing against him in general or just watching. And sometimes, I mean, I feel like Blabber isn't making as many crazy plays as he used to. So, I mean, they seem to be like getting in line a little bit more. I do think like. They always talk about how their practice is not so good, like it's not useful or something, and like I don't know if that's like a factor into like anything on stage, but we did practice against them and it did seem a little bit chaotic, like it was like a very scrim heavy scrim. So yeah, I mean that's my only feeling playing against C9 is like the top lane is pretty good and then it's a little bit crazy in scrims.
As someone who's played with Blabber, is it better if he's making crazy plays or worse?
I mean, I think it's good that he has the mindset to make crazy plays, and then it's natural that everyone else tries to hold him back. But like he still makes the crazy play, you know what I mean?
Nice.
I think he's good at that. I mean, that's his strength. So, I mean, obviously it depends on the game, always.
Yeah.
Right? But I think he's pretty good. I don't think he's playing. I think he's not really inting as much as he used to. So, good job to Blabble.
Nice.
What do you guys think between Xenon and Fly? I think Fly would honestly take it. I think Fly's pretty strong right now.
Yeah, I think Fly seems better as well to me.
Yeah.
Just like playing against them, yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
Nice. And then the last match of yesterday, Team Liquid versus Disguised. I'll start with Team Liquid just as a team and see. I'll start with you, Fudge. We'll go in reverse order this time.
Morgan's the GOAT.
Wait, yeah. Just generally, yeah. What do you think of TL?
I mean, when I think of TL, I think of Morgan because he like ran me the last time I played him. What was it? It was like Yorick Nog game or something where he went up like 5k gold. Yeah, that's all I remember when I think of Morgan. So, I mean, TL's pretty good.
Hey,
Morgan.
clean slate. Get a clean slate in there, man.
Yeah, I mean, TL is Morgan in my head, and he's pretty good. And I think, I mean, Koja J, I think, is really good too. Their bot lane, I think, generally plays really well. Their team fighting is really good. So I think TL is actually a pretty good team. I would consider them one of the best teams, probably the best team in my head.
Honestly, it's not really revenge, but I want to win against them again because we beat them in playoffs last time, and it's the first time we're rematching after that. So I'm pretty excited for it.
Nice.
I think they have good laners, I think, but macro is not good, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, technically macro is bad for me. So I think they have good and lane pace. So I think it's winnable too for us.
What do you think makes their macro bad?
When you play against them like Scrim or match, I think they will make some mistake. Maybe they wanna really try to do safe way on macro. That's why I think they're macro bad. Because they can do like get more gold on game. I feel like they just choose a safe way always.
You play conservative.
They're a little
Got it.
conservative.
Got it. Do you know that word? No. He doesn't know that word. It's like very safe.
Yeah,
Safe.
really,
No
really
risk.
safe.
No risk.
Another word for safe, as you said.
Getting into DSG, this is going to kind of be a transition point, but like more generally, between Dignitas and Disguised, Who do you guys think is the worst team? Is it no? It's weird though because DSG did take a series, right? They took the series off of Sentinels in week 1. However, by my estimation, they've looked worse in terms of gameplay than Dignitas has across the entirety of their series.
Yeah, I know. They get a lead, and then it comes to a team fight, and then they just go way too deep, and they don't really know how to play their comp at all. Like even in our game, like we were behind pretty much, I think, in both games, and they just threw it. So yeah, they really need to improve like how they play mid game because they just throw when they have a lead. I think they're probably better than Dig, but that's if they stop throwing. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really sure who's like making the big decisions in mid game. I don't think they seem to have like a clear like decision maker on their team possibly. I'm not sure if that's the case, but obviously I don't have inside info, but it seems like that from watching them. Not sure. But like generally I feel like they're all okay individually. No one's like super bad. I do think they're a little bit better than Dignitas, but maybe that's just because I'm thinking of like Castle vs Photon, and I feel like Photon's a little bit easier to play against. Maybe that's all that goes through my brain. Yeah.
I would say this better because both team macro is so bad. Everyone knows, honestly. You guys watch the game.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
But for me, Colmy is harder than Palafox. I mean, his laning is pretty good, like even better than the other team, like Colmy. Honestly, he doesn't know, I think, how to play game.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe I said like some weird way.
Like
No, you said it the right way.
No.
Yeah, he has pretty good lane, but I think he doesn't know how to win.
Yeah, like
He doesn't know how to
Yeah.
transition his lead.
Transition the
Yeah.
lead. Transition the lead. Politician Dokla.
So I think this is more harder. And then also Meko is kinda that's better. So I think that's better than Dignitas. Yeah.
All right.
W.
The other thing about DSG that I will delve into, because the news will already be out, is Castle getting traded to Lyon. Doka, I just wanted to open the floor for you to talk about it, or talk about, like, I guess my big question is, are you guys going to be splitting time, or how were you told or informed of this?
Yeah, I mean, I found out middle of this week. Funnily enough, I was having a conversation with Rainover just to talk to him about, like, I didn't feel comfortable playing the game, and just was talking to him of how I can, just play like myself. And in that conversation, I found out, they're actually making roster changes, so that was a bit of a shock. And then after that, came official the day after. Spoke with the owner and all that, and they explained to me that it's going to be like a fight for the spot / they could go for like 5-man and drop the other player. So I don't really know how exactly it's going to pan out, but as I understood it, it's we're going to be splitting some scrim time, and then I think the coaches will ultimately make the decision. I'm not clear about that either, but yeah, that's what I know.
And then you were not in an identical situation, but kind of in a similar situation last year where you came on to coach Sniper, and then kind of ended up taking a spot.
Yoink.
No, I feel like this isn't like a call or anything. It's more like this is part of being a pro player that I feel like is a little bit under discussed, because we don't really get to talk to people as they're being replaced or after the fact. So like, I guess just talk me through like how you're feeling right now, as much as you want to say.
I've been through ups and downs in my career, and this is just another one on that list of another challenge. Now, I do think the way it went about, because I think Riot roster lock was this week, so the decision happened like pretty fast. And ideally, I would have liked more time. At least it brought it up to me, just to see what's happening, because I think I made a lot of progress from our talk that I had with Rainover since then. So, yeah, I mean, my mindset is just do the best I can, and whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, being in this position must suck. Justice for Dokla. He won last splits, and he came to 100 Thieves, and they smurfed. So justice for Dokla. That's all I have to say about it.
Not about this specific roster move, but like, yeah, I mean, you've been on both sides of this too.
I got replaced by Thanatos.
So,
I mean, to be fair, like if you don't, like, I feel like his situation's a little bit worse in my head because like I feel like when I was playing bad on the team. Like I was clearly not playing well, and then they replaced me with Thanatos, who was like an up and coming like LCK challenger top laner, who was like considered to be really good and possibly an LCK, like that kind of stuff. So I feel like it made sense. For me, I feel like Dokla's playing pretty well, and they're winning most of the games that I watch, and that's why for me it's a little bit less like. It doesn't make as much sense.
I had some real stinkers in EWC.
Yeah, I mean, like
so
obviously,
that
like,
was, I think that was the reason why.
Yeah.
So,
makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, they were trying to win, and they think this is the best chance. So I am here to prove them wrong, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to play well every week, bro.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you can get replaced any second.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe Dokla's replacing me if I keep playing poorly, bro.
Our roster's already locked. Don't worry.
Quad, what about you? Because you've stepped onto rosters and you've also split time with like other players. So just how does it feel like for this part of being a pro player?
I don't know. I don't know. But I have another question for Dokla.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because recently we played against Lyon in Scrim, but enemy top die one time and then ask for remake. I think it's surely not Dokla. Because I think Dokla is kind of chill guy. So I think you don't ask for remake after one die.
I asked for remake in our
Okay,
yesterday,
that was understandable. I laughed.
Yeah, because it was just it wasn't like a level 1 death or anything like that. It was just like I just got chunked when I really shouldn't have. So I was like, it's not realistic. Let's remake. But typically, I try not to remake too much. But I'm more in the L9 mindset now. It's like if the game is going bad for me, I'm gonna ask for remake.
I mean, to be fair, Lyon team culture is to remake. By the way, when
Is
they're
it?
behind, like
Yeah.
their Scrim team culture is to remake when they're behind.
Yeah, it's
and
been
it's
impacted
usually
on me.
not Dokla from my experience. I mean, maybe it's because top lane's usually going well for Dokla, and Scrims maybe. Maybe contracts is the go, invading, ganking, doing everything. So like, usually he's not the one asking for remake, but I feel like their team culture is to ask for remakes pretty quickly. Maybe they have their own line of reasoning on that of like, oh, what's realistic and what's not. Yeah. But yeah, sometimes like it feels like when we scrim Lyon, if we're really ahead early game, the game is FF'd. And if we're really behind against Lyon, then we play it out and it's like try to make the game go to like 30 minutes kind of thing. So I feel like that's not, in my head, optimal for practice, but it is what it is.
Are Lyon the biggest offenders of remaking?
Yeah, I think so. Also, I think the reason is they have Korean coaches. Also, when I was playing in Korea, I think we remake a lot. Maybe that's one more reason.
I see.
Also, I think Inspired don't really want to play when games doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
Yeah,
might
that's
be the
the second
reason.
reason, I
Why did
think.
my lanes lose?
He might have played with them. He might know.
So I think probably
Might know some
Inspired said FF go next and then focus next game, please. I think that's two is most reason.
Yeah.
Makes
So
sense.
wait, were FlyQuest offenders of this when Inspired was on your team?
But actually, yeah, funny thing because when we last year and then 2 years ago when we playing in Scrim, and then when Inspired tried to FF, and then people always said, I don't mind like this. And then Masu and Bushio just insta vote no. And then we keep playing. That's really funny. And, yeah, so, but when game is really hard, I think we FF. But we don't really FF because our ball lane just insta like vote no.
Strong mental.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's really funny.
Maybe that's how Huhi got his, win one team fight
Yeah.
mentality.
I feel like Berserker and Isles must just vote yes instantly, no?
I mean, Jonah's always down.
Jonah's always down.
Yeah, man.
Isles is
Sure, I'm
always down
down.
FF.
Yeah.
Just like me.
Berserker's like half the time. Yeah, I mean, it's mainly Inspired leading charge on rallying the troops.
You gotta
FF.
fight back, bro.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
sometimes.
I
but,
could agree with
yeah.
like both Inspire and then like Master Pusher thing because game is surely really hard, so that's why Inspire won FF.
Yeah.
But Master and Pusher just want to play game, even really hard. So both of them make sense. So I was not mine like people.
At what point, because obviously a lot of this is depending on what the game is at that time.
Yeah.
But like, how do you decide when it's valuable to FF and when it's not? Like, what is the line for you?
I mean, it just depends on your comp. Like, if you're playing like a comp that needs to win early game, and then you like go down like 3K gold, and then you lose lane somehow on like completely unlosable matchups, like this kind of thing, I understand. I mean, it's just like if you like, sometimes like someone would get solo killed, like in a lane. I don't remember if it was mid or bot, and then they would just like FF instantly or something. Like to me, that's like a little bit like not like responsible. But if you lose early game and then you like make one big play and then it fails, like just FF, fair enough.
Yeah,
it's fine.
I mean, for us, it's like if the fight goes really bad and not at all how it should, compared to like what we had the idea of going into it, then it's grounds for remake. That's essentially it. Yeah.
What about you, Quad?
I think you can FF when both team, this Scrim doesn't make sense, like how it's going on. But honestly, I don't really like FF now because we have a lot of rookies. I think they need a lot of experiment. So I don't really like FF recently.
Never FF.
Never FF. Okay.
Not never.
Not never. Okay.
Sometimes
Rarely.
Yeah, sometimes I think I need to be my mentor.
Yeah, sometimes you need to protect your mental. Sometimes games are truly unwinnable. I feel like we've all been trapped in a solo queue game where that has
Oh, dude,
happened.
solo queue. We need to talk about solo queue
Yeah,
recently.
true.
The
Dude,
worst
it's-
solo queue I've played in
I
my
don't
life.
understand the ranked
I demolished
reset. Like,
Diamond.
what is that? They
Go-
had a
go off.
They had a survey, and then
I can't go up.
Like it's like
So
we
dumb.
have Scrim, so I can't play that much solo queue. I have to play like maybe 3 or 4 games at night when I get home at like 9 p.m. And then like it's actual Diamond 4 players.
Yeah.
I was like 2.5k LP, and now I'm playing with Diamond 4 players like
Yeah.
from last like 2 months ago. I can't play solo queue. It's unplayable.
I don't know why they did a hard reset. It's like just reset the ladder, keep the MMR from like 2 seasons ago or something. I don't know, but like you're just playing against like before it, I'm playing against challengers. Now I'm playing against like just Joe from
Joe from
Joe from somewhere. It's
Trader
like,
Joe's.
I don't know. It's like, and then there's no challenger yet, or I'm playing, but it's like I'm not running into high elo lobbies yet because it's just if you spam games, you're gonna climb. So yeah, it's very funky right now. I understand why they did it, but I don't think it's a good idea. And I also don't know how the LP inflation happened. Like, what happened? Why
Yeah,
is it?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
that's-
Why did
that's
it?
what I
Why
wanna
did they
know,
make
actually.
it? It was like, yeah, 4K LP is the norm now. Like, what happened? Yeah.
How do you feel about solo
Yeah,
queue?
you
Okay.
agree, Quad?
Yeah, I agree. It's so hard. Also, we are during in split, so we can't play a lot solo queue. So I can't go up. So I can't practice in solo queue. So it's really hard.
Yeah, he's playing against Mike. I'm playing
You're
against
playing
Joe.
as Joe. He's playing
Yeah,
as
Joe.
Mike.
Mike.
Yeah.
We'll find a generic name for you
Yeah.
to play against. Putting aside, because I did want to talk about the solo queue reset, so you guys have already covered your feelings on that. I also did want to talk about the new patch. It's a pretty massive patch in the middle of the year.
Yep.
Kind of about what, half a week to practice on
Yeah,
it for
around
you
like
guys?
5 days.
Yeah.
About a week.
So how are you feeling? What's the weirdest thing you've seen from this patch?
I mean, I kind of like it. It's a lot of like new stuff in the game, and you can kind of experiment a lot. New Dorns items. I don't know how effective they are in terms of like how, like if people are going to experiment with them, and be creative in their build, like Dorn Bow and Double Adaptive. I've seen that, but I personally like it. I think change is just fun, fun to play.
Yeah, there's been some weird Deathfire touch experimenting.
that was not
going
fun,
on.
actually.
It was like
Yeah.
immediately nerfed, but
Yeah,
it was
that was
like
not fun for a
every
bit.
game,
Yeah.
everyone was going like top and mid. I feel like
Yeah.
everyone was going Deathfire touch.
Yeah.
They nerfed it, so maybe it's a little bit weaker now. But yeah, I mean, obviously the Doran's helm item is like interesting on like Sante possibly. Like certain like Doran's bow, I do feel like is a little bit risky on a lot of champions in top lane. Like if you play like Vayne with Doran's bow, you have no health and you get one shot if they get on you, that kind of thing. So it's a little, I'm not sure how good it is, but I mean, yeah, I like the new changes. I think Storm Raider's Surge is a little bit bad, is my feeling on most
Yeah, it's like
champions.
the
It's
mid
not
thing. Mid doesn't have a great rune now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't use this one, like never, like this patch.
Yeah.
It doesn't have a great rune. Like if you can use Deathfire, then go Deathfire champ, and Storm Raider is like hard to proc now,
Yeah, it's hard to proc.
especially early game.
Yeah.
Are you already missing Phase Rush?
Yeah, I'm missing Phase Rush. Also, I don't really play this patch because we need to fix on EWH patch.
Oh yeah.
All right.
So we play like 2 days. So I still need to study. Also, I've never seen TLAW on Scrim, so I was surprised yesterday. Like everyone picking TLAW maybe. So maybe I need to
Yeah,
study
you're
more.
actually the Talia guy. I remember. You always play Talia.
Yeah.
I'll keep
Bring
that
her
in mind.
back.
I'll keep
Yeah.
that in
We
mind
banned
for
Talia
in
today,
2
no?
weeks.
I think we banned Talia today from memory.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah. And we thought we needed to ban Talia, bro.
Yeah.
Anything super weird you've seen? Only because with all of the experimentation, I go on Twitter and I just see the most cursed, like people posting the most cursed builds.
I mean, there's a certain champion we have been playing in scrims, but I cannot name it because it would be a leak. But yeah, I mean, it's a very weird champion, guys.
Yeah, because we have your champion too.
I feel like
We have,
your team
we have a weird champion too, actually. Not, don't worry, we got one
Alright,
too.
No Scrim leaks. You guys all have weird champions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I bet mine's way weirder, but it's fine. It's not a competition.
Previewing to next week, and then I'll let you guys go. You are facing off against Sentinels. Like I said, that's actually a really huge match for both
Isn't
of
that
you.
for playoffs? Like,
Yeah,
it's like
it
if we
essentially
lose,
decides
if we
their
lose, we're
playoff.
basically like
Yeah.
yeah.
I think
likely out.
mathematically you're still
Yeah, it's still
in it,
possible,
but yeah.
Let's win. Let's win. Big impact in the top lane. He's very smart with the macro. You know, tells his team where to go.
He's
he
gonna
knows-
roam
Yeah,
when
he's
you
gonna
least
roam.
expect it.
Yeah, he's like
He walked mid today without ult and flash as Renekton on a cannon wave.
Do you think that was an incorrect play?
I don't think it was optimal, but if he swung that fight without
Okay.
ult and flash, then
So what should wait? You just played against Sentinels.
Yeah.
Right? What should I watch out for?
yeah, I just told you.
Okay,
he's
so
gonna, he's
watch
gonna roam when
when
you
you-
least expect
When
it.
you least expect it. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll watch out.
Without ult or flash, he'll still go. So think about that.
Okay, sounds
Yeah.
good. I'll keep that in mind. It seems like Rahel, my coach seems to think that Rahel is playing a bit too scared on the mid wave. Like he's playing like a bit too scared. My
Okay.
coach seems to think
Alright.
that. So let's make use of that and like I don't know.
Yeah.
He's not gonna fight mid wave or something. I don't know. But to be honest, we just need to play better. I don't think it's too much about the opponents as much as it is about us and us just knowing when to fight and how to fight.
Yeah.
All right. Who do you guys think takes it? Sentinels versus Shopify.
I'm gonna go Sentinels from past results of what I've seen. But you know, anything could happen. They are,
Sure.
and I don't know. I'm favoring Sentinels. Yeah.
Sentinel has only one win this split.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's us, right? Against us.
Yeah.
Right. That's why I thought Sentinel is good. They all lose? Wait, no
Yeah.
way. I thought they were really good. So maybe SR have chance to win, I guess. I think
they're the
Sentinel is
same
better
record.
than SR. I thought. But
But they're the same record. But they only beat you guys, right? Is that what?
oh. Maybe SR can win.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All
Thank you.
right.
A vote of confidence.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Disguise versus Dignitas. Who takes that?
I think Disguise will win.
Yeah, probably
Okay.
DSG.
DSG? Dig?
Yeah, probably DSG. But they have some magic.
I don't know. They might have a new roster now, so maybe
Yeah.
I'm gonna swing it over to Dig. How about
Okay.
that?
All right.
Dig. Go Dig.
Oh wait, DSG has 30? No? Oh, like, that's the
think so,
assumption?
yeah.
Well, assuming
That is,
DSG has
that
30?
is the assumption
Okay,
I'm
if that's the
operating
assumption,
under.
then
Yeah.
I think Dignitas win.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The new roster.
Palafaker,
Funkiness.
close to playoffs time, like, you need to respect it, bro.
Nice.
He's gonna stand up like this. No.
He's gonna put his
Honestly, I can't make
know.
fun of him for doing that because I play like hunched over, like curled up with
Nah,
my
I'm, like,
knees.
sitting
Yeah, and I'm like hunched. No, so am I.
yeah.
Because I'm like this. Yeah, it's bad. I have terrible posture.
My mom made a joke about that. It's like, oh, Palvox always loves standing up like that in the middle of the game. Like, that's when you know he's going to get serious. All
Yeah, I
right.
don't stand up in the middle of the game, but I do the knee thing where I'm like hunched over.
Yeah.
All right, so that's some votes of confidence for Dig post roster changes. You guys against C9,
Yeah.
how are you going to take it?
I think split 1 was hard because I think Gakos was playing hard against Santos, to be honest. But now, honestly, it's pretty good, Gakos. He win a lot of top lane. So I think if we connect on macro, I think we probably win. I think.
Yeah.
And then if Griffin not excited, I think we win.
Okay.
Don't be excited. I agree. Gakos is playing better for sure.
Yeah.
Gakos I think is pretty good now.
Enough for you to take Fly over C9?
Yeah, I think Fly is better. So
I feel like C9 is like the type of team, like I feel like they've like had so many like rough conversations that like it must come into like they keep saying how bad they are that like it must like turn into something good. So I'm gonna go C9.
it's going to click
Okay.
eventually.
Yeah, it's gonna
Yeah.
something has to happen.
Something has to click eventually. Sure. Yeah.
And then Lyon versus TL. Kind of a matchup everyone has been waiting for in the conversation of C9, TL, and Lyon being the default top 3 teams. So how are you going to take out TL?
Well, I don't even know if I'm going to be the one
If
taking it out.
Doko's playing, then I think
Yeah.
Lyon wins.
But if I'm playing, I feel good about my chances, and if I'm not, then I don't know how the chances are going to go because I'm not in there. So yeah,
Okay.
go Lion if I'm in there.
I mean, I think TL's pretty good, so I'm gonna go TL personally.
For me, I think Lion is winning if they do 50-50 draft. Yeah, I think Lion is more harder when I play against him. I think Inspire also pretty good on macro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who do you think generally has better drafts? Like, who's the better coaches? On Lyon or TL? Like, who has the better draft?
Even I don't really know their coaches, but I think, but sometimes when I see the match, I think Lion drafts sometimes bad.
Okay, but like
That's
TL
all
drafts
now.
are pretty good.
I'm not sure pretty good. I think Team Liquid drafts maybe better.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay,
'cause I
okay,
guess.
okay.
I guess.
I mean, they have spooks from.
This is
I
Spooksy.
was there with them last year, and the drafts were not great. They're not the strong parts for our team there. So I don't know.
I feel like
see.
Sam is always catching strays
Yeah.
from his.
No, he's my goat.
It's all fun and banter with them.
Nice. All right. Thank you so much for taking the time, guys. Thank you for being willing to talk about that, Jokla. It means a lot. Thank you. And thank you for watching Pros on whatever podcast apparatus of your choice, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube, if you want to see our faces. Thank you so much, and we'll see you next week.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank
Goodbye.
you.
of the enemy will fight to survive. We are born to be conquerors. Rise to the top, gonna be the new emperors. Dragon slayers, earthquakers, bone shakers. Standing on the edge, born to be champions. We can touch the sky, we are flying high. Right eye to eye, we start a fire. We will blow your mind. We are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah. We can touch the sky, we can make the sky, we'll make the rise through the ring of fire in the
another week of competition, and the clock is running low. There's only a couple weeks left to play in our single round robin here, so teams that are struggling have got to make sure that every single game counts.
오치 싼다.
가죠.
탑 거기.
일로 한번.
야.
탈리아 조심.
나 골키 볼게. 탈리아 플래시. 탈리아 플래시. 제이스 플래시.
I can W 있고. 미카엘 있어.
내가 탱대.
한 대. 타워 한 대.
끝내.
끝내.
어디서 이니시고?
Sentinels that punish. It's Sentinels that sweep Shopify 2-0 here, and it's Sentinels who are keeping those playoff dreams alive.
Splash. I'm dead.
Nautilus 1 HP.
We're gonna still fight this.
They have no.
There's one Louis. Player.
플레이 탑달 오리아놀 플레이 I think natural or
We in mid or no? No, in not sure.
No, we didn't.
there's
DSG keep their playoff dreams alive as they look to 2-0 Dignitas, denying them the playoffs run. Sajed, the rookie, dominates.
Welcome back to the LCS. We got 3 days left of the regular season.
It's kind of crazy.
Wow.
It's
Where
insane.
Did the time
It
go?
is crazy.
Yeah.
And that means playoffs are on the horizon. And Raz, we got our playoff scenarios quickly getting settled here. Our first team was eliminated from playoffs yesterday. We had someone locking playoffs yesterday. So Raz is going to take us through it already here.
Yeah, as you can already see, because with Sentinels taking a dub, DSG specifically taking a win, that means Dignitas now have no opportunity to make it to playoffs. The big thing also now looking forward is, can they take a series win? That's for next week. But now, the one thing to look out for are the 2 teams that can make a run. It is DSG and Shopify Rebellion that are fighting for playoffs, and they're going up against each other. So it's pretty straightforward. If DSG takes a win, then of course that means they make it to playoff. If Shopify Rebellion takes a win, then they make it to playoffs. I think it's as straightforward as it can possibly be. So it was the teams yesterday fighting to make it into playoffs. Now it's today, Cloud9, Team Liquid, Lyon, and FlyQuest that are really fighting to find positioning. FlyQuest trying to be in the top 4 that have real ramifications, being in the upper bracket. So that is, I think, the fun aspect of it.
I mean, and it's really important because getting into that upper bracket is going to matter a lot. Obviously, FlyQuest has a tough matchup today. They are playing C9, and I believe they're playing Lyon next week. So it is possible if they lose both these series, which you could see happening, then they would be out of the top 4 potentially.
Yes.
Sentinels locking yesterday, obviously, with the results there. So these games are mattering a lot, and I think we're in for a treat today because they have all of our top 4 teams playing.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Before we talk about that, though, Raz, you had mentioned how Dignitas are the first team that was eliminated, and XU actually had a really almost heartbreaking interview with Cloud Sidkey. Here are some of the quotes, but basically how he had considered retirement mid-split.
I mean, just this line. To be a good team, you either need to respect each other or like each other.
Yeah.
And we have neither of that on this team.
Yeah.
That is one of the craziest lines I have seen in an esports interview ever. And I've been in esports my entire adult life. That is just brutal. They don't like each other, they don't respect each other, and they haven't won a series.
I do recommend people to watch that full interview with Cloud Sidkey because it really is a depressing listen to. Hearing him talk about it's soul sucking to be in the
I
dig
really
house
recommend
for 10 hours.
it. It is extremely depressing. You're gonna love it.
He just talks about how depressing it is to be in how soul sucking it is to be there for 10 hours. He doesn't want to watch VODs or anything coming back. That is an environment of a team, yes, that isn't winning any games, and I'm sure their scrims are also as depressing, but the aspect that you mentioned of the no respect and the no friendship, that aspect, you lose that environment that you need to have some hope of being able to be a better team.
Yeah, it's so hard.
So shout out to Cloud Sidkey for that interview. I do think you should watch it despite the fact that Raz.
The glowing recommendation. You're going to love it. It's extremely depressing start to finish.
It goes deeper.
But it is really rare and this is why I'm giving credit to the interview as well. It's really rare that we actually get to hear that kind of insider information, right? But as you already mentioned, Isaac, our top 4 teams in the standings play each other today, and these matches are kind of all grouped together at the end of the regular season. FlyQuest fighting to stay in that top 4 going up against C9, and then later, the match that I have claimed as my match of the week.
Match of the week.
Team Liquid versus Lyon. We got the slow-mos back
for the
C9 arrivals.
Oh my God.
Little slow-mo nodding action there with
not
the
bad,
beard.
not bad.
Are the players aware that they're being
slow-mo with some food and drink?
Okay, what about you, Sven? What are you thinking? What are you thinking? Any pose? No.
No.
Not interacting with it.
He's just laughing
Too
at
cool for
Flabber.
school, you know? Okay, they got some swag.
I want to know if players know that they're getting slowed down or not.
Yes.
They for sure know.
They have to.
After what APA did, he's fully aware.
Well, remember, we got a top 4 playing today. And at finals, which is going to be spring finals at ASU's Mullet Arena from June 13th to 14th. 2-day passes are on sale now, and single-day tickets go live on Monday. Scan the QR code or head on over to Ticketmaster.com to get your tickets today. Top 4 play today. Top 3 are going to be there.
Yeah.
So some of these teams, the math is mathing. You will see some of these teams there.
True.
Yes.
You will see some of these teams
I
there.
guarantee it.
Guarantee. It's a sneak peek. That, like being able to see like some of the best matchups. This is why I love this day. I think it's the best day of the split.
Yeah.
And you get to see pretty much like a matchup that you'll probably see in the Mullet Arena. So check it out.
Yeah. And we wanted to talk about our Kia All-Pro teams. However, without talking to each other at all, we apparently all submitted the same top 3 All-Pro across the board, except for, I believe, Azael had Saint over Quad as the mid.
The idea, instead of boring you with all having the same All-Pro, we're going to draft the best All-Pro teams that we can do. There's 3 of us. There's 3 All-Pro teams.
True.
So we're making some semblance of that. And then chat, you guys can vote on who has the best All-Pro team. So do you want to drive Raz?
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's go for it.
And I guess we're just going to tell Raz who to draft for us.
Isaac is up first because he got his in first.
I
am last because I am being punished for doing research and VOD review.
For being lazy. For being late. All right.
All right, well, tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready. Go for it.
I think the biggest gap in any role is Thanatos to the next one. So I'm going Thanatos because I believe I can get good players in other positions for my All-Pro team.
Okay.
Okay,
Raz,
I like
who you
that.
got?
Raz.
Oh my God, I think I have to go, because this is tough. I'm gonna go Berserker. I feel like I have to go Berserker. He is like by far, I would say, the best AD carry, and it makes that list feel a lot more legitimate. So that's my idea, that's my call here.
I am going Vulcan.
Okay.
I just think he's been stellar. Like, he's been, in my opinion, the most consistently great member of C9 when they have struggled sometimes as a team.
Yeah.
I think he's done super well.
I feel like you guys have already done goof because now I'm going to take Inspire. So where is the Inspire Thanatos topside? That's looking nice.
That actually looks too good. I'm a little concerned.
Look good. Go,
I'm a little
Raz.
concerned. Just a tiny bit. Just a very tiny bit. All right, but I think it'll be fine. I'm gonna look towards the support position. I think I need to pull support because I think the discrepancy between like second and third is pretty large.
Okay.
I'm going Hwei. I think Hwei has had actually a phenomenal split so far. I think even though the squad has been pretty bad, I look towards the bottom side of the map, and Rahel and Hwei are the main reasons why they're actually pulling them to a strong late game, and Hui's Bard plays have really found
Hwei has been smurfing.
Yeah.
I think he should be low-key top.
Yeah, I believe so too. So, all right.
All right.
Emily?
I am also going to pick my jungler, and I am going to go Jose Daejeon, someone who I think has been so consistent. Like, my priority as someone who is drafting these first 2 picks is that I want players who have been consistently good for their teams across the board. And I just feel like Jose has been so crucial and so important to these leads that TL have been able to get. He's been absolutely smurfing on Lee Sin. So yeah.
All right, I'm gonna take Saint. I think Saint has been having a killer season. I feel like a lot of the criticisms that he was getting last year in last split, you know, when it was kind of these games that he was throwing in late game situations, it does not feel like that is happening anymore. He can play aggressive picks, he can carry games. I feel like he's been really consistent.
Yeah.
And to me, he's been the best mid in this split so far.
Okay, I like this a lot. I think there are a lot of junglers. I think there are a lot of top laners. I'm happy with that. I can choose jungle last because you guys have already chosen the field. So,
keep it rolling.
We've already chosen the field of
Jose
Inspired Jose.
So you guys got some schlubs.
Yeah.
The clock is ticking, buddy.
I'm going quad. For being on FlyQuest and how chaotic that team is, he has been having incredible play. Even just last week, his play games were fantastic. So I think he's been doing really well on a team that has been middling, and I think is going to find its uprising.
I think those are the two best mid laners for sure.
Yeah.
All right.
Good luck, Emily.
Good luck.
Well, see, I now don't have to pick my mid laner, right? Because like you guys aren't going to go two mid laners.
Just go without one.
Right now. So I am going to take Lord Morgan in the top lane as my top laner, I think. Why are you giving it to Azale, Raz? What the heck?
Just making sure.
I think second to Thanatos, he has been really incredible. I think his team fighting and coordination with the team has improved since last split. And yeah, I just think he's one of the best top laners in the LCS. Solid, gonna do well in lane. My team's looking great, by the way.
We'll see about that.
Jose and Morgan already have pre-existing synergy.
The chat decides.
Here.
You calm yourself, Azale, you're next.
All right, who am I gonna go here? I think I'm gonna go. I'll go Yon.
Ooh.
I think I'll go Yon here. I feel like Yon, you know, he has been a lot stronger these last couple weeks. I think he was being more inconsistent earlier on. AD carry I do think is a little bit tough because to me Berserker was kind of the clear number one choice. I feel like he's been most consistent. And then below that there are, you know, guys like Yon and Lasu who I think have been a bit more up and down. But Yon has been on these last couple weeks, and I have confidence that he's gonna end the split strong.
All right.
And I'm just gonna go straight up for Blabber here. I think Blabber. Here's the thing, there's a lot of criticism around him. Usually that happens around playoffs time. During the regular season, he's been stellar. I think the one time in which it's been a little rigid was literally week 1 versus Inspired. But outside of that, he's been stomping, especially versus like the last time we actually visually remember that was like versus Griffin versus. So I think I have to give it to him. He's been once again having a really good split.
Clear top 3 junglers, I think.
Yeah.
I am going to go Masu as my AD carry.
Okay.
I think Masu has, even though he has been quieter than like split 1, beginning of split 2, I still think he's been performing really, really well. It's comparing it to like, oh my gosh, he's insane, like best AD in the league. So I just think he's still been consistently good. I'm loving my team, guys. Honestly.
Support is hard. I think there's 3 different people I'm considering between Isles, Cryogen, and Core JJ. But I feel like I am actually going to go Isles the more I think about it. I feel like Isles has been actually quite strong, especially on Enchanter play, and that has been the meta. So I've been pretty impressed.
Lion bias on your team.
And then I'm just going to go straight towards Castle. I think for someone who has been a good majority of it. Hey, get over there. Okay. Good majority of the split on the worst team. He's had some of the best stats as a top laner while also just having the lowest counter pick. So he's blinding himself into these lanes, extremely performing within the laning phase. And he's doing it on a team that wasn't finding a lot of wins. Now he's on one of the best teams in the league for a good reason. They sought after Castle. So now I'm interested in what you're going to round out your team.
All right, close us out, Emily.
All right, I'm going to go Quid. I think he has had a down split for him. However, again, that's comparing it to like very, very high highs. I also like the idea of having this, this TL topside synergy here. It's gonna destroy all your teams.
I don't know. I think my team's pretty stacked.
I know that's not how this works, but chat can vote.
Yep. Let us know who has the best All-Pro team.
Yeah, and we will update you.
We will let you know which of us won, unless I lost, in which case we won't update you.
If this was fantasy, I got a 5% bonus throughout. All right. Throughout
actually.
I have a bonus for my team winning.
Oh, hey. We'll see what the fans say for this one. I think, at least on my side, Berserker being there, I think the disparity for AD carries, that's why I picked them first.
Yeah.
I felt like there's just a very clear number 1, whereas like jungle, I think top 3 is debatable, especially in the last few weeks. A lot of opinions are going to change on that. Same with top lane. I think Castle top lane alongside Thanatos is a real conversation there.
I don't agree. I think top lane Thanatos is by far the #1.
Yeah.
I think he's by far the most well-rounded. Castle maybe can make an argument. Castle has had incredible lanes. He was on a bad team, so this isn't just his fault, but he has never been able to really transition that in the same way that Thanatos has. Morgan, I think, has had good laning as well at times, but he's also had some rough lanes. He got kind of smacked by Castle in the 1v1, and I also think he has had way more big mistakes in team fights and big moments compared to Thanatos. So to me, Thanatos is head and shoulders above the rest of the top laners. I think the role that's least close after that is probably AD carry with Berserker. I see jungle as more of like a top 2. I think Hwei and Inspired have been clearly above Blabber so far. But there's all to play for. And when you're playing against the top teams in the league these last 2 weeks, this can all change. If Blabber comes in and smacks some of the top junglers in the league last couple weeks, people could be completely changing.
And I see that 19%. I will make my defense immediately. Immediately I'll make my defense.
He's already defending
you guys are sheeple. All you think is top 3 teams. That means they're the top 3 players. Get out of that sheeple mindset, all right? But before I get too angry, I know Jat is with Gakkos for an interview. So Jat, take it away.
Thanks. We also have Apollo here for some reason. Gakkos, how has your year been so far? I feel like we haven't had much chance to talk to you.
Yeah, it's my first interview in LCS. First year, it's been pretty good. Could be worse, could be better.
He's doing great.
Yeah,
he's doing great.
I'm happy overall.
Yeah. We've had a discussion on desk about your win-loss on tanks versus on carries. Is that something you've identified? Do you have a preference for one or the other?
I think it's hard for me to carry Masu when I'm on tanks. So
that makes sense.
I have to play Bruiser champs to carry him. So yeah, that's why I can't win on tanks.
That makes sense. Yeah. What do you think about the matchup today? Thanatos is regarded as probably the best laning top laner in the LCS. How do you feel going into the matchup?
Yeah, he's a really good laner. It's gonna be
not better than you.
Yeah, not better than me, obviously. It's gonna be a good match, but I trust my team. I think we are a better team than them. So,
what have you guys improved on the most? I know Team Liquid says you guys are really good, probably because you beat them twice in EWC. But what have you improved on from Lyon?
What we improved on? I think we are a new team, so we just built trust each other. So I think we improved real well as a team. Team Liquid, I think his top laners, their top laners best laning. So yeah, I don't know.
Okay, Thanatos, thank you, and good luck today. And also, Paul, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Excellent. Back to the desk.
Yeah.
Welcome back. I mean, that was great to hear from Gakkos. First time we've heard from him on the broadcast, which is rare. I think the hilarious point being, like, can't carry Masu.
Yeah, I know, right?
Understandable.
He's like, it's all Masu's fault.
Yeah. He was really funny.
We need to talk to Gakkos more often.
Yeah,
he has a nice, dry sense of humor.
Yeah, Thanatos is very good. Of course, not better than me. But let's talk about some Kia MVP. We just talked about All-Pro. We want to talk through, a couple of these different top candidates. So I'm just going to get right into it. I want to highlight a couple of really cool team fights from Inspired. So Inspired, going to be here on your screen. There's going to be an engage coming in from this side. And I just want to highlight how well he actually plays the front line here to not only avoid the engage, so Popawsum is coming in, he's gonna Vault Breaker over the wall, dodging that, straight in onto the carry, then ult backwards onto the Mbessa to be able to peel after forcing the knockback onto Palafox. He's going to be able to save his carries, create that space. This next clip is starting a little bit late, but it's something that Inspired is doing so well, where when he's in these strong positions, he recognizes he can 1v1 the Akali, and he has been hunting for the Akali this whole time. He had been on the minimap, searching through this area, and as they finally find him, he goes in, he attacks the flanker, finds out Call Me, they catch him with a shockwave, they shut down the Akali, and they're able to win the fight very cleanly off the back of this. And then again, one final fight here is going to be on the end. And this is just Inspired playing around vision. He sneaks into the back of the pit here. And then as Shopify are engaging away up towards the top of the screen, watch how he plays this out. B-Voy is left alone. The rest of the team is hard engaging. And he gets a solo kill onto the Fed Caitlyn in the midst of the team fight. This guy, to me, is by far the best team-fighting jungler in the league. I do not think it is close. Yes, he farms heavy. Yes, he plays slower than some other junglers. But as a result, he puts himself in these incredible positions where he can dominate in the 5v5. And I just think no one does it quite like him.
I love that conversation only because Jose Daejeon has been having an incredible split. He is the POG leader, one player of the week. He's a player that constantly is able to impact his lanes while also keeping his lead as well. I think when people saw him coming into the team, they saw him as someone who's going to be influencing lanes as much as possible and sacrificing himself in the process. That has not been the case whatsoever for him. Like his Lee Sin game that you see here, he solo carried this game, and he was just completely stomping and looking for action, and that's something that people didn't expect. They thought we were going to be seeing more of an Umpty-like player where he was okay, maybe trying to find ways to facilitate other players. No, I am literally diving past 2-tier turrets while the first tier is still up and available to find a kill, and I think that's something I've never seen in the LCS before. That being said, I think the next few weeks are incredibly important so he can cement that, because the consistency that he has had on a team where you have Quid and Yon, I didn't expect. I thought he was just going to be there to be able to support them. He has not done that. Well, he said, "Get on my back." That's how it will support you.
And the interesting thing is your junglers are playing each other, which actually could be the deciding factor in terms of jungle All-Pro or MVP. I'm going to talk about a different player, and that player is Vulcan. I already brought up when I was talking about our All-Pro teams that we just kind of drafted, about how strong he's been for this team. It feels like he is constantly roaming, constantly setting up so many of these skirmishes. It feels like where other C9 members have had a lot of ups and downs within games, even though they've been winning, Vulcan, to me, has just been their most consistent performer across the board. And I mean, I just think he has been almost this rock that C9 can rely on, even when they say, oh, we are struggling in scrims. They continuously make the jokes about blabber inting all the time in scrims as well.
Yeah.
I just think he's been great. Vulcan for MVP.
These are our three candidates here for the Kia MVP. Who do you guys think? Jose?
Okay, he just has a lot of fans.
Well, but also, he has been incredible. He has had so many monster K performances. I do not think that is unjustified at all.
Yeah.
I also
but
think,
I do think their matchup is going to depend a lot.
The matchup between them is going to be super, super interesting to me because they're obviously our top two junglers. Anyway. Speaking of Vulcan, who I think could be our Kia MVP, we're going to toss to Jat now, who is talking to Vulcan before his game.
Thanks. The Lounge was just talking about MVP candidates, and you've been coming up as the top candidate from Cloud9, one of the top 3 candidates overall. Do you feel like you're having a particularly better split than splits past?
Not necessarily. I think I've just been playing Seraphine and Nami and playing around my cooldowns and waiting for my team to go in and not really, getting bothered by our lack of vision or whatever. I'm just enjoying staying in the back and waiting for the game to come to me. So no, and I think it's a bit funny that I'm finally in the running for MVP after so many years, when in past splits I would play Alistar or Bard or Thresh and run the map, and this time around I'm kind of just doing my job in the backline. So it's funny to me, but I'll take it,
Yeah, I mean, what I find interesting is because your style almost used to always be someone who is really good at roaming and making teamfight engages, it makes it more impressive that you're able to excel in the Enchanter meta. Was there a mindset shift in terms of how you need to approach the game when you're playing Seraphine, Nami, Lulu?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just mostly not trying to make the game go forward myself. It's something that I struggle with, where if I felt like the team was doing something wrong, I would click forward and say, we need to do this, we need to do that. But instead, I'm just if we don't want to do this, maybe, I hope that my team is doing something else that's valuable, and I'm not going to do something that's not my job and expose myself to dying or whatever. So kind of just, like I said, waiting for the game to come to me, I think, is the big shift in my mentality.
Yeah. And just so you know, you actually have the highest KDA of any player in Tier 1.
Wow.
11. So
all right.
You're doing really well on the Enchanters.
Thank you.
You're also still undefeated. You got FlyQuest this week. I believe Team Liquid next week. What do you guys need to do to finish out the season 7-0?
I mean, I think the biggest thing for a lot of people right now is making sure that we don't live in a world where Jose Daejeon is MVP. So I think Inspired and me have a big work ahead of us today and next week, because Lyon plays TL after us. So yeah, whatever we need to do to make sure that happens or doesn't happen.
Do you care to elaborate on why that's important?
No.
Sounds good. Vulcan, thank you very much. Back to the Lounge.
Amazing
It's
stuff.
extremely important that
Yeah.
Jose Dignitas does not get MVP. You care to elaborate? No.
No, not at all.
If one fails, the other must take its place the next week.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was underselling himself a little bit. You know, he's like,
Same.
oh, I'm not doing anything. I'm just standing in the back. He has been making a lot of really good plays on the Enchanters. And what he is saying about letting the game come to him, his positioning has been really, really good. He's not overextending. He's almost never getting picked off.
Yeah.
I feel like he's doing his job really, really well in a meta where I think a lot of supports are struggling with that balance between, you know, that engaged mindset and playing an Enchanter. So many people are getting picked off left, right, and center, and Vulcan has not been one of them. He has really been rock solid for this team.
Yeah, absolutely. And now they are about to take on FlyQuest. They have a pretty, like, talking about C9's kind of consistency in the across the board, they have a pretty good record against FlyQuest this year.
Extremely good. They actually, especially,
One could say.
Yeah.
So far.
5-1, but also just like last split was crazy in how Blabber kind of took over the matchup.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
it was defined by that, and it also continued on in playoffs in that time. So it was one of those moments where it's like, okay, like FlyQuest needs to change the way they play the game if they want to have a chance versus Cloud9 this time around.
Yeah, and for Cloud9, I think I wanted to point out one thing that I really liked. We've talked a lot about Thanatos and how he's been coordinating with the team a lot better in team fights, and I wanted to go over, you know, how that is and how well he's doing. So this is a setup for 4th Drake fight where Thanatos is going to be on the Ornn. The Rumble is going to be TPing into that tier 1 mid turret for Dig. And now Dig are all kind of grouped up here except for Palafox. And Palafox is actually the most fed member of Dignitas at this point. I crossed out XU because he is the one target you kind of don't want to go here for Thanatos. So when he pulls up Call of the Forge God, this is just such a perfect setup with all of C9 behind Thanatos, and he's going to be aiming for FBI and Ignar, gets both of them, flashes, Blabbers flashes immediately. Vulcan is there with the Seraphine ult plus flash. It was just so well coordinated, and it really started with Thanatos. Like, that team fight setup where he is in the front and all of C9 are there, that is perfect. That's exactly what you want from your Ornn, and I wanted to point it out because it's something that we've kind of criticized for him in the past, and I feel like his team fighting with the team is so much better. However, we are still in regular season, so I had a question for the chat, a kind of fun one, because it feels like this team is not going to be able to prove themselves until they win. So, what do you believe in more?
Oh God, Emily.
Aliens, Ghosts, or C9 specifically to win the entire split? Not to win this game, win the entire LCS split in Mullet Arena.
The universe is a big place. There's got to be aliens.
My family
Just statistically speaking. Statistically speaking.
So you guys are telling me you believe in aliens and ghosts. I actually also think think speaking,
there are so many planets out there.
Aliens exist.
Aliens
But
are
I
somewhere.
have to push back against this nonsense. I know there's so much negativity around like Cloud9 as a team, but like during the regular season, they constantly dominate. They are just the best team, and I know especially Cloud9 fans will always have it in the back of their head that you'll find themselves at some point struggling. But just look at the success that you had regular split after regular split from 2023 summer to 2026 spring. It is just them finding ultimate success, Azael.
Can you remind me, how many titles did they win during this stretch?
I don't have to do that. I don't want to do that, actually. I feel like that's a trap.
You're contractually obligated to remind the
This is analysis, Raz.
here.
I'll need to review my
It's in the contract.
to confirm.
Bullet point number 1, answer Azael's questions.
It is a non...
It's 0. They haven't won a single one.
So
out of all of those.
people do believe in C9 more than ghosts.
But less than aliens.
But less than aliens. Actually,
reasonable.
Honestly, that's reasonable.
Yeah. There's just got to be aliens.
Thank you, chat.
Wembenyama exists.
That is actually true.
It is proven.
We have a proven evidence of an alien existing.
Man is 12'6".
True.
Azael, what the hell? You don't even believe him in this matchup?
I have had a feeling. I came to this week, I talked about it on the dive. We've been waiting for this big upset amongst the top teams. I feel like Griffin has improved a lot since the last time they played. He's looking way more consistent. I don't think he's going to get run over. And I think that FlyQuest, their mid laner is performing better than C9's mid laner. I think their AD carry is performing better than C9's AD carry. And I do think having 2 better performing carries, as long as the jungle stays stable, I think could result in a win.
This is crazy. Emily?
I think it is a really close matchup. Still giving the edge to C9.
I give him a game.
I just gave him a second game.
But I'm going to remove all doubt, all right? Cloud9, prove a point. Apollo, great shirt. Take it away. Start the show.
Hello everybody and welcome to week 6, day 2 of the LCS. Later today, we have a series between the Scrim champs versus Split 1 champs as TLAW look to take on Lyon, but right now we have FlyQuest versus C9. Jat, this is a big one for seeding going into playoffs, and the question in a lot of people's minds, can C9 keep the undefeated streak going into the final week of regular season?
We'll have to see, because FlyQuest has been improving a lot since lock-in, when Cloud9 definitely had their number. Yes. FlyQuest is also one of the teams that's playing today that would be in danger of falling out of top 4. If they don't pick up a win, that's the danger. If they do win, then top 4 is locked. That essentially gives you double elimination when you go into playoffs. And if FlyQuest can lock top 4, I feel like even going back to when they put this roster together, that would be an accomplishment for what their goals are.
It was a complete rebuild going into this year. C9, a tiny rebuild. APA coming in the mid lane, but that one switch aside, they've still looked like they're continuing the momentum. FlyQuest yet to really reach the same heights that they had, but let's catch up what's going on here in draft, because we're already into the thick of things here, Jad. It's Lucian Melio locked in for FlyQuest.
Yeah, and very quick lock-ins, which I love to see when teams are prepared for what their priorities are in draft. So running through it real quick, a couple of jungle bans with the Xin and the Jarvan plus Ambessa, which is a flex pick ban, and then also Orianna ban, which is what we've seen constantly. But Ashe Seraphine is completely open. With the first pick Karma, a lot of times that says Ezreal Karma will be able to outpush Ashe Seraphine, so I don't love picking Ashe Seraphine into it. Immediately, Masu says, actually, we want to play Lucian Melio, and C9 ends up closing out with their bot lane as well.
And once you transition this into the mid lane, I love what Lucian Melio is able to do, rotating around between the 2 objectives, whether it's Heralds, whether it's Dragons. Such a powerful force around the 2-item spike here. Let's see what C9 wants to pair with that bot lane, though, because this, we expect the push. We've seen what the Ezreal Karma can do, and right now they're going to go for the Vi alongside it, so more of an engage-style jungler.
Yeah. I think that's a little risky going into Melio, who's very good at stopping hard engages, but it will still give them that guaranteed damage onto Lucian. And Masu, he plays so ridiculously aggressive on the pick, so the Vi is there to try and punish him.
Were you a Hitmonlee or a Hitmonchan guy? Because I feel like that's Vi versus Melio. It's like the kick versus the punch, you know?
You tell me.
Well, I can't tell you what your
tell me which one is better.
Oh, I was always a Hitmonchan guy. I liked the punching. The boxing gloves just looked cooler for me as a kid, so...
I think we have Jungle Shen again, by the way. Ooh. This is a Griffin special. He specifically loves playing it into Vi. He played this last week and actually had a 2-level advantage on the Vi, even though they ended up losing the game. But all he does is he plays patient, he farms his jungle, and if Vi presses R, Griffin presses R on that same target, and then he feels like he's better.
That's a pretty good flow chart of decision making right there.
Yeah.
Very easy to approach that style of game. And we also saw the build. I mean, it was played top lane yesterday. Photon pulled it out and was doing crazy damage early. So I'm not 100% it's going to be jungle. I think that there's still room to flex it. We'll see if they want to do that later on here. It's a Nivea ban and TLAW ban now coming in from C9 FlyQuest. So more focus on the mid laners from this point forward, as neither team is locked at.
Yeah, absolutely. The TLAW ban against APA, I'd say both Quad and APA have really strong Talias now that she's a little bit back in the meta, so I don't think that's the last we will see of Talia in this series. Zig's ban makes sense as well. You don't want to give more support to the Vial, because if you press R on the same target, a lot of time that's fatal damage.
Yeah, plus the extra poke from the Ezreal, that's like just artillery that is going to be hard to absorb as just Emilio. Let's see what APA wants to pull out now, because when I think like Zig's gone, Talia gone, Orianna gone, now even like Victor and Anivia, would it be like an Azir focus for APA? I feel like the pairings of the Vi aren't as obvious for me at this point, unless there's something I'm missing. So I maybe just going back to an old classic instead.
Yeah, I mean, Ryze is always available if they want to try and play side lanes a little bit, threaten with the Vi Ryze on side. But they do need to blind pick, and that's going to allow Quad to pick whatever he wants. Rumble going this late in the draft is always a little bit interesting.
Yeah.
But Gakkos gets to play his carry, and likely an answer pick here by Thanatos.
I've loved the Ornns coming into the meta. If it's locked in, it's just such a strong engage tool. You pair it with the Vi, you have 2 engage tools. But because you also have the Vi, maybe it instead is a pivot towards the Cassante. Thanatos locking that in, saying, yep, it's going to be Blabber as primary engage.
Well, it's interesting with Thanatos playing the Cassante into Rumble, because it is a losing matchup for most players.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's a losing matchup for Thanatos.
Okay,
when he was
that's
playing
a lot of
it
confidence.
against, I mean, against Fudge already this year, he just ran him down at level 4, got the solo kill Cassante versus Rumble. Thanatos' laning is so good that it's almost a comfort pick for him in Rumble. We'll see if he's able to do that against Gakkos.
It's ridiculous what Thanatos has been able to do in lane. And I did forget something when it comes to mid lane pairings with the Vi, the Annie. It's another just point and click stun. You're able to set up the Vi can set up the Annie. You have a lot of burst damage, and this also provides additional CC tools or team fight tools for C9 to start things off.
And the Cassiopeia comes in as the last pick for Quad. An old favorite of his, comfort pick Cassio. I gotta say, even though the champions don't look super common on FlyQuest side, I really like what they put together.
Yeah?
I really like it. I think they have winning top mid. Arguably, I mean, bot lane, if Lucian gets a few items, it's winning. And then the bigger thing is they just have a lot of heals and shields to put onto whatever C9 tries to dive on.
Sure.
And then they have way more sustained damage. So I just think they've picked a lot of good answers to C9's dive composition.
It's a good point. Between the Cassiopeia, the Rumble, backing up the Lucian. That's more damage backing up an 80 carry than C9 have with the Cassante, with the Annie. It's about that upfront burst when you highlight the Shen jungle, which you were right, is in the jungle there. It's going to answer a lot of that, but it's going to be on Griffin then to execute. Blabber did kind of have his number the last time these teams faced off in lock-in.
Yeah, if Griffin can keep it together in the early game, but I do feel like his mindset is going to be different here as Shen into the Vi. The last time they played, he had a lot of issues, often trying to be aggressive.
Yeah.
He would contest the crabs or he'd contest the respawns of raptors. But here, all he's really trying to do is respond rather than get ahead of the Vi, because all of his lanes are naturally going to outscale what the other team has. So I'm hoping that Griffin comes into this game with a lot more patience.
I like the way that you framed it at the end there, hoping, because knowing Griffin, we never know what he's going to actually do when it comes to in the game. But game number 1, loaded onto the Rift here. Griffin will drop a ward down and spot if Blabber starts at the Raptors. Blabber saw that go down, so currently more information to C9's jungler.
Yep.
But pretty standard start, all things considered.
Let's see if Blabber tries to get in the head of Griffin early. It was very successful last time, but like I said, all Griffin wants to do is just clear his camps and get to level 6 before Vi makes any funny business happen, because once they're both level 6, he can stop all of the ganks.
And I like that other ward there from Blabber to dropping it down to see if Griffin wants to go for an invade on the Raptors, because Blabber can actually path up towards Krugs, go back towards the Raptors. If Griffin gets too aggressive, catch him there. But I don't, again, imagine that Griffin would do that if you're the Shen, just going for the farm. So instead I want to put our focus, Jat, elsewhere on the map. Where do we expect, if Shen's going to be power farming, just trying to hit that level 6, where do we think either team could start to put pressure early on?
Bot lane is where we're going to see if Karma Ezreal can get as much push as possible. Ezreal trying to stack his passive up, but Masu and Cryogen just play so incredibly aggressive in these 2v2s, and Vulcan's KDA is at stake.
Yeah.
So we found this out earlier. The best KDA by a tier 1 player this split, but also he would be on pace for the best KDA by a support in LCS history, surpassing himself.
Yeah.
When 2020 C9 went 17-1 on their way to a championship.
Nothing like taking your own title, taking your own record away from yourself. So we'll see if he can continue it, keeping pace. If he goes 0-0-0 for the rest of the split, he could do it.
That is very good analysis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Technically.
They would lose. He just never leaves base.
Yeah.
They lose 4 games in a row.
Do it for the KDA
but he
record,
gets the
Vulcan.
KDA record.
But also, again, the conversation about how the jungle matchup went last time, I do like this kind of pivot from FlyQuest because it really feels like they're growing as a team. And that was a question on a lot of our minds is how would FlyQuest grow? This wasn't a roster that you look at and say they're going to smash right away. Some people maybe had faith in that, but I definitely expected them to be more of like a scaling roster, especially when you look at how they've been adapting to the series that haven't gone their way because obviously they're not at the same caliber of last year's FlyQuest roster, which was kind of dominating everybody. This is a new rebuild, fresh young kids on the block.
And it's interesting how Griffin is now walking over awards. So in terms of playing the early game a little bit slow, that's not the name of the game here. AP has first move, so Griffin's going to have to bail here.
Yeah, it actually goes for the Vault Breaker towards Vulcan. Nice sidestep there as Blabber now answers it back here. Griffin missing the taunt and gets punished for it. First blood to Sven. C9 picking up the kill.
Wow, that is a familiar sight.
Yeah.
I hate to say it. The
He
last
did the
time
thing.
they played, that happened a lot. And I could see Griffin's idea that they were just going to turn on the Ezreal Karma, but how? If you're not going to flash taunt and try and burst, you're never going to be able to have that damage. Now he immediately gives a little bit of extra gold over to Sven, who'd already returned for that early tier, and now is laning with double buffs. So C9 off to the races.
It's going to get even harder for Masu and Cryogen from this position, who have been trading well up to that point, but the red buff, blue buff combo is just going to be too much. Sven and Vulcan will continue to push this wave in, and yeah, I go back. It was right after I was making the point, pivoting in the game plan, you know, trying to correct those past mistakes, that Griffin does essentially what he had done last time that these teams faced off. A reminder that they played twice in the lock-in, once in a best of 3, once in a best of 5, and the record was 1-5.
Yeah, Blabber really had their number, and Sven and Vulcan are just pummeling FlyQuest under this turret with the double buffs on the Ezreal and the Karma.
Sven's going for it. He's looking for the kill. Underturning is punished. Cryogen with the turret help will get the kill. And now he's wearing the double buffs.
Sven and Vulcan try and hit the home run and end up striking out. They had the entire lane. They were going to force a recall. There was going to be a lot of minions they lose, but they go for the dive. And I mean, they didn't even have heal, but the barrier ends up keeping him alive. Let's watch this one more time. So Sven has his passive pretty stacked up. Once he lands that Q, he thinks, okay, I can go in for the all-in. Misses his W, shifts in.
Good
the
flash.
Extra heal and shield from Cryogen's E ends up keeping Masu alive.
And body blocking the Q.
Unbelievable.
Body blocking the Q was huge there. Now the laning phase is completely flipped on its head as Sven and Vulcan were kind of poised to run away with it. They're still in the lead, but now it's a little more even.
And this is just a reminder of the history between Griffin and Blabber. So this is the start of 2026. Griffin recalled a story about when he went to the Chicago finals at 15 years old and they started chanting for Blabber. He looked up to him, said he wanted to play a pro. He makes into the LCS and he just gets bullied.
Yeah.
He gets bullied through the entire lock-in tournament 2 weeks in a row, the last week of the regular season, as well as the first week of the playoffs. Blabber just ends up killing him over and over, either at a Raptor, a Blue Buff, or at Scuttle Crab. And the question was whether or not that's going to continue happening today, because in the 6 games they played, only one of them was a win for Griffin, and Blabber had his number. Here, he does have the answer pick in his mind. He already died at the first crab, though, and now they're starting up this Drake, so we could see another fight.
And they see Blabber on the control ward that he just cleared, but Blabber will walk away. A big part of that was the chunk. Sven and Vulcan were very low, or rather, Sven was very low in the bot lane. Moss and Cryogen traded heavily. So, you know, you die at the crab, but you get the dragon. So Griffin is at least getting back on the board here and has not really fallen that far behind in the jungle clear either.
I mean, the failed 2v2 dive by Vulcan and Sven kind of forgives the sins of the first blood from Griffin, which gave Sven the double buffs once he already had his tier. That was such a powerful position for Sven Vulcan to be in that they were not able to capitalize on. Now Blabber's level 6, thinking about going for quad.
Just a little too far right. Ooh, and doesn't get the ball breaker over the wall.
Yeah, Quad's going to be a little more vulnerable than Cassio of days past because there's no phase rush to run away, but he's going to have a lot more damage because he's gone Deathfire Touch. It's interesting, Stormraider Surge just hasn't really landed for a lot of the old phase rush users. They've kind of all navigated back towards Deathfire Touch, so they're just nuking people, even if they're a little more vulnerable.
Ooh, Cryogen gonna get hit by the root right there. More damage from Sven. Masu looked like he was going for a reset, but they'll have to stay for one more wave. But to your point there, I do love the Deathfire touch coming back. This is one of my favorite keystones in metas past. I mean, it's a little different now. I don't think it's going to be the same as like old Jhin Deathfire. That was a fun one, but you know, it's still fun to have it back in some capacity. So far, Quad, though, is crushing that laning phase when it comes to CS, about, 2.5 waves ahead.
Yeah.
Now the bot lane will get a reset, but Quad's having a really good time, all things considered, in Daejeon.
He is, and he's also already itemized that Null Magic Mantle, which is just important because the Cassio versus Annie matchup is a lot about thresholds. Cassio is going to have a lot more sustained damage, and it's whether or not APA can get him 100-0.
Yeah.
So getting that little bit of magic resist is just going to allow Quad to keep cycling his cooldowns if APA ever does try to go for the all-in.
We did see that Sven stuck around for 2 plates there, so getting some of that gold back. But here, Cryogen's rotating to the mid lane to help Quad get another wave shoved in right as the grubs spawn. Griffin's already heading up there. Vulcan's answering the roam from Cryogen. Has level 6 to Cryogen's level 5. And looks like Griffin will actually start up these grubs. Cryogen sticking around as well, just in case something breaks out here.
Yeah, and honestly, all FlyQuest has to do is play a little bit of defense. If Blabber goes for an ult, then there's a chance that Griffin goes for an ult. Let's see if
Break over the wall. They saw Cryogen and Blabber lands it.
Here comes Shen,
goes
though.
for the season assist. There's the stand united. Shen gonna keep Cryogen alive, and there you had it. They press R, you press R. Vulcan is here, but Cryogen is standing his ground. Masu flashing over the vault breaker there. Now looking for more damage onto Blabber. Flash from Sven. Blabber's out of there. Even Quad roamed all the way down from the mid lane, but no kills on either side.
Ults burn top lane as well as Gakos gets into a little scuffle with Thanatos.
Yeah, interesting series of events right there. I guess top laners just wanted to be part of the action. Like, all right, they're having fun down there. Let's just press R on each other as well. But I want to highlight what you had said in draft chat. Vi presses R, Shen presses R. You're not going to find the same, lethal picks here as a Vi when you're against the Shen comps.
Yeah, only one one grub taken by Griffin as he was doing that when Blabber went for that play. Sends his camps a little bit off cycle, but that's exactly what you want to do. Like, if Vi never gets kills and can never execute people, then Shen's in a happy state in the game because really, FlyQuest is just waiting for the scaling from the Cassio Lucian Rumble.
I will say Blabber's ultimate at level 1 at least until Shen gets more cooldown reduction comes up a little faster, so you could look for another play like instantly, but it's not like many flashes were burned. I guess Masu and Cryogen don't have them, so you could look bot side again. But you're going to have a short window to do that. I'd guess like 20, 30 seconds, not knowing the exact cooldown.
Yeah, it is 30 seconds, so it's a bigger window than you'd expect. It's a very beefy cooldown for the Shen on his rank 1 stand united.
Ooh,
he gets the Void Grubs, and he sees Blabber. That's a really nice timing for him to be able to clear the objective and also get vision.
APA now looking
no
for
flash,
a play here. Cryogen was just getting wards down. Tibbers goes out. Cryogen has to pop the ultimate just to keep his health bar up. True Shot Barrage will set up the damage for APA to knock him down. C9 find another kill.
And they're picking on Cryogen here. This is something a good number of teams have found success with Cryo. Him and Griffin don't link up as much as a lot of other support jungle combos, so Cryo, I feel like, fairly frequently gets caught while going for vision alone. You see how Griffin had just finished the grubs, so when he's going for vision there, APA can pretty safely engage on him, knowing that Shen isn't going to be there to cover, and they're able to get the kill.
I think Cryogen, maybe a little false confidence for the last Shen ult. He's like, I'm invincible!
With no flash! I have my ultimate, though.
Unfortunately, it does go down, so that's more gold in the pocket now of C9, specifically APA, who was still falling behind in the CS department pretty heftily to Quad, but having the Dark Seal 2 stacks now, you're kind of getting the stats back immediately, so you're not really falling behind as the laning phase continues, because Quad's also going to be going for more of a scaling build here with the Rod of Ages.
Yeah. Just trying to get that little bit of extra durability. Protoplasm Harness is also completed on Griffin to match Blabber's Sundered Sky, and the ultimates are back up again. So the next Vi ultimate can still be answered by the next Stand United.
I will say, though, the Rod of Ages is already picked up by Quad, pretty big deal, as he's now going to be stacking that up and can just stay in lane pretty much indefinitely. You have the mana regen, you have the health regen as well whenever you press your abilities, and with that little bit of magic resist, Andy's probably not going to be able to burst you at any point to get you out of that lane. But C9 will start up the next dragon here, as they will even TP APA down towards just to make sure that they get the objective.
Yep, Center Sky completed for Blabber for his MasterCard Power Spike, is able to take the Dragon with that. And FlyQuest also concedes the Dragon completely by moving their duo lane up. It's pretty telegraphed, though, I thought, since they didn't show bottom lane, but they're going for a 4-man.
TP from Thanatos is a big punish if they can kill the Cassante. He flashes away, tries to take the Pathmaker back, and now all out over the wall from Cryogen, trying to use the support to get out of there. Drain tanking up, but still goes down. Survived longer than expected, but will die nonetheless.
I mean, that's a good play to shut Thanatos down a bit in the game. He was doing very well in that lane. He had the new Doran's Helm start, which is a little bit actually weaker in lane for better scaling, and Cassante scales extremely well off the armor and MR that the Doran's Helm provides, and he'd finished his Canic. But I was a little surprised he teleported straight back on that wave when the Lucian Melio had been missing for so long. Because if we talk about, since we have a pause, what had happened there, the whole time C9 was taking the Drake, Lucian Melio was off the map.
Yeah.
And I saw Thanatos recall to buy his item. I thought he was resetting to go deploy bottom lane because it was almost obvious that too many people were going to be top lane. But then when he teleports straight back onto the turret, I can see exactly why Griffin would use an aggressive Stand United to go for a 4-man dive there.
Yeah, and we see that Thanatos goes down, so that's gold picked up from the side of FlyQuest. They're able to deny some golden experience from Thanatos, but Sven was still hitting that bot turret the entire time. So I'm curious after this pause to see where that bot turret is at in terms of number of plates remaining, because they got the top kill, but like everyone's kind of low. I don't think they stuck around to really farm plates up there either. So it's putting down a Cassante. Historically, in my mind, Jad, putting down a Cassante by like a little bit of XP and gold doesn't do much in the grand scheme of things. I think that C9 getting extra gold onto their Ezreal will also feel good, but looks like it was a short pause either way.
Yeah, thankfully, a very quick one.
Yeah, one plate left.
It's one plate, and it's a decent gold advantage for Sven with both role quests being completed. That bounces back a little bit because Masu was able to get that quick injection, but absolutely, like, if FlyQuest doesn't get Masu fed in this game, then they're going to have a really hard time killing Cassante.
Yeah.
Because when a Cassante itemizes all MR against the Rumble, he's also countering the other solo laner in Cassio. The jungle Shen with Protoplasm Harness doesn't do much damage, so it's all on Masu actually to cut through the Cassante, which is, I think, more the reason FlyQuest went for that dive, was to try and get gold on Masu.
And Sven right now almost 1,000 ahead, 900, just because he was farming those plates. Like, no, I guess, it does have also 100% KP for C9 right now, but only one of those being a kill. I think it's still a lot of that gold being just from the turret itself. As APA, he's got his jungler nearby, but not immediately here. Throws out the stun, Tibbers onto Gakkos to help clear out the wave as well. And Gakkos is even going to go for a reset. No, he has to cancel that back, Otherwise, you're just giving the turret over for free, essentially. But Sven, big spike here with the Trinity Force, and he's even getting more plates mid lane.
Yep, and he's got the Karma in his back pocket to keep him safe from any counterattack from the Lucian. You can also see Griffin just kind of babysitting a little bit on the bot side here while he waits for his Stand United to come back, but it looks like he was able to get that aggressive ultimate out without Blabber being able to counter with a Vi ultimate of his own, and now he can match the next one with his Stand United.
We'll see where that one's going to be right now. Masu's low in the mid lane. He's taking a lot of the Ezreal poke, just trying to get as much of this wave as possible. I imagine we'll go for a reset after this. And there it does get just that. So Sven going to catch this next wave. Masu's going to go for a reset. And Cryogen's sticking on Griffin. No, actually, Masu will stick around. Again, like, being this low when there's a Vi on the enemy team can be scary. Suppose with the Melio, with the Shen, maybe you're even trying to bait them in, thinking, like, hey, look how low I am as an 80 carry, but you're still, like, missing the cannon minion, not providing pressure on the map currently, so we'll see if he actually goes for the reset this time.
Yeah, currently the Grubbies aren't doing much for FlyQuest because they're barely getting to hit turrets. But they are actually moving the Cassio up right now to either help with this Rift Herald or help push the Ezreal Karma back. That kind of gives up the first turret of the game down bot for APA as soon as he wants to collect it.
Yeah, he's just going to push this next wave in. I think like one auto with the crystals built up on it should be enough.
Griffin
we'll
gets
see if Quad's able to get there fast enough.
Griffin gets the Rift Herald though.
Yeah,
yep,
there it is.
APA gets it.
Yeah, APA, he's just this this is how APA plays this split. I've noticed this a lot. Like, the team will be doing something, and APA is just like, nah, I'm not interested. I'm just going to hit the bot turret. I'm going to stay in my lane and try and get as much gold as I can. And it's just annoying to deal with, because if Quad wants to hover in case there's a fight at the Herald, well, now, you know, he's not going to be able to catch that bot wave. And they're hitting the turret for the first time in this bot side now.
That's the secret sauce of APA, honestly. One of the reasons he's so good on Ziggs is because he just has a really good sense of when he can get side lane waves and how he can get turret damage done. I'd say the best metas for APA was actually the AD carry meta, because he could just do this on Tristana. And he'd always end up with this like random 2,000 gold lead just because he played side lane so well.
Although I will remind you, in Lock-In, the only game FlyQuest beat C9 was the legendary game where it was a 4v5 fight at Elder, and APA on Azir was just hitting the bot turret the whole time and refused to come. So sometimes it also loses some games, as this mid turret very low as well. I mean, Sven's just getting around and getting paid with these plates over and over again. It's not a massive gold lead overall for C9 as a team, but just individually, Sven is kind of set up to be the carry.
Yeah, I mean, how hard is this game for Masu to play right now? He is consistently under his turret, and he's about to lose the mid-tier 1 just to the Ezreal Karma. Also, the Annie Vi were in River, not on Vision, but looming, so the FlyQuest is scared of making a play, and they're probably just unable to enter River here, and the second Drake is going to go over to Cloud9.
Seems like it. Cryogen's going to clear out some of these wards. APA's walking up, gets the stun there onto Griffin, who still gets the Herald down. Remember in days past when you could actually cancel that animation.
The dark days.
Yeah.
The 4-second Rift Herald channel. They're going to kill this Herald, I think.
It's not getting the charge off. Yeah, it's hitting the waves. Going to go for an auto, and that is a wasted Rift Herald. C9 get the Dragon. They get back to the mid lane, deny the charge. And they have been playing a very good game when it comes to turret control. Bot turret, mid turret, not giving a lot of turret plates over to FlyQuest so far.
Whew. Sven Vulcan, just imagine how even more oppressive they'd be if they didn't gift that kill over under the turret. Because they've been really applying pressure. The whole lead for Cloud9 is just created by this Ezreal Karma. I'd say even the Drakes are created by the Ezreal Karma because of the permanent prio they've had.
Speaking of pressure, though, it seems like FlyQuest are trying to put some pressure top lane. They have 4 members here. They're going to go for Thanatos. The Equalizer's down, roasting him up. He goes for the flash away. And Thanatos gets out of there, has to commit the Summoner spell.
But FlyQuest is going to be able to get this turret down most likely. Thanatos could try to teleport back in, but that turret's going to die too quickly.
Yeah.
So that'll make it 1 turret to 2.
And Quad, despite having the big CS lead, was falling behind in gold to APA because of that kill and because of the turret that APA was able to, farm some played spot side as well. So this will help Quad equalize a little bit. Still 500 down overall. It's kind of Gakos holding the fort here for FlyQuest. He's the only one with a significant lead on their side, essentially matching Sven and keeping the gold across the board relatively even.
It is, and I know he's in a winning matchup right now, but we have to mention the champion pool for Gakos. Rumble, not a tank. Rumble actually one of those carries, which he is 7-1 on so far in the spring split. 1-4 there on the tank, so has opened up a decent lead for himself. I will say most of that lead is when he gets the squad to come help him.
Sure.
Because I think Thanatos was holding very well in the 1v1. It's just when he gets 4-man Dove is where Gakko starts getting those little leads.
And they've gone for 2 of those now. One actually worked after the TP, big punish. The other one, they just get the flash. And Thanatos is going to be fine just back up in that top lane. So it looks like APA is in the bot lane against Gakos here. Actually goes for the Rocket Bell forward for the follow-up stun. There's no turret and no backup for Gakos. He has the stand united, but in comes Blabber and the rest of C9. That's a teleport to cover. The taunt lands onto APA. Gakos flashes. Looks like it's going to be a 1-for-1 to start things off, but Gakos is living for a while. Now the rest of C9's joined in. We got a full-on team fight bot lane. Griffin trying to get out of there, but Thanatos leading the charge for C9, pulls him back. Flash from the Shen. Mystic shot over Mystic shot is now Quad having a flash as well. Sven is unleashing this fight, and C9 hold their ground and define their territory. FlyQuest got to get out of there.
That is crazy that it only ends up being a 1-for-1. I thought FlyQuest had gone too deep, but Sven is trying to be more aggressive.
Yeah, there's the Choline Sven almost throwing the play, and now he's kind of leaving his jungler out to dry. Blabber has to Vault Breaker over the wall. Ooh, Sven is playing on a needle's edge here, really trying to push any lead he's got.
but the game stays incredibly close. Griffin was able to chase down that kill onto APA, and even though I think there's a temporary tempo gain for C9, FlyQuest to be able to get these waves cleared. This did start with APA just having a bunch of damage here with his Malignance completed, and Tibbers just burning Gakkos down as much as possible. Nice blast cone there by Griffin to delay the vibe, but then he realizes, wait a second, my Rumble actually needs me. I'm going to die. Everybody TP's in, so Rumble, Cassiopeia, Cassante, and coming up here, watch for Quad's Cassio ultimate on this re-engage. I thought this is where the fight was either going to start or end. It's going to be in the tri-brush that happens in a little bit. Everyone on C9 manages to avoid this stun, which is just crazy.
Ooh.
That buffer by Thanatos, like how does he avoid that? That's
crazy.
Insane. Doesn't lead to a kill, but really intense fight here.
Oh, you can see Griffin, physical reaction there. I think the FlyQuest realized maybe they could have gotten a little more. C9 really pushed for that. I liked the start of it. It went a little longer than expected. I think both these teams trying to show off a little bit on Summoner's Rift. Prove that they are the better one.
A sneaky little play here that is spotted by the blue trinket. No.
I mean, they can commit. The Thanatos' bot side, no TP.
So
APA,
Cassio Shen killed it so fast, but C9 knows it's happening.
Okay, there's the True Shot Barrage. C9 are realizing what's going on. That's a teleport in from APA. And now FlyQuest, do they actually want to commit for it? Gakkos TP's in as well. Thanatos is not there. It's a 5v4 for FlyQuest. Big damage as Equalizer goes down again. Blabber's going to go down to start the fight. FlyQuest killed the jungler, and Baron is still low. Petrifying Gaze will be sidestepped by APA, but Thanatos is delayed. Baron's the focus. It's secure. Thanatos in the pit, trying to buy space for Sven to free fire. Quad will be sacrificed. C9 get one answered, but FlyQuest get the Baron. Can Masu get out is the question. He's got a blast cone there.
And then recall.
I mean, if he just presses B right now, no. He's taking the long way around. Can C9 catch up?
I mean, I feel like they can with Ezreal Karma, but he has the empowered recall.
Oh, he was looking for the back. Oh, straight into Sven's waiting arms. Masu will go down, tries to trade one back, but C9 will pick up two in the extended play.
And potentially go to Soul Point here, so a lot to take in. But the main takeaway for me is FlyQuest are complete psychopaths. The Baron's at 7,000 health, and they get the anti-TP, and they say, no, we're good. We know it's 5v4 temporarily, so they burn down Blabber. And even here, they're all at half health. The Baron's shredding them. They decide to finish the Baron, but they almost get away with the whole thing. They know there's no smite on the other side, so they can secure it with the smite. Gakkos has no ult, no flash. He has to bail out the backside. And if Masu was able to get out, it would have just been a 1-for-1 plus the Baron. But now that they've lost two and the Drake, I think it's really debatable whether or not that was a worth play.
I think the Drake is the bigger part as we're back to life here. Thanatos finding Griffin, trying to take away the red buff. Blabber's here, Vault Breakers just to go for the camp itself. Griffin will blast cone away and gets out of there. The third Drake for C9's big. Now they're on slow point. Now they can look for that as a win condition in 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, biggest bait of 2026 is actually Baron. They're down 700 gold off the two deaths, and they've also lost the
Somebody
Drake.
Auto the turret. Nobody's autoing it. Okay, well, Thanatos and TP's in. APA gets a flank right there. Stuns up Cryogen. Almost one-shots him. As now the rest of C9 are looking to front the back here. They're getting out of the Masu. The 80 carries down. Lucian caught out of position as the front line did not hold for FlyQuest. Losing their 80 carry. They got to back off here as C9 push mid-wave.
Didn't see quite how Masu got in that position, but that was through the Stand United.
Yeah.
So a massive amount of burst that C9's able to get onto Masu, and that just makes that Baron power play even less effective.
I feel like FlyQuest might be rattled. Like, they had 3 people in range to auto that turret and just get the turret plates, and nobody hit it. Like, they're so focused on the fight, I suppose.
Yeah. I don't think they could have finished the whole turret, so it's more important to focus on the fight. Maybe Ellis is in their back mind about not being gold.
I'm clicking forward right now.
Okay, watch me. Still, no flash cancel still.
I got Melio.
Yeah. Melio 1 SP.
Melio flash.
I'm looking. I'm disconnected from user.
Looking Lucian. Look Lucian.
Coming.
General.
I have big shield here.
Nice. Look Rumble. Oh, catch it all.
Rumble flash.
I'm no mana.
Yeah,
I can't go.
Already really good, guys.
Yeah. Melio flash there.
We break their Baron.
Lucian flash. Lucian flash.
Okay, nice.
Lucian Melio. I'm basing.
I have Iron base in 100 gold. Don't fight. They're strong, okay?
We're cast ult. We ult.
Nice, guys.
Good job, guys.
clear comms from C9 there. You could see it was actually Thanatos landing that Q3 on Masu that threw him back into the team that forced Masu to try and dash flash away. They're still going to try and break this mid turret, though.
Again, one auto, boom.
There we go.
Big damage as FlyQuest will now finally crack that mid turret, answering 2 for 2 against C9 and trying to get some gold back in their pocket. Still a gold lead overall for C9 as Masu actually looks to jump in on Sven. This is the scary thing about Lucian Melio is like at any point, if you're too far forward in the lane, they can just press E, press R, and you kind of die.
Yeah, he's also got those new boots, the Glutinous Greaves. I heard Hysterics call them the Gluttonous Greaves.
I thought it was Gluteus Greaves that he called them. Somebody called them that over there as well.
So there are a couple things.
Producers just said gluty booties in my ear, and I need everybody to hear that, because I can't be the only one.
So like Glutinous Greaves, like they're gluten, or I like calling them glute boots now. I just feel like that's easier. Yeah, that's just easier than Gluttonous Greaves. So Masu with the glute boots, but he has not stacked them, which doesn't happen that much in pro. There's a big debate going on online whether or not these boots are worth it in pro, since the pace of games is so much slower and the Omnivamp just takes so much longer to turn on. Particularly evident in this game.
Yep. I think the moral of the story, though, is there's a lot of funny names you can call those boots.
Yeah.
And that's good for everybody.
It's only 5% Omnivamp now, 27 minutes into the game. Hello, Thanatos.
Thanatos
Hello,
finds
Cassio.
the all-out on the quad, has to flash away. Stand United coming in now, so FlyQuest committing a summoner spell, a TP, and an ultimate to get quad out of there, and C9 just back off and are looking no worse for wear.
But multiple ultimates there. Gakkos did get the wave, and his ult will be up pretty soon again. It's level 16 now, and soul point, or the actual soul, won't be up for another minute, so Rumble Ultimate will be fine.
But it gives, I guess, credence to how these teams have played so far in this game. We're scrapping over lane states and game states that I don't get used to team scrapping for. Because like when it's a Dragon, team fight makes sense. When it's a Baron, team fight makes sense. But they're fighting when there's no objectives up, and they're looking for these picks at different times. And I think it's showing that they just want to play fast League of Legends right now, as another turret will go down. Gakkos picking up the third one for FlyQuest.
Yeah, he's got 2,000 gold in pocket, so he's wanting to get that Zoni's Hourglass as soon as possible for the Chemtech Soul. That's potentially why he ulted that wave. Just trying to accelerate his gold for this game-changing fight. There it is.
Okay, not bad. Gakkos picking up a big team fight item, as this next team fight will be very important for FlyQuest. Giving up this Dragon Soul, not wise. C9 want this one, and currently are trying to jockey for mid lane position here
Quad's
with
got
their
the
push.
Cassio flank.
Yeah, Cassiopeia walking up. C9 spotted it out as a TP will come in. APA went for the rocket belt, not finding the stun afterwards. Equalizer used and just kind of whiffed. C9 walk away from it, and FlyQuest don't have that big team fight ultimate anymore. They're just going for the Baron.
Yeah, they can't walk in to any Ezreal Karma, so they're just going to try and burst this Nash, though. They'll probably be able to get it, but this could be a repeat of the last fight, because Blabber's staying on Soul.
APA still has Flash Tibbers, so if they group up, it's really scary for C9, although it is Blabber at the Dragon, so C9 will just go for the 4v5 fight in the pit right now. Thanatos is in there again, and the Baron goes down again. APA trying to chase away the carries as Thanatos buying so much space. Stun lands on a Gakkos. Sven's free firing onto him. APA as well goes into the stasis. Now Blabber's joined up. C9, they don't need the Barons, they just want to win the fights, but Blabber falls in the pit as Quad finds the petrified gaze. FlyQuest fight back. Thanatos low, has to jump away. Blast going to safety for the three members of C9 still on Summoner's Rift, and FlyQuest get the Baron, and this time they're getting out.
This is not their side of the map, though. Masu's chasing.
Masu's gonna go for even more. We'll get the kill onto Thanatos eventually. The shield's coming up. Thanatos buying time, but Vulcan now next to be chased down. The fight went so long, Equalizer's back. Gakkos roasting up the Karma, and FlyQuest just found a 4 for 0 and Baron.
What a high-pressure performance here by FlyQuest. The difficult choice to take Baron for Soul, and since C9 had the Soul, they were confident taking a temporary 4v5 as Blabber arrives. But as we talked about, the sustained damage from Masu and Quad is so high. They push Thanatos out of the fight, and Gakkos buys so much time on the outside. Watch Griffin on the left here. After taunting, ult back in to keep FlyQuest alive. Then Quad is able to land the stun onto Sven from the Casio ult, and the rest of FlyQuest can chase them down.
Beautiful play from Griffin right there. Essentially 1v3 on the side while Thanatos was in the pit, and he's got a lot of magic resist. But eventually, all that AP from the Cassiopeia and the AD from Lucian will get through that health bar. FlyQuest wearing purple again. Let's see if they can get more for this Baron buff. Already a 5,000 Baron power play.
But I feel like the game is still in a very close state because that soul is not going anywhere. But FlyQuest definitely feels like they've hit a power spike with the IE onto Masu and 3 items on both of their solo laners.
And the Baron, or rather the Dragon Soul, you know, there's a stipulation as to which soul gives which amount of stats and like kind of gold value right there. I would argue it's pretty close still with only 5,000 for FlyQuest. But if they can get more with this siege, just a second Baron, they have the spike you're talking about on Lucian. If they can start cracking these inhibs, that's when the map control really comes online for FlyQuest, but they can't get caught out here. Knockback on the Quad, he's got Gakkos behind him, and actually massive damage on the Thanatos. I guess not enough magic resist for those two.
And the ultimate from Shen comes in over the top. They shred him with the Bloodletter's Curse from the Rumble. Now they can continue pushing with this Baron. No front line for C9.
FlyQuest have struggled against C9 so far in 2026, but a reminder that if they win this series, they lock top 4. They're looking for that as the Tibber stun on Amasu, but he's just got too much shields, too much healing. Cryogen keeping his 80 carry topped off right there, and that was the one punch from C9. Tibber's down for another about 30 seconds here, but looks like FlyQuest will back off.
Yeah, I think they're going to take their bags of gold to the shop. Not even close. Masu's fine. Able to reset. A lot of gold across the board. 2,000 gold for Masu, about 1,000 for Blabber and Quad. They got to be feeling pretty good, and a death cap completed for Gakkos. So he has been... How does he have so much gold?
5,000 gold lead for Gakkos.
How does he have so much gold?
That's literally this. Gakkos'
like,
wallet.
He's up 30
just right
CS and 2 kills, but 5,000 gold. It's almost like every turret has gone to him.
I believe he got 2 of the 3 turrets, because Quad got the top one, Gakkos was present for the mid one, and he got the bot one alone.
That's incredible.
Yeah, oh, there's the Colin late game on Sven. Big shields come in from Vulcan, but that's heal as well. So Summoner Spell down. And that's the strength of the Ezreals against the Lucian. Melio late game, you can just Arcane Shift away, but there's still this, you know, threat all the time of Masu finding that big push. The empowered damage from the Melio passive is crazy on top of Lucian's CPS.
Yep. This is the late game of Lucian Melio is really lethal.
Really good. Think about like Lucian Nami, but I actually think it's stronger.
A little bit. And then also just they have so much counter engage built into their comp. And that's what we're really seeing in these fights. If Thanatos finds a catch, he's almost just pulling in trouble rather than pulling in someone that he can one-shot, because the Cassio's durable enough, the Rumble's durable enough, and when you add in the Shen Guardian Stand United on a level 16 Shen, now 17, it's just too much to burst through, and then FlyQuest is just winning these delayed fights through the Chemsol.
Yeah. And I like that you highlight even like Quad, so much HP stacked in this Cassio build, plus the Seraph Shield, so that's not an ideal target. Gakkos has the Zonias. That's not an ideal target. If you can get on Masu, he's going to have Emilio in his back pocket, so I guess finding Cryogen is the goal at this point. And they found him twice early game, but we're not in the early game anymore. We're not going to have those same avenues as C9 currently grouped up as 5 around the top side here, or rather bottom jungle. Thanatos all alone. C9 going to have to try and back up their top laner. Vulcan will get the shield on him as Gakkos will continue the chase down. I mean, yeah, FlyQuest aren't really threatened right now as they're hitting Thanatos.
And if you try and turn, that's when the Shen ult hits, so they're kind of just chasing with impunity here.
Blabber separated from the rest of the team as well. The Equalizer will go down onto APA, who lands the Tibber stun onto Griffin. Now Blabber's joining up with the rest of the team. Thanatos still topping off right now, but a little chunked. Blabber goes over into the Dragon Pit. I don't think it was spotted by FlyQuest. Now they do see him. Vault Breaker's back to the team, but C9 are on the wrong side of the rift. Dragon's coming up.
With no Tibbers, though, the engage from C9 is a little bit weaker. Blabber doesn't want to just fly in with Vi ultimate because it would be answered by the Shen ult, and then FlyQuest has more sustained damage.
They got to find a way to kill Masu right here. He's got the Melio in his back pocket. Quad's a little separated from the team as he's going to look to group up again.
Yeah, Ezreal poke needs to land here. That's really the only way that C9 can get damage down.
Yeah, it's got to be Thanatos creating space, maybe Blabber finding the Vault Breaker engage.
Tipper's actually up in 5 more seconds.
Yeah, Quad is able to push the mid-wave, and now we're fighting for the Dragon itself. It could come down to a smite fight. Thanatos heavily chunked. He goes for the flash, and Topo Strike does not land out of the Masu. Petrifying gaze from Quad, but he's getting chunked out. Stand United shield will keep him alive for a little longer, but he'll be traded for Thanatos 1-for-1 in the pit. Stun lands onto 2. Dragon Cell at half health. Masu goes forward, flashes back with the Vault Breaker. Masu's alive, and Blabber's in trouble. Straight out of the Guardian Angel, and he's out of there. Gakko's on a killing spree into the stasis. FlyQuest kill the enemy jungler. No smite contest as Ven goes all the way back. He's the only hope for C9 to stop this, as already Vulcan goes down. That's going to be a Dragon picked up for FlyQuest.
Probably. Griffin has no smite.
And now they want more. Sven taunted up by Griffin. Masu with the double kill. FlyQuest win the fight and get the objective.
Man, you can really just see the team comp difference in these fights as FlyQuest win the longer it goes with the sustained damage of Rumble, Cassio, and Lucian. Baron is up, but everyone on C9 is dead except for APA, so FlyQuest is looking to end right here.
8 seconds on Thanatos. I don't think that's going to be enough.
Okay.
APA is going to go for the teleport. Extra move speed, maybe looking for a cheese play right there. Finds a big stun on the Geckos, and that is a shutdown, trading his life for the Endeavor. 1-for-1, teleporting for Thanatos. Low health and Cryogen. Masu has Griffin in his back pocket. The taunt will land, but is buffered. Thanatos taking the Pathmaker out of there, as now the Vault Breaker charged up by Blabber. No flash available, can't get onto Griffin. Masu's still full health, so FlyQuest say, let's rally. We got the carries. Quad and Masu ready to go. The Colleen just out of range as Blabber gets to safety.
I think a bit of a misplay here by FlyQuest after getting the Elder Dragon. They could have just gone straight Elder to Baron. Instead, they just cleared the inhibitor, and then even that extra stick around, they spent most of their time just breaking through the empowered shield from Thanatos' teleport. I think they'll still get the Baron, but that's almost half of Elder Dragon gone for a mid inhibitor. FlyQuest extending their lead, but C9 actually the ones hanging on after what looked to be a game-ending Elder fight.
It felt like that was either the Baron or the game end. FlyQuest were not able to find either one. Let's get another replay at how crazy this fight was.
Dude, everyone flying everywhere, and it's when Quad flashes in, surely he dies quick, right? But Melio ultimate Stand United buys a bunch of time, and then Masu on the backside is pretty much untouched. All of C9's burst was burned onto Quad. And then watch the top side, Masu trying to fly onto Sven. Doesn't actually burn him to death, which extends the fight somehow as well. Griffin used both smites in the fight, so he's kind of sticking around, not willing to actually smite the Elder, and that's why they weren't finishing it super quickly.
Oh, tough margins here. FlyQuest are able to wear purple again, as that's their 3rd Baron of the game. Big damage carry from Masu in that last sequence, as he does not have flash for this next fight. Oh, that was one true shot barrage. Ouch.
Yeah. Well, now, Shen on mid lane trying to just escort the minions into the base, as FlyQuest is just going to let these supers do most of the work. Waiting for C9 to try an all-in engage. That's what Blabber would hope to find a one-shot, but just going up against now a 3.5 item Melio and a Locket Guardian Shen is going to be really hard to burst.
And the Greaves really helping Masu with that extra lifesteal. Cryogen keeping him topped off as well with the Cozy Campfire, and the turret will eventually fall. C9 might look to defend this inhib. They have supers coming in the mid lane. APA is catching those right now. FlyQuest, all 5 members grouped up around the top inhibitor, so C9 cannot defend it. FlyQuest get another structure.
Yeah, I wonder how they're going to try and end this one. They can't really all in, but if C9 goes for a fight, the gold deficit might be enough. FlyQuest would love to end here. It's just they don't actually have great engage. They're mainly counter-engage.
Masu! 1W auto is almost just completely chunking Sven as Thanatos tries to jump forward. The rest of the team not ready to follow him up. APA with the flash doesn't get enough done right there. Double killed on Masu. FlyQuest roaring to life in game number 1. Griffin on a rampage, and the rest of FlyQuest behind him. GG, they'll take game 1.
Another W for the Jungle Shen. Griffin ends up completely neutralizing the hard engage from Cloud9. Cryogen as well. It was on display in that last fight when APA went into Tibber straight to the Melio ultimate.
Yep.
Nothing happened. They just outscaled them, so I love the draft from FlyQuest. The draft can't win player of the game, though, so Lounge, what do you think?
Maybe it can. Maybe
Player of the game goes to Think Cars.
Draft diff.
It was actually crazy. Even like TLAW coach just coming right by, I'd be like, that is a massive draft cap. I thought it was really smart, especially with Griffin like having the unsuccessful Shen game last time with the massive lead that they had the last week.
Yeah.
And then he was like, we should have won that game. Bringing it back versus Vi this time around with the added like Cassiopeia. I thought it was really difficult for C9 to ever fight into them. And so like just taking it into what was the Elder fight. And now, yes, you already see Tibbers out there because the main point of engage has already went through from both the Rumble ulti and the Tibbers engage. That's difficult from FlyQuest or C9 specifically because if you're point of engage and you have to walk into FlyQuest in particular, like that is a hard way to join the fight. Main thing is, of course, if I just speed this up, you're trying to work off of Ezreal Q to see if you can poke down Masu by any means, but the healing from Melio is doing a lot of work here and the red buff. So they take position. You can see Griffin just making sure if anyone is taking flank, he puts the ward here. So like I think the setup is great. The one point of concern that I had was this. So immediately, I think Thanatos tries to find an angle on towards Griffin if he sees it right here. At the same time, Quad does get chunked, if I can pause it here. And so he tries to find a good engage. Doesn't really get anybody. So then, okay, Quad is going to get chunked down here. Meanwhile, Thanatos, who made the initial engage, is going to get followed up by Masu and, of course, the Shen that got engaged initially. So I loved, if I just replay it immediately, the amount of shielding that kept the Cassiopeia alive from the Shen ulti.
Locket, Shen ult, Guardian, Cryogen shields, Breath of Life, all of these things coming through, the Archangel shield. There's a ridiculous amount of shielding. I think what happened here, though, is Quad did not realize that Sven had bought a QSS right before that fight. Because he goes for the ult flash when he sees Sven step forward, and he does get the stun on him, but Sven insta QSSs it, and then it's like, oh. Oops.
Yeah.
But Masu, was untouched, and they committed so much because of all that shielding that you're talking about to kill him that it bought time for Masu to win the fight. Because look here, Quad, when he finds the R flash after he shifted in, he steps back, and then you can R flash while you're facing the other direction behind the animation. This is like an old school Cassio trick. So he played that very, very well, but just didn't track, I think, the QSS.
This play from Masu dashes in.
Yeah.
The moment the Q comes in, flashes away, Blabber dies from this. That was, I think, what nailed this fight and gave full confidence from FlyQuest to press forward with the rest of the fight. I think the patience from FlyQuest and the rest of the fight for this one, it gave a lot of confidence for me in FlyQuest as a top 4 team.
Yeah.
Because the whole time, especially from Locking, you see them not being able to keep, I guess, calm in tough moments against the best teams, against Lyon, against Cloud9. You got to see it on display, not just from the draft, but from Masu in that moment, from the Shen, of course, from Griffin in this moment, like having the presence of mind and being like, they might find an angle. I'm gonna place this control word just in case. I love this game from FlyQuest. My favorite one this split.
Making some good points. It seems like a pretty strong game.
No.
Seems like based on how well they're playing,
only
they
one of us
could potentially win the
FlyQuest.
series, right?
They could. They
True.
could. I might flip-flop.
We did say how close it was.
Who knows?
I have shoes, though.
It
I
was
can't
close,
flip-flop.
but
Oh,
remember,
man.
some of these teams here might be at the spring finals. It's going to be at ASU's Mullet Arena from June 13th and 14th. Tickets are available. 2-day passes are on sale now, and single-day tickets go live on Monday. Scan the QR code or head on over to Ticketmaster.com to get your tickets today. Game 2 is next after this short break.
Dude, this lobby is kind of comfy. It feels different.
If this is different, I like different. I'm staying right here.
Are you guys serious? We're about to get into game.
Emily, let us enjoy it.
You guys need to lock in. Maybe this'll help.
Oh no, not already.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
I'm looking at Kasante no flash.
Kasante no flash.
Yeah, looking at Zone, yeah.
Looking Kasante.
I have one ult, W and 8.
Kasante
I have
no
flash. I'm looking here. Watch.
Buy flash. Bobby flash ult.
Look by.
Look by first.
I have W. I have 2 on me. I'm looking at Ezra.
Karma.
I have Q. I'm coming from base, guys. I'm coming from base. I can face sync.
Yeah.
Watch me. Watching.
I guess I'm not coming.
I have W and 5, Masu.
Yeah.
Guys, Daejeon, I'm pushing.
Let's chase. Yeah. I have W. I'm watching.
Can you catch
Any
it?
sun.
Okay.
Nice.
I catch Karma.
I will kill him. I'm basing. What do you guys do next? How about it?
FlyQuest roaring to life in game number 1.
Go. Nice as ice.
Holy banger.
Holy shit, bros.
Going into today was the most banned.
You got this.
What role has the most unique champions pick? Translate this phrase from Korean to English. Hello and welcome. I am Emily and I welcome you all back to a surprise episode of Are You Smarter Than an LCS Analyst? To get you any sort of benefits.
Damn it.
For the first round, there's going to be an item that pops up in the wall behind you. You have to look at the picture, buzz in to say what it is. That's worth 1 point. If you can name the stats it gives you, that'll be an extra point.
I feel like Blabber always knows all of these.
I'm not gonna know this. I don't know anything about League.
You want to go, Raz? I'll go. Yeah, you set the tone. Let's go.
Okay, I'll go. Okay. I'm not that good at this.
Arms behind your back. Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I see it. No, I was first. Unenergy spare.
Yep.
And
yeah, I think it's got a lot of AP on it. It's like a lot of AP.
400 health, 50 HP.
He's already wrong.
It's not that.
Oh,
yeah.
sorry. Armor. Sorry. You knew.
Okay.
Get him out of here, this fraud.
All right.
You can't
moving on.
So they still win?
Well,
yeah, they got the item right. The health.
Stay mad, Kobe.
All right, next item. 3, 2.
He didn't even count down!
Bro, just look at the screen. It popped up. What are you looking at?
What was that? All right, that was Emily Sabotage! I was waiting for for the count. That's crazy.
I need a bit more quiet to be able to think about it. But I think that's the diadem of songs.
Yes. Do you know what it does?
It heals your lowest health teammate when you heal someone.
You have to be specific now.
If you can name the amount of units, the range.
It's like 1,000 range.
900.
Why do you guys laughing? 1-2-0. 0 points. 1-2-0. Like, what are you guys even laughing about? 2 points right here.
They are winning.
Welcome back, everybody, to FlyQuest vs. C9. Now, Jat, I'm assuming the reason they didn't show you go up there is because you got all of yours right, and they're trying to slander you on the
They're trying to make C9 look good, so they had to cut out all my parts.
Yeah, because you were about to sweep them.
Just sweep them straight off the map.
What was your question? Do you know, or is that spoilers?
Yeah,
People
I
have
had
to
one
scan
where
the
I had
QR
to translate this Korean phrase.
I would do terrible at that one.
I think the questions were slightly in favor of Cloud9.
Yeah?
Can't be sure.
Okay.
Last game wasn't in favor of Cloud9, in part because Masu did almost 1,500 damage per minute, which is the 25th highest in LCS history.
Wow.
Still quite high, considering LCS has been going on since 2013.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 2026
Over a
now.
decade. Getting close to 2, as that is a lot of games you're up against. And I will remind everybody, actually not remind, I will out you, Jat. You didn't vote for him for player of the game.
I did not, because he was down 2,000 gold the whole game until he shows up in team fights.
Not about how you
I
start,
understand
it's
how
about how
he
you
wins
finish.
player of the game. And Cloud9 didn't win that game. FlyQuest had such a good draft.
And I think that this is, again, some of the anxiety of just being a C9 fan on display here. All the C9 fans out there, deep breath, pat yourself on the back, maybe get some tea, calm down, because it's tough watching this team. They are undefeated in series, but it feels pretty fragile. And FlyQuest were a team 3-2. C9 has been bodying them so far in 2026, but FlyQuest has been leveling up, and I think we're seeing a lot of their growth on display in that game number 1 to show that they have what it takes to at least get a game. Like, it's still series, but at least they're able to take down C9.
And I'd say for Cloud9, their split is 5-0, but it's had a lot of bumps along the way. Week 1, they won all 3 games against Lyon. Week 2, they won all 3 games against Cloud9. They did sweep Disguised and Shopify. Sentinels and Cloud9 in week 2. And then even in the most recent week, they won all 3 games against Dignitas, who, as we know, is 0-6. So it's touch and go for Cloud9.
Yeah.
But they are yet to lose a match in the Spring Split, and it looks like they're going Ashe Seraphine as the direction with this first pick. Let's see if FlyQuest tries to disrupt this combo with something like Ashe Lulu, or if they're just totally fine giving over the combo.
It's very reminiscent of that game number 1, having that push. They have Ezreal Karma game 1, now it's going to be Ashe Seraphine game 2. Unless FlyQuest want to deny it, we don't see this happen a lot, but it is locked in.
No, I like it in this instance. So what I see most commonly when people disrupt this combo is they'll go Ashe Lulu, and then the other team will end up with something like Ezreal Seraphine, but Ezreal's already gone. So now they'd be pushed to something like MF Seraphine. I'm really curious to see what the backup is for C9.
Theoretically, you can do a similar thing. You can make it rain, get the slow, and then try and, like, combo with that with the Seraphine. But that's a long cooldown on the Misfortune E. As a Misfortune support player myself, I know how useless you feel when you don't have that available. But J4 paired with Ashe for FlyQuest.
And matched with Xin Zhao very quickly. And they've pivoted, actually, to the Senna. So we might be seeing Static Shiv, Senna Seraphine, insane healing for the Xin, who might also be going the Dusk and Dawn build with Titanic Hydra.
We saw that yesterday.
Yeah, although that really gives healing reduction and shield reduction value. It's just an extra reason to build it early. So already excited by this little shakeup early on in draft.
I'm wondering who would then pick it up for C9, because, I mean, J4 could get a Serpent's Fang. Not sure if that's like the, or rather not Serpent's Fang. I guess also for the shielding, you're probably gonna want both of those.
Yeah, potentially Jarvan would try to
health,
sneak it into his build, and then Ashe would probably build the healing reduction.
Yeah. Unless they find some other, maybe like a Morello's builder or something like that later on. But we'll see what they end up going for here. Either way, the cores from each team is about bot lane and jungle for both sides. I am really liking what C9 have right now, because this Xinja is going to be nigh unkillable.
Yeah, same as it ever was. Play for bot. Everybody run bot lane, fight over that first Scuttle Crab, and see what happens.
And that worked well for C9 in game 1.
It did.
They mind-controlled Griffin on Shen to go contest them at the Scuttle.
They did.
And we're able to get that early lead. Unfortunately, then it was kind of like Sven going for the aggressive play under the bot turret and throwing some of that lead. I don't think we have the same threat of that on Senna. You can't really go for the arcane shift under turret.
Correct.
On this pick.
Yeah. It
Good
is
news for C9 fans.
harder to shift to your demise.
Yes.
On Senna.
Not impossible, but harder.
Yeah, you can flash it,
yeah.
but that would be silly.
Ziggs ban, and then the Jace ban on the side of C9, plus TLAW. So still focused on C9's mid lane champ pool here, as APA will have to go a little deeper into that.
Yeah, so C9 is the first pick team. FlyQuest is the blue side team, which means that FlyQuest is likely going to hold for top lane counter pick. We'll see, though, with what ends up getting locked in, if it's Quad or Gatgos is champion. With the Aurora, that's still technically flexible. That could be Gatgos or Quad, so they're trying to keep C9 as off balance as possible. Based on that look that Gatgos was doing, he's not playing Aurora, and he's trying to figure out what he's going to be playing later.
Buy me some time, Quad. Let's see what we got here. Trying to think of like the safe blind picks available still for C9 that would match their draft. I mean, I'm wondering if you just want to go Bruiser Bro, something like a Renekton here, because then like Zinja, Renekton, they will both just be unkillable with the Seraphine and Senna, but it also gives even more credence to the, you know, healing regen cut.
Yeah, I mean, the more Bruisers and Bash Brothers you can put in a line to go with Senna Seraphine, the better.
Yeah.
Could even have seen a Gnar angle, but they respect Gatgos' like weird counter picks to try and punish that, so Renekton's a little bit harder to punish. And then Victor's just scaling here in the mid lane for APA.
Speaking of weird counter picks, though, Kled would be in that category.
Would
Victor, though, for APA into the Aurora because FlyQuest is hovering the top laner. I'm assuming we have enough evidence to confidently say that it's Aurora in the mid lane. What will be paired against Thanatos' Renekton?
They're laughing about it. They're laughing about the Sion pick. I did mention that he wins a lot on carries.
Yeah, what was the
doesn't
record
win
on tanks?
So it's 1-4.
Ooh.
And he only has 1 loss on carries. I would classify Sion as a tank. He
Not a
said the
carry,
reason is he can't carry Masu when he's on tanks. Which if we look at last game, 5,000 gold ahead on Rumble. And Masu was 2,000 gold down before team fights.
Oh no, it's all coming together.
I'm Team Gatgos currently.
Okay.
So
are you
see.
Team FlyQuest draft with that then in mind?
Dude, this is hard. I really love Senna Seraphine. If it was Senna Seraphine and it was C9 with the... I love the Scion in the draft, actually, because of the way it can absorb the Xin and the Renekton, but I do worry about FlyQuest's ability to actually kill things. Just because the Senna Seraphine heals and shields can be so massive cutting through the Renekton Xin.
And when I think of Aurora, I don't think about the same like Cassiopeia sustained damage. I think more of that flanking burst style.
Exactly. But the rest of the team is a little bit more about sustained team fighting. So maybe there'll be enough burst with Jarvan and Aurora from Griffin Quad.
Sure.
But the longer fights, if the Senna Seraphine don't get one shot, and the Xin will just be repetitively healing, would favor C9.
Low mobility for Sven on the Senna. Let's see if he can absorb the dives, as that is a fantastic view of the little critter there on Summoner's Rift. C9 versus FlyQuest. C9 with their backs against the wall. They would like to continue their undefeated streak here as they're going into a Team Liquid match next week. But FlyQuest, again, if they win this series here, they lock in top 4. This would be big for them.
It really would be. Sentinels potentially on the heels of FlyQuest. Sentinels can get to 3 match wins. FlyQuest, if they stay at 3 match wins, would lose the head-to-head to Sentinels, and Sentinels would actually move into top 4. So that's why FlyQuest needs to be on 4 wins. Deep Vision already placed by Thanatos, which will catch Griffin's start in the jungle.
As Quad and APA go for a couple of trades early on in the mid lane. Exact same start from the junglers as the last time around, at least when the visions dropped down. It's just Blabber now alternating towards clearing top, or rather bot to top, to back up Thanatos there. So we'll see if the J4 wants to do anything early on. Anytime I see a J4 and a Xin Zhao, I immediately start to think you can get creative with your pathing, especially when it's a player like Griffin. I mean, could look to impact a lane early.
It's possibly also why there's so many wards burned level 1.
Yeah.
Right? Look at the jungles right there. That's 3 of C9's wards were just used to scout the Jarvan. They currently have perfect vision of him on the blue buff.
2 FlyQuest wards as well. Yeah. Less information gained with those 2, but still they're investing in early vision. And we'll see if they're able to spot him by the time Blabber gets up towards the Raptors. At least they know that he's starting bot side, because by this point he would have been on the Raptors.
Yep. And on FlyQuest side with the Jarvan, they're able to hawkshot. But we got to talk about C9.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fan concerns about
boy.
C9 in playoffs, but boom, they're still undefeated in the regular season. None of the problems actually matter until they lose.
That animation was incredible. That was half our budget actually right there. Just that one. As yeah, I think it shows the concern of C9 fans. We've been talking about it on the broadcast. We're not shy about it. That like they've been choking from regular season to playoffs, but this has also looked like, even though they're undefeated, one of the shakier regular seasons that they've had in recent memory. So,
but does that mean they're working on their issues before they're up for elimination? Could be. Could be.
I like that. Flip the script as the hawk shot will spot out Blabber on the Krugs. Masu and Cryogen know that they're in a 2v2 isolated right now, so they actually walk forward. Heals used on both sides. DW will land, rooting up on Cryogen, and Masu and Cryogen just trying to get this wave in.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the straight-up 2v2, the Ashe Lulu is going to be stronger in the early trade, so Griffin, I think, very justified in going for this bot crab. I think they would win a 3v3. It's the scaling for me from Senna Seraphine. If they're able to stay alive in the lane, get souls, and keep their CS up.
Ghost burned by Masu there and didn't actually get a lot of value for it. Griffin spotted here. They're going to go for a dive potentially.
This is very bold.
Low health on Cryogen. Got chunked out to start things off. It's got to be Griffin. Last Embrace will land. Flash from Sven, but first blood to Masu.
Wow.
As Griffin will flash to safety. Vulcan continues the chase, but low mana on Seraphine. Can't imagine there'll be enough for a kill. FlyQuest get out.
These kids, man. These kids have no fear. They don't have all that scar tissue. If you don't remember that time we three-man dove the Senna Seraphine and lost the whole game, they're not even thinking about that.
No.
They're just going for the kill, and they get it onto Sven, deny him a big wave. Crazy move right there to get the first blood onto Masu as well. That's really good for their lane.
Rare positive of TikTok brain. They don't have the memory
to remember the failed dive.
remember the failed dives. You know, they're just focused on the future right now. What's that next reel going to be?
Blabber is always going to go for that bot crab and then start looking. No matter what happened the last 7 games they played against Cloud9.
Just keep trying until it works.
Wow.
I don't own a dictionary. I don't know the definition of insanity. I actually don't own it. Do you own a dictionary, Jed? Does anybody own dictionaries anymore? Is that a thing?
I don't think people
I feel
own
like
dictionaries
you Google
anymore.
it now.
You Google it.
Yeah. But that's not even going to be a thing. I was thinking about that. Sorry, this is going to be a weird tangent. It's fine. In the future, we're not even going to say, oh, Google it. We're going to say, like, oh, AI it. Or, you know,
Yeah, I know.
It's weird. I don't like
plotted, GPT it. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Makes me uncomfortable. Cryogen and Masu have a wave in a decent spot right now if they can try and keep this frozen. Sven and Vulcan hitting it to try and get it into the wave, but Masu with that first gold, or first blood gold, picks up the Greaves and is now having a slight spike. No ghost, but they continue the chase down. Flash support, last embrace will land. Root onto Masu, tried to flash over by the ability.
Yeah, I mean, really just trying to get into auto range there as looks like Griffin is just camped out to start Dragon on spawn. They hawk Blabber to see him up by Kruggies, so they're very quickly going towards Dragon Soul with this bot prio.
Yeah, 5 minutes. It's rare that we see a Dragon taken this early, like directly
Literally on spawn.
They're already in the pit. And I think that FlyQuest, even though they didn't get the kill, they got so much pressure by pushing the men back there that it enables them to go for this early play. Blabber will get the top crab on spawn. So he's where he needs to be.
Exactly.
That's Blabber's zone right
He's
there.
going to do the level 6 Blabber thing. This is actually super funny. I love the evolution. There was a match in Lock-In where Blabber was on Vi, and the whole meta of waiting until 5:30 to kill your last big camp so that you get your smite upgrade so you can contest the crab for level 6.
Yeah.
Basically, Griffin was waiting for that every single game, so Blabber queued over the back of the Dragon Pit and did a pre-5:30 Dragon. I feel like kind of the same thing just happened in this game
on the other side
with Griffin.
Ooh, between worlds popped. Quad's jumping away though as the Arcane Storm is answered. It's ult for ult and nobody going down, but Blabber's here, so Quad's got to be careful. Just hits the wave and backs off.
Yep, just trying to wave clear, but now level 6 Xin and mid-prio no TP. This is a very difficult to contest blue buff that Blabber is taking.
Yeah, Griffin actually
whoa,
just takes the flag and drag in. Did not realize Blabber was there. Can walk away. Quad does not have TP to back him up. Gakkos is in lane, so Griffin might just look for the smite steal, but
probably back soon.
Down. I mean, if Griffin can just get a range to smite it, no.
Yeah.
Okay, nice from Blabber there. He had the mid laner backing him up, and he's able to steal away a camp.
Yep, he does not want to give the Dragon for free, so that's the extended cost of Griffin spending all that time to take the first Drake. One of the reasons you don't see junglers take Drake that early is it really takes a really long time. and then the other jungler can use that tempo against you. But Gatghost is in a good spot in this lane against Thanatos. You can see really big health bar, hasn't lost many plates yet, so he's doing just fine.
Thanatos is up about a wave and a half in CS for himself as he gets that wave tripped in. Let's see how much of that Gatghost is able to catch under turret, as Masu and Cryogen again trading onto Sven and Vulcan here. Masu Brace will land again, and nice follow-up damage from Vulcan. Cryogen has to use the Summoner spell heal to stay alive.
Yeah, I mean, nearly just burst him down.
Yeah.
I was really shocked by that damage. Cryogen did know it was coming, otherwise he wouldn't have burned the heal.
Have you heard Gold's good on Seraphine?
Gold's good?
Gold's good on Seraphine.
Okay,
yeah.
good.
Yeah. You get stats, you get AP. I mean, it's too early for that really right now,
Yeah.
but Busio said that. So.
Oh, I see now. The old friend of Masu.
True.
He's training his own Busio.
Yep. In the
Another Busio.
Hyperbolic time chamber.
Yep.
Busio 2.0. It's like an update.
I think it would be pretty cool if we could see Masu versus Busio at MSI.
That would be
cool.
fun. Yeah. See if they're able to do it. As FlyQuest, I mean, they've been trying to put their name in that conversation this year, but they haven't really cracked into the top 4 definitively, in my mind. I feel like we're a top 3, actually, looking back to that, as Griffin's looking at APA right now. Flag and Drag lands, the knockup's there, as Quad is able to get in, but flash over the Cataclysm, and now it turns back out of Griffin. C9 answer the play in kind, and we'll get 2 for the effort. Flash from Quad, he actually will burn down APA over time, and across the veil, I spoke too soon. FlyQuest mid laner's getting out of there for now. Can he weave between the turrets? He's channeling the TP. He's not stunned, he's out of there! And Quad takes the TP to safety back to the mid lane.
Well played, I guess.
1 for 1.
These kids, they're crazy. I can't believe that's a 1 for 1. It looked so disastrous with the way that it started, because Griffin here sees the angle onto APA, but then as APA times his flash really well to get out of the Cataclysm, and then the Senna Seraphine all coming in over the top, just executing. You think this is a waste, not to mention Gatghost hits nothing with his Scion ultimate, so they've invested so much, and it looks like 2 of them are gonna die, but that last tick of damage finishing off APA and then Quad TPing to safety. Still a bad play overall from FlyQuest because they lost top lane tempo, they lose the 1 for 1, they lose mid lane TP, but it definitely wasn't disastrous.
They did get 4 flashes.
That's good.
Blabber, APA, Sven, Vulcan, no flash on them, Dragon up in a minute. So FlyQuest could transition this into a second Dragon's take, as they're also just winning the 2v2 yet again. So Blabber will get the Void Grubs, and we see Griffin heading down towards the Dragon objective, which will be up again in 45 seconds. So I feel like that could be argued as the win. Thanatos didn't get that much done in the top lane while they were gone, so.
Yeah, and maybe a renewed rivalry for FlyQuest C9. That last year, FlyQuest had the upper hand, but they completely rebuilt their roster, and Lock and Cloud9 dominated them in back-to-back series. Now we'll see with Griffin.
Going for another dive,
Oh
it's just that easy. Masu with the kill credit, now on to Sven, Cryogen taken up, then Masu and a double kill to FlyQuest AD carry. On fire right now in the bot lane.
They might have heard me asking Vulcan about his KDA before the games.
Yeah.
Vulcan, by the way, has the highest KDA of all players in Tier 1 going into this series.
Yep. I think that might have changed.
Updated afterwards. I don't remember how many times he died in Game 1.
I believe 2 if memory serves, but I'm not confident.
That's going to hurt your 11 KDA.
It is.
So as long as they keep diving him and Masu keeps getting more and more fed, he's going to be a problem.
Dragon started up by C9 because FlyQuest went for the dive. They actually were not there for the spawn of Dragon this time around. C9 instead early on, and they're sending Thanatos down as well.
So there's a big ultimate advantage for C9. This would be a very risky fight for FlyQuest to take.
AP and Thanatos are
Plus
right over the
they
wall.
don't even have Scion.
Arcane Storm goes down, the Encore, and Cryogen's able to get out of that one as Quad tries to answer some damage, but with Thanatos being there, FlyQuest say, back off, we are not going to take that fight, and Thanatos will just TP straight into the top lane.
I like it, actually. I think that was well played by both teams. C9, I think, was hoping that FlyQuest was just going to send it in, because FlyQuest has a habit of taking kind of bad fights because they trust their mechanics so much. But I think that's the correct way to play it, is make the other team think you're going to contest so that the 5 people are there as long as possible, since they're down ultimates anyway. And look what they got, right? They got Victor ultimate, they got Seraphine ultimate, they got the TP out of Thanatos, and now they can repeat this play on bot lane.
Cataclysm onto Sven, no flash on the Senna! And another kill. That's 3 deaths for Sven. 12 minutes into the game, FlyQuest have been hyper-focused on shutting down this bot lane.
They are in full attack mode.
Yep.
Still no static shiv early on for this Senna, and we said when Senna Seraphine get their items, they're good. FlyQuest is making sure they don't get the items.
Also all alone in the mid lane, though. Thanatos is walking up. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow will land a stun, but I imagine we all know where that's going. Shutdown for APA, flash from Thanatos. Summoner spell has to be used to get out of there, but FlyQuest lose their carry in response.
Yep.
That's a shutdown, too, for APA.
That's a really nice play there by C9 to get the gold onto the Victor. They're going to need him to do damage in these team fights because the Senna Seraphine can give a lot of healing and shielding. Somebody has to do the damage. Also looks like Blabber's going the standard Xin build. They have enough healing, they think, with Senna Seraphine. I know, boo. The Dusk and Dawn Titanic Hydra is just cool because it's new to talk about.
Yeah, it's fun.
But a slightly faster power spike with the Sundered Sky here for his MasterCard power spike item completion.
All right, let's see what he's able to get done with that. The trade-off is that this is stronger on its own. Just has the one item spike, so it truly is a power spike as opposed to the Titanic plus Dusk and Dawn. You kind of need
Gotta
that
wait a little
item.
bit.
Yeah, invest, boo.
Be way cooler
Have a
later.
savings account. Ugh.
Lame. Either way, 1 Drake to 1. FlyQuest is in a decent position. I still think once Static Shiv comes through for the Senna, Zen will be okay, but my goodness, 30 souls at 13 minutes is very low.
That is incredibly low. And I know, again, like if you're CSing, they're not going to be dropping nearly as much, but that's tough.
Feels very low.
All right, well, let's see what the next play is right now. I also just want to plant the seed for this. I don't think it's going to happen, but we are on track for Gakkos to get the triple donut. So just keep your eyes on that. Griffin going for the Cataclysm now onto Blabber. Flying and drags towards AP, but a nice sidestep from the Victor. Griffin's got to flash back to safety, and C9 absorb the play, throw down the Arcane Storm, push FlyQuest back.
You stunned me with the triple donut. I know exactly what you're referring to, as Gakkos is dangerously low. Thanatos might think about doing something.
I mean, he's got the Dominus popped. Gakkos low on health, throws out the Decimating Smash, and that will buy enough time.
So the triple donut, it's esports garage video.
Yes.
They analyzed all the games where someone was 0-0-0.
On a win.
In a win.
In a win.
Yeah. But like,
it happened in LPL like recently.
You can't just say at 13 minutes you're on track for the triple donut. Like,
well, when can you say it then?
It's got to be way later in the game.
Yeah?
Like, it's very common to be 0-0-0. You put a pin in it, but you could do that literally every game.
Yeah.
Like, we're only 14 minutes in. You're way too early on the seed.
Hey, some seeds don't plant or don't grow.
It's like January 1st, and you're out there in the garden moving the snow away and putting the seed in there.
Getting ready for pumpkin season in October. You gotta get again. It's a savings account, chat. We just had this whole analogy there too.
Yeah, I know what it's just never gonna happen.
On a Scion too, that'd be very rare.
It would be.
Yeah. All right. Well, shout out Esports Garage.
If it happens now, I'm gonna have so much egg on my face, but.
That's why you plant the seed, Jet, just to see.
just to see if it's going to die.
Because then
in
you
the
look
cold.
really smart if it happens. If not, you're like, well, that.
You're going to just start doing this every game, though. Just be like 12 minutes in. Oh, just saying.
You could do it at minute 1.
Ash is on pace for a triple donut. Lane's been pretty slow.
In 99% of games, nothing happens in the first 2 minutes. We could just say a bunch of hypotheticals.
So how much earlier are you going to go with this? I think I'm trying to get ahead of the problem.
All right, well, Gakkos locked in Scion on track for a triple donut
yes,
in draft.
He is.
Yet to pick up a KP. The Herald started by FlyQuest as they have control of the mid lane. Beat drop lands, root onto Cryogen, but no follow-up right there, so it looks like FlyQuest will be able to get this one, but as I say it, C9 are approaching. Blabber's over the wall, APA in a 1-1 against Quad as Blabber jumps onto Griffin to block him from entering. Now turn on the Masu, he's out of there! APA with a double kill, and looking for the triple! Flashes to find it, C9 contests the Herald.
Beautiful angle there by C9, and that's exactly how you draw it up if you're playing Xin Seraphine. You just shoot straight through the Xin. He's a vessel for the ultimate. Everybody gets locked up, and not only do they get the fight, they get the Herald. They're breaking mid. Sven has his driver's license.
Yep.
Unlike Blabber, and they're trying to get the Drake off of this.
Didn't have to do him like that, but the Drake is the cherry on top here. C9 just got a massive gold inflection, plus multiple objectives with 2 turrets going down, and now this Drake. And APA getting that triple kill. He's now 2,000 gold ahead of Quad individually. And that's basically C9's lead overall right now. Huge sequence from C9. They might even look for more here. Gakko's going to be in a 1v1 against Sanitos. Now he should be fine.
Yeah, he'll be completely fine. He's going to have good pressure in this lane. Now, okay, watching this one more time. It's really about catching Masu down in the river here.
No
Everyone
flash.
gets distracted by APA, but then Vulcan redirecting his R, and then Blabber connecting it after it hits Masu. I gave too much credit to Blabber initially. That was kind of all Vulcan.
Yeah.
With the Seraphine Flash R.
Good shit, good shit.
Nice,
guys. Jake, we just crossed him.
That too.
Love hearing that too. It's not just the moment itself, it's what happens after the moment. But okay, Blabber did hit the Crescent Guard to knock Masu back.
True.
And deny him from being able to walk further up.
Okay.
Yeah,
Teamwork.
yeah.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Give it to him. I'll give it on a technicality. Gakko's still on track for the triple donut, just catching up on that one.
Man, the gold is slingshotted. FlyQuest was 2,000 gold up.
Yeah.
4 minutes ago. Now they're 2,000 gold down.
Yeah, I wonder what the gold graph actually looks like. If it was all from that play, because it kind of felt like it was just that moment. Every other moment where we were scrapping, it was like a 1-for-1, or like nobody really died, other than FlyQuest finding these dives under the bottom lane, as now Cryogen in his own jungle. Blabber will catch him out there and get the wild growth. Cryogen's back to safety.
Yeah, and Blabber right now on the Black Cleaver power spike. Extremely powerful. Static shift completed for the Senna, so even though Sven had a really rough time in lane against the Jarvan, Ashe, and Lulu, who's basically getting three-man build the whole time, I think he's going to be okay.
FlyQuest looks to contest the red buff. The arrow will land here on the Blabber, and the pincers close in on C9's jungler. Shut down for Griffin as the teleport comes in from Thanatos. He's committed to play flash over the wall onto Masu. Looking for the solo kill. He's slowed down, knocked up. FlyQuest back up their carry and will shut down C9's top laner. Gold goes over to Quad, but they want more. Flash in from Griffin. The triple knockup. FlyQuest smash the team fight. Giving a triple kill. Just the double, but a shutdown over to Griffin. What a play. What an ace.
That's a 5-for-0 ace at 19 minutes from a 3,000 gold deficit. That's insane.
What are we fighting for? There's no dragon. There's no Baron up right now. These teams are just scrapping a scrap right now. I love to see it. And FlyQuest love the gold injection.
They just flipped the whole game on a red buff.
Look, Ashe ulti. Look, combo.
It's going to be fight.
Yeah.
It's going to be fight. This is change.
Yeah, see, we can one shot.
TP. Look out TP. I will mark Victor.
Yeah, Victor can't play. He's over the wall.
Can you help me here?
Yeah, help. Kill him, no flash.
Kill him.
Can't play, yeah?
No, you for two.
I can go more. Yeah, watch.
We don't need to. I'm hog shotting. Don't need to be.
Yeah,
Victor, no flash.
Watch.
Okay. Help him. Victor, no flash.
I poly.
Nice. Push every lane.
Dude, I love the re-engage from Griffin there.
That was incredible.
Saying
and
I can go for more.
Too.
Then there's like, we don't have to.
Yeah.
No.
Follow up.
He lands it on 3 and then lands a 3-man EQ afterwards. That's an insane Jarvan play at the end.
Very high value right there. And now Griffin, the biggest gold lead on his team individually.
Sheesh.
Stepping up huge. We came into this series and we had that whole, little graphics package prepared of what happened last time. But this time around, it's FlyQuest making another play in the mid lane. And Sven's out of there. Quad on a killing spree. Sven cannot play League of Legends today.
That's brutal, man.
He's not allowed.
The clean, essentially a one-shot right there. Burns his cleanse, dies anyway, and they might be thinking about Baron. They want to play fast.
I mean, why not? There's no AD carry on the other side. You can at least try and get, ultimates used from the side of C9. As I say that, there's no Arcane Storm either, so one of the biggest damage-dealing teamfight ultimates in C9's arsenal is not available.
We know they're willing to flip it, too. They can do anything at any moment. They're going for Nectin.
Instead, they're going up for the top side, Thanatos. The focus for FlyQuest. C9 were sticking around the Baron just to see if they would start it, and they lose their top laner.
Big gold injection. Drake up in 24 seconds. Renekton won't be there. That's why FlyQuest is resetting. It's a Hex Tech map, so they can fly out there and likely even up these Drakes. Gakko's once out.
He's going for the TP. Woo! Nice. Gets it before the last embrace. Root follows up. The first hit does not CCU.
Also, Kangas not even close to the triple donut. He has 6 assists. It's 21 minutes in.
Ah!
You were way too early. But C9 actually just starting Baron to draw FlyQuest up from the Drake.
FlyQuest are aware. Yeah, they have the hawk shot. Ash is able to just kind of cheat that vision and see it. Blabber sticking around. Quad's going to walk up to check again. It would take a long time for Blabber to take that alone. So yeah, okay, FlyQuest pushed them off, and we see Griffin is still on the Drake, looking for the second one for FlyQuest. His quad now goes across the Veil, does not hit the damage on the Blabber, who is able to secure the Crabber.
Really nicely done here by FlyQuest. I'm loving their growth as a team. They had a slight deficit here, came back.
Arrow lands on the Blabber. He takes the audacious charge forward as they channel the ultimates on a Masu. Encore lands, but the polymorph on Blabber. Can he get the kill? He does. C9 take down FlyQuest AD carry. Who to do it but Blabber? As that's a trade up for C9, losing their jungler, but they'll take 2 for the trade.
A little bit of a caster curse right there as Masu dies to the Xin Seraphine. It reaches, trying to get more damage down onto mid lane now.
Don't quite have enough to kill Gakkos, but they have so much CC. He will use the unstoppable ultimate and get out of there, but okay, C9, they're not done with this game yet, Jet.
Their team comp is still really strong, Kangas, even though they've killed Sven 5 times. It might not be enough, so let's watch this again. FlyQuest stays aggressive, right? But it's a fast re-engage by Blabber, because technically this is a 4v5, but Seraphine plus Xin is just enough to finish off Masu, and then since everyone on FlyQuest was trying to peel Blabber, that means Griffin's also stuck in a 1v3, so such a massive team fight win for C9 there from a numbers disadvantage.
Yeah, what happened to Gakkos under that bot turret is what happened to Griffin there as well. When you're jumping in onto the Senna, Seraphine, Victor, they have enough CC tools to kite you back and make it so that if you ever flag and drag forward, you're kind of stuck in that spot from that point on. Back to live though. Game's not over. FlyQuest have lost their gold lead. It's within 1,000 now as Cryogen's getting chunks down, has to use the heal. When it comes lightning from Blabber, audacious charge is available as Cryogen has to flash from the Arcane Storm. APA uses the ultimate. Cryogen uses the summoner spells.
Saved his wild growth, but had to burn heal flash. A nice play there by
Whoa!
C9.
Gakkos actually going forward. Doesn't have the team behind him quite yet. It's only Griffin. Has to flash back as 4 members of C9 are there, and they will happily take the kill onto Scion. As now Blabber goes for even more. Encore's dodged by multiple members. Thanatos flashes the wall, trying to get onto Masu, but Cryogen has regrouped with the wild growth. C9 will only get the kill onto the top laner. Nobody else.
And C9 can stay on the map as long as they want with the sustain that they have. Sure, Ashe has healing reduction, but that's only when you're in fights, so they've turned straight on this Baron. It's going to be very difficult for FlyQuest to stop this if they want to. They know what's happening with Hawkshot.
No flash on Masu, no ultimate on Cryogen. It's really hard for Ashe to play this fight out. It's going to come down to Quad and Griffin to be the main characters here. 5 members of C9 in the Baron pit. They're staying up. Quad jumps in with the ultimate. APA goes into stasis to try and keep his health bar up as the ultimate from Griffin. Flag and drags back out. APA's fine, and C9 will get the Baron. Well played. FlyQuest cannot deny the objective.
When you have the Senna Seraphine comp and you have any numbers advantage, just start hitting objectives because the objective no longer gets you low. So FlyQuest does end up getting the mid turret off that, but that contest is just not going to work almost ever. So we're right back into that even game state. This has been an awesome back and forth game.
I gotta ask, can we take a look at the gold graph? It's gonna be like a roller coaster, up and down, because FlyQuest had the early game. C9 wrestle it back, FlyQuest wrestle it back, and here it is, like peaks and valleys for both sides.
Peak almost 3,000 for FlyQuest, peak almost 2,500 for C9, current 400 gold. Just the best. Although I think the scaling is opposite of what it was last series, I do feel like this Senna Seraphine is hitting this point now in the mid game where they're really difficult to deal with.
Yeah, they have reached what you can kind of call critical mass. Not even yet, like 3 items, 4 items, it just keeps getting worse. But they're at that point now where as long as they're not the ones hit first, you're never really going to kill anybody in front of them. The Xin Zhao, the Renekton, they are not going to land on anybody there. C9 will get another turret, and their composition really hard for FlyQuest to shut down at this point.
I think if Masu gets to IE, maybe he'll start having enough damage, but just the threat that the Renekton Xin and even the Victor has on Masu's Ashe might end up being just a little bit too much. And you also see a Serpent's Fang coming through from Sven even to cut down the shields that Masu's going to be able to get from Cryogen.
Okay. Moment to catch our breath here. 40 seconds for this next Dragon. FlyQuest could give it up if they want to. It's not like it's Dragon Soul for C9.
Let's look at some other stats so far. So it's been a back and forth game. APA has been pumping damage on the Victor.
Gecko's number 2.
Gecko's number 2 on the Scion. That's just pretty surprising. Check out the gold as well. See how they've been doing. APA topping the charts, and Griffin with all those bounties he got from that red buff fight. Skip the Black Cleaver, by the way, for this Spear Visage. Bit of a different Jarvan build, as we might see.
Set up here as Blabber jumps in on the Gakkos, takes a big chunk. Gakkos throws out the ultimate to get to safety as Quad goes between worlds, big damage, but now he's locked down! Shut down as well. Thanatos gets the kill. Griffin has to flash away. Follower from C9 not in range to get the damage needed. But one already down on FlyQuest. You gotta imagine that is an earned Dragon to C9.
And APA's the real carry, actually, when they're going for these engages. If they're not getting on top of APA, they're not having a good fight. It's just gonna be harder and harder to get on him because the Zonies is completed and there's so many supports.
3-item Victor. Quite a hard thing to shut down at this point in time. It's gonna be Dragon plus the bottom turret, so C9 get a lot for that play. It's only 1 kill, but it feels like more because of what they're able to turn it into with that Baron buff as well. I mean, FlyQuest still haven't even cracked this top turret, so Gakkos get some plates up there, but this was a big, big play for C9, now 2,000 in the lead.
It really was. They're looking to control the map from here. They've escaped the risky early laning phase, and I feel like they've put the game into a pretty good spot. It's a decent chance they're able to force a game 3 here after losing the first game to FlyQuest, but I'm really loving the rivalry we're seeing in today where we have the top 4 teams. And FlyQuest, they're making a good argument to be involved in this conversation. It's so much about the top 3, C9, Lion, TL, what's happening. And then you got teams like Sentinels and FlyQuest that are really trying to enter into that conversation. FlyQuest putting up a fight.
I like how Raz put it, that just game 1 gave confidence that FlyQuest are a top 4 team. That's what you want to see out of a top 4 team.
Yeah.
And even this game, even though it's fallen out of FlyQuest control and C9 look like they're in a dominant position, it still is showing, you know, some really good League of Legends from the team that's in 4th place right now in the LCS and a young roster in FlyQuest. But C9, it's showing also how good they are. Sven shut down so heavily early game. Doesn't matter. He scales, he comes back.
Yes,
APA is holding it down, Thanatos is holding it down, and they get to this point where their composition still comes online despite how bad that early game went.
You do, and Gakkos, hate to bring it up, gotta say though, Gakkos on tanks.
Oh, not again.
1-4, Gakkos on carries, 8-1, maybe 1-5 on the Scion in 2026. And it's interesting because his laning phase was really good on tanks, but I always feel like, especially for younger players, just the team fight approach you have on a bruiser / carry versus a tank is fundamentally different. He's even had a few moments in this game on Scion where it's almost like he's in a position that would be good for a bruiser, but it's a bad position for a tank because on a bruiser you can just draw any attention you want. If you can kill the backline, you go for it. But on a tank, you need to be in a position where your own carries can hit. And I just feel like that team fight sense, he hasn't quite developed yet.
And he's often used his ultimate on top of Onslaught to kind of get away. Like the Victor Gravity Field, the Sentinel Last Embrace. These are things that aren't immediate CC, but they're buying space. And if he gets hit by that Sentinel W, if he's on top of that Victor Gravity Field, I've seen multiple times he presses R the other direction because he's like, okay, we're not ready for that fight. And then he doesn't have that for the fight as well. So yeah, we'll see if FlyQuest is able to get their Scion into a position to create space, because they need to create space. That's what Scion is built for. Space creator, space maker. Right now, Quad in 1v1 against Thanatos. Not too bad damage right there, but not enough.
Doing all these random flips and stuff, and just does nothing.
Just the bunny's hopping around doing all this crazy stuff.
Thanatos has Merc Treads,
Alligator just walks away.
I guess your champion doesn't work anymore. Because he's got no pen currently. Sure, he's got the Deathfire Touch, but I mean, even just the natural MR from Renekton to Merc Treads puts him at 83 MR, which is 45% reduced magic damage. So you're just not doing damage as Quad. He builds healing reduction instead of magic pen, which makes sense, but they just don't have the damage.
There it is again. I mean, we've seen it multiple times. Gakkos gets hit by the Last Embrace and just presses R away from the fight.
It's tough because their team doesn't win front to back.
Yeah.
So if you're on a carry, maybe you'd be able to flank. If you're on a tank, you're hoping to be able to team fight, but unless you're like really in a good position and you can really distract the enemy, you're not going to look that good on a Scion in this game state.
Yeah. Tough to play out this one from this position. It's a minute until that dragon, and if C9 want, they can kind of force the front to back. I'm going to put the pressure on Quad to find a big flank. Like, if you're able to get around the Xin Zhao, the Renekton, and try and get onto the Victor, maybe that's a way in. But again, APA does have the Zonia, so as long as he's pressing his buttons, it's not going to be easy for FlyQuest's Quad. Will go in for that one. Almost finds the assassination onto Sven. Not quite enough damage, but that's a lot used as Blabber's actually going to go straight into the GA. Flash with Thanatos looking for Masu. Can't get onto him. The polymorph is there. The shutdown is there. Masu goes down. APA finds the kill. C9's mid laner steps up when they need him most. Can't get on the Quad, though, as FlyQuest still have multiple members up. Gakkos will be sacrificed. The team gets away. C9 get a 2-for-1 trade.
Whew, that was the chance for FlyQuest to come in for it. Masu had hit that Infinity Edge that we'd been talking about, and he was actually able to kill the Xin if the Xin gets close to him, but that was the GA fight for Blabber. The true carry, as we keep talking about APA, was there, and now this is 100% Hexol for C9.
Which maybe FlyQuest go for the Baron. I'm looking at the timers right now.
They can try.
C9, it had just spawned. We're going to look at the replay first.
Yeah, they want to have damage for it. So Quad does push Sven out of the fight, which means FlyQuest is very comfortable fighting. And Masu down on the bottom can get a lot of damage onto Blabber, so the fight looks pretty good. But then once they get flash from Masu, Masu wants to turn the fight around and kind of just walks into the Victor, who annihilates him. And then with no Ashe, all the sustained damage from FlyQuest is gone. And that's Hextol for C9. FlyQuest just didn't have the damage to do Baron with Masu being dead.
Back to live. It looks like that is just pure advantage for C9. And look at that. APA holding it down for C9. More damage dealt by FlyQuest, but that's because they hit the beefy members. They hit Thanatos. They hit Blabber. C9 were able to kill Masu.
Time to go for picks. They know FlyQuest knows they lose every single 5v5, so they're trying to get...
Flag and Drag used, the arrow lands, Thanatos stunned up for quite a long time, and this will be a successful pick for FlyQuest.
Yeah, nice look. They know there's a small chance of winning the game. They're going to lose a lot mid here. See if they can engage on a 4v5. They have Scion ultimate if they'd like to try, but it's just very difficult.
And not a lot of follow-up. They are going to go for the unstoppable Wansock. Gakkos charging in. C9 juke down towards the Raptors, but there's Quad finding the flank between worlds, but he's stunned up, he's taken down! As Blabber finds that kill, pressing guard during the polymorph to try and flash in onto Masu, but the wild growth is there. Blabber not even close to enough damage to kill Masu, as APA's in the stasis again. Will go on a killing spree before he falls, but FlyQuest have found some ground in this game. Sven will fall as well. Last Embrace is not enough to save him. It's only Vulcan getting away. FlyQuest holding on.
They're going to keep it interesting. They're going to get Baron off of this as well. Masu Griffin alive, and this is with Thanatos down. They know C9 is weak. The Scion pushes him down to the flanking Quad, and that's what traps C9 in this fight. Then when Seraphine ultimate is down, that means Masu is safe to hit because Blabber can't jump on him with the guaranteed Seraphine stun. GA was burned in the last fight, and then crucially, they can actually get on to APA. Really liked, since we were criticizing him before, the tank play from Gakkos in this fight because he was constantly in a spot where Masu could hit while he was taking damage.
And I gotta, if we get a chance to chat with Blabber to think like, what was the reason for going back in there? Maybe thought that APA was closer. Like if Victor has one laser, Masu probably dies. So like there's a line where you can kill him, but unfortunately it just looks kind of silly because you could have just kited back. FlyQuest now wearing purple. Get the gold lead back to their side.
Yeah.
The roller coaster continues.
They're against the Hexol, but they've killed Thanatos again. Thanatos is still dead. So they found yet another pick on a Thanatos. It could just be a comedy of chained picks. Now with Baron and a 5v4, FlyQuest wants to actually win on this push.
They have 5 members. C9 have 4 defending, 2 cannon minions. Baron empowered. Is this going to be enough for FlyQuest to close out the series? They just flash onto APA. Cataclysm used, but he's still healthy. He's still alive. And FlyQuest push a little too far forward that time. C9 keep their mid laner topped off, and now Masu in trouble. Tries to get away, will get out of there, but now APA continues the chase. This is huge for C9. They're TPing bot lane as well. C9 see the angle to end the game. The slow on Masu. He can't get out of there. C9 hold the line. FlyQuest stumble at the finish line.
They might end. Renekton's already on bot. APA can TP onto the Renekton, and it's just quad.
It's 30-second death timer on Griffin and Gakkos, 20 on Cryogen. I think this is the game end. It's going to be 2 members with TP, 3 members pushing mid. They can link up these waves. Can C9 get it done?
Just like we all expected, C9 is going to force a game 3. We'll see quad. There's no Baron. There's no Baron here for C9, so maybe quad can get the wave.
He goes between worlds trying to clear out the wave. He's able to get most of it, but he falls in the process. The ace for C9. The game for C9. The series continues 1-1 on the scoreboard.
I mean, a really entertaining end to the game. It might have looked int that FlyQuest went in for that fight at the end, but they were against a Hex Soul. It's really difficult to ever get another 4v5. FlyQuest made it to the fight, but Cloud9's pushing us to 3. Lounge, how are we going to pick a player of the game here?
It's kind of going to be tough, right? Because at points, that was just kind of a, comp diff, and it's very difficult to go into a Xin Zhao with, you know, Seraphine, Senna, and then you forget, there's also a Victor here who got a triple kill very early on from that Rift Herald fight.
Let's just watch the final fight, because like for me, this was such a back and forth. I'm interested. I kind of missed this one because we were trying to record so many of the other past fights to see how FlyQuest would win, and maybe C9 is going to win. So this was FlyQuest with Baron, had already taken down Thanatos earlier on in that last play. Like, how did they end up taking this? How did FlyQuest lose this fight?
So, I mean, to me...
Xin Zhao,
I'm
pretty sure.
But, I mean, I felt like it was a reasonable risk, right? Because you're trying to go for the end because you know Soul is on the other side. You know that their Renekton is down. So they go in for this engage onto APA. But Blabber gets into the back line. The Senna ult hits like 3 people. And you see with the Senna ult plus the Crescent Guard hitting the back line, 3 people lost 50-60% of their HP all at once. And I felt like that really did flip it on its head. Of course, it's very easy to say, well, you shouldn't have gone for that. That was obviously a bad play. But it's a low chance to win against Hextech Soul.
Yeah. I mean, I absolutely love this about FlyQuest, actually, right? Like, I love that they decided to overload topside, get that initial pick onto Thanatos, force the setup that even led to that final fight. I thought was really nice from them.
Yeah, I mean, they just fully commit. They had lost Hextech Soul, you're in a bad position, and they just send everyone top. They're like, okay, we're going 5 top, we're not even gonna answer the push, and we're gonna catch out the Renekton, we're gonna kill him, and then we're gonna try to turn this into something else. You know, they base, they try to look for a fight. The initial engage on the fight, to me, looked kind of disjointed. I think Gakkos really struggled in this game on the Scion.
Yeah, same.
You have this really deep TP, and I felt like he needed to drift for the engage instead of just going for the wave. I think he's realizing, I'm gonna be in there too far, but Quad is arriving at the same time, and if Quad is arriving and the Scion had been in the middle of the team drawing spells and drawing cooldowns, then maybe Quad doesn't just get one shot, and maybe this fight is absolutely stomped and you can even end the game off it. Yeah, that was actually a huge difference maker because it does end up being a winning fight for FlyQuest because Raz, circle Masu.
I mean, yes, and that's my thing.
He's just untouched.
I mean, my thing is, like, if Blabber actually plays the fight slowly and is just focusing on Griffin and Gakkos, this is actually good. It's the fact that he full sends it on Masu, so then the 3 members can kill him while, like, they're all fully healthy. I think it's actually Blabber that makes the mistake here. Yeah, Masu's untouched, but the fact that he tries to touch him, the fact that he tries to go forward without the support from his team instead of playing it slowly actually makes it tough. But they do end up taking the win. But I think to your earlier point, the creativity from FlyQuest to get a kill top, to hard force the fight, it was like a back and forth like skirmish between both teams. It was actually pretty interesting.
Yeah, and the other thing that had happened in previous C9 fights that didn't happen here, because Blabber, if you want to rewind, but because Blabber goes too far forward, APA actually follows him. In previous fights, he had also been kind of the actual damage dealer that a lot of people were forgetting because they were either focusing to try to get onto the Senna, Seraphine, who are also buffed with new static shiv, Hextech Soul at this point in the game, which is just absolutely nasty to have to go into.
It's crazy.
That they'd forget that APA was kind of there, but that he ended up having to go so far forward in tandem with Blabber. APA takes, I am the only wait, who didn't vote?
Raz abstained.
Oh, I did say, but it was very late in the game. I said APA. So mine would have been an APA anyway.
So it would have been an APA anyway. Yeah. I mean, APA, I think, played a really, really good game.
Yeah, he did.
The key targets that people were looking for was trying to one-shot the Senna and the Seraphine, and APA was often punishing them as they tried to do so.
Yeah.
This comp that C9 drafted for was really strong. We talked a lot about FlyQuest because it was very nearly the comeback, very nearly the end, and they were already up a game. But C9 played this very solid ball comp. They enabled the Xin Zhao incredibly well with the Senna and the Seraphine, and APA was that backline threat, even with Sven getting so far behind. He was the one that kind of carried them across in a lot of these fights.
Yeah.
Dan votes also agreed with that
APA.
one. Yeah.
And this is it's kind of nice because I've been waiting to see this, right? I think it was an NIP IG game where I saw this same trade, but the Xin Zhao was on the side of the Seraphine set, or the Ashe, on the Ashe side of it. So I'm glad because I do think Senna is quite strong.
Yeah.
And I think especially when partnered with the Seraphine and with Xin Zhao being the difference maker in this comp, like I did really love that initial 3 from C9.
I agree. It was really cool, and now we got a very tight series here, 1-1. If FlyQuest win, they lock top 4. Game 2 is next, but first, here is more Are You Smarter Than?
They're winning.
You got this. All right, eyes on the screen. Eyes on the screen.
Yeah.
All right. Go.
Chem Punk. Oh no, we got it. 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 Instant replay.
No, I was. Can I go?
Yeah.
Okay.
I hit it first.
Iron name I don't know in English. 화공 펑크 사슬검. Is it right?
Sounds, yeah, funk.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Do you know what stats it gives you?
Okay.
400 HP.
450. 450.
So I'm done?
Yeah, you're done.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. You try your best.
All right.
All right, you got
Switch
this.
the buzzer. Switch the buzzer.
Switch the buzzer?
Actually,
Okay.
yeah, that'd be fair.
Let's switch the buzzer.
Suddenly, we're going to start getting it.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Banner command. Or banner command.
Easy one.
Yes. Yes.
What is this?
Banner command.
Yes.
I have no idea what the stats are, but I'll just guess. 200 health.
Nope.
Hey.
I got this, guys.
All right.
Okay, Raz, you got this.
All right. No more cheating here. No more cheating.
Oh, yeah?
All right,
Okay.
Emily?
I'm not cheating. We switched the buzzers.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, go. What is it?
I actually don't even know the.
I don't think I know either.
Raz, you don't know this?
The feathers cap?
No.
I don't know this item name.
It's called Raptor's Cloak.
Yes.
What does it do?
It gave you 30 armor and 125% base health regen.
And built into Zerat portal. And gave you move speed when moving towards turrets. Raz!
Okay, my bad. All right.
3, 2, 1, go.
What?
Oh, this is your
Wriggle's
most famous
Lantern.
item.
Wriggle's Lantern.
Woo!
It gives
Drop
80
four.
health and
Drop
allows you to
forward.
drop 1 ward.
That's enough detail because
Yeah!
you didn't
2
get
points.
the.
Yeah!
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to Game 3. FlyQuest versus C9 has been a banger so far. FlyQuest, we're on the precipice of the 2-0, but Jat, they just couldn't get across the finish line at C9's Nexus turrets. Getting a little overeager, so C9 even out the series.
It was a good game. I think it's been a really good series. Both games have had a lot of back and forth action. I mean, in that game, FlyQuest had at one point a 5-for-0 ace, and then couldn't outscale the Senna Seraphine. But the joy of Fearless is all these big Deathball Healy comps that have been dominated the first 2 games. They're out of here.
Yep.
Let's see what they throw out in Game 3.
No more Ezreal Karma. No more Ashe Seraphine. Even though we didn't technically see the Ashe Seraphine. Yeah, no more Senna. Yeah. We're going to have some honest League of Legends from this point forward, okay?
Well, we'll see if Griffin's willing to be honest. Because Griffin's had some dishonest picks. The jungle shed into Vi. It's actually just a good pick.
Yeah.
I think a lot more people should do it. It seems like an amazing answer to Vi. Will he pull out the jungle Nasus?
Okay, well, here's a dishonest pick off of there. The Nocturne. Turns the lights off. That's not very honest.
True. Very unfair.
Yeah. Orianna as well off the table, so that combo is doubly banned.
No Pantheon ban yet. So
true. That could rise up as on the dishonest tier list. Pantheon Ultimate is also fairly dishonest. Although it does kind of tell you when it's coming, which is a little more honest than Nocturne. We gotta make a tier list of that now. The most dishonest champs. Shaco's #1, 100%.
That is true.
Yeah.
Although the most honest champs are often the worst. Because it feels dishonest.
Garen, pretty honest. Pretty honest.
No, I don't think so. He silences you and one-shots you before you can do anything.
True. He does like half health you with his ultimate. That's not very honest.
Agreed.
All
Pantheon
right.
open.
We'll come back to that one.
FlyQuest, I mean, C9 is daring them to first pick the Pantheon.
Pretty much. I mean, Talia's is not going to be paired with it, but that's banned from FlyQuest side, and obviously it's still just a good pick on its own as well. But no, FlyQuest instead locking the Bard.
There might be debate. I think Bard's pretty honest. I think you can see all of his skill shots.
True.
It's a highly skilled champion. It doesn't feel super cheap.
Your magical journey can lead to some dishonest like flanks.
Yeah, but it's all like. It's the correct amount of telegraph.
It's also
skill.
It's also evened out by sometimes you accidentally ult your own team. If you've been on my team in solo queue, you've experienced this.
Yes.
And that equals out the dishonesty of the portal. So you know what? I like that. Corki, honest champ, Nami as well. Bot lane locked in for C9, and it looks like it's gonna be answered by FlyQuest.
Of course, Masu wants to play Jhin again. He always does this. He loves it.
Yeah.
He loves Jhin.
It calls to him.
He's the Jhin guy.
Like the Green Goblin mask in the corner. Jhin wears a mask. It's just the Jhin mask in the corner.
Well, I guess it feels like he's picked Jhin more than he has. This is only his 3rd Jhin of the Spring Split.
It's just, you really feel each of those Jhin picks in the past.
I know, dude. He's the Jhin guy.
Okay, hear me out though. There's no Sion, there's no Cassante, like the big tank. I guess Ornn, maybe C9 go for an Ornn, unless FlyQuest lock it in. No, they go for the Anivia, which Ornn would probably not have a great time against in top lane if FlyQuest wanted to send it to Gakkos, who has played it already. So let's see if C9 find a tank that they want to play, because anytime I see Jhin early in a draft, I immediately start having alarm bells go off saying, hard to take down tanks, so can C9 find ways to fit those in the comp?
He's 3 of the 8 Jhin games. So it makes sense that he's the Jhin guy. And Anivia, blind picked here, can be top mid flex. I also really have appreciated Blabber's tank play.
There's the tank.
In defining series. So this gives them a lot of solo lane flexibility as well, since Sejuani is just incredibly at ganking for melees. And I just feel like Blabber's had great performances on the Sejuani late in series.
We'll see if they're able to get more melee champions in top and mid to pair with the Sejuani, help stack up that passive stun. I'm expecting, though, Anivia to be held as a counter pick for a very long time. FlyQuest using that to their advantage. Technically also could be support, but I don't imagine anyone's playing Bard top lane these days. But again, it's about planting the seed, Jack, because then you look really cool.
True.
If it does happen later. As Mbessa's banned out from C9's side, not believing that is for sure an Anivia, although I guess this also covers jungle ban for Mbessa for Griffin.
Yeah, true. Griffin has a lot of flexibility. I feel like they just don't care about Pantheon anymore. And I'm not missing it. We haven't played Pantheon. It's not banned. Just not picked. Blabber's played 4 Sejuani games now. It's his most played.
Ooh.
Shocking, actually.
I feel like, is any other jungler in the LCS playing Sejuani right now? I can't really, like, and I have a notoriously bad memory So I shouldn't say this with much confidence, but I don't think I've seen anyone else play it.
I'll get you. I'm sure someone's played.
All right, well, either way, it's going to be Blabber's pick here. It's front line for the Corki and the Nami, and again, it's a tank that's hard. It makes it hard for Jhin to actually chew through a front line, and C9's kind of doubling down, saying we're not going to give you other tools to get through a front line. Vayne is taken off the table as well.
Yeah, top lane pick in these games, very important. Jose, Inspired, and Hambach are the others to play.
There we go.
But it's only one each. And then Blabber's played it 4.
Okay.
So he's more the Sejuani guy than Masu's even the Jhin guy.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Yeah. I like that. We're keeping track of everybody's champ pools. We're going to have next episode of Pocket Picks. Blabber, Sejuani. Clearly, everyone, when you think Blabber.
And the Sejuani, those are the 2 picks that come to mind.
Yeah, Jason York taking off the table from FlyQuest. So a lot of top lane focus. It's Gnar for Thanatos. Makes a lot of sense to me.
Ooh, especially with all of the protection bans already. Vayne out of there, Jace out of there. It was banned by FlyQuest, but it stopped the Jace blind, and you love to see a Thanatos Gnar game. It's his best, most comfortable champion.
And I don't know if Anivia does incredibly well into it. When I think about like why you play Anivia into top laners, it's usually the melees, and then you abuse the range matchup. But Gnar has the range. He can also hop over your wall, so it's a little harder. So I'm expecting that to be quad, and there's Mundo now locked in for FlyQuest. And now we get our answer, is what will Gakkos be playing? Is it still the Anivia into the ranged top laner, or do they pivot to something else?
Great question. You could see the gears turning for Griffin, whether he wanted to play the Pantheon or the Mundo. A little bit more scaling with the Mundo. And if they lock this way, it's just a long-range poke comp. And that's what this is. This is a long-range poke comp.
Yeah, a lot of range. Emphasis on that. Save the Mundo, who's going to just kind of be the space maker, trying to block the approach. And Anivia while helping out with that to stop like Sejuani and Gnar from getting on top of you. But outside of that, they don't have that many tools to slow Blabber down, looking for the engages. They do have damage, they do have range, and they have Bard engage. Yeah. I love me a Bard primary engage count.
Looking at tier 1. Oh, a Twisted Fate for APA as well. An old classic for him. Back in his rank 1 solo queue days, big map play coming through for TF.
Yeah, and I will say last game, Stats has done a great job of tracking this. APA's damage per minute was 29th in LCS history. Masu was 25th in game 1. We were highlighting that.
Yeah.
APA almost caught up. And Jat, how many games have happened in LCS history?
Off the top of my head, 3,853.
That's crazy. You just know that.
I do.
You weren't reading the prompter, right?
I was.
Oh.
That's how I knew
Well, you're
it.
honest champ, Jat. There we go.
I will say, I think we might have some DPM inflation in League of Legends. There is more gold than ever this season. The bounties are bigger than they've ever been.
Yeah.
I feel like we've had a lot of these. I can't believe that damage per minute. Like, I bet you
some
if you check
trickle-down
the top
stats.
50,
Yeah.
a lot of them are from the last 2 years.
Okay. Honestly.
But still, 29th
probably.
of 3,853 is really high.
All right, new challenge for Leo, our stats guy. Go back and find the oldest in the top 25. So in the top 25, which one is the oldest stat? I'm gonna guess like 2018 is probably the oldest.
I'm going to say...
That's just off the top of my head.
I'm going to say 2016.
2016, a little earlier. All right, well, we'll see. FlyQuest versus C9, game 3, loaded onto the Rift. If FlyQuest win this game, they lock top 4. If C9 win this game, they continue the undefeated series streak going into next week versus Team Liquid, who have the chance to do the same. They play against Lyon after this series today. There's a chance we get 2 undefeated teams going up against each other in the final weekend. That would be hype. But FlyQuest, of course, trying to put a stop to that. So I'm going to put you on the spot here, Jat, though. What do you think FlyQuest chances are with this composition? You've talked about the strength, its range, there's some damage in there. Do you like it? Do you think it is a good draft as already Vulcan? You know what? If the draft can do this, sure. That's going to set you up pretty good in the bot lane.
I don't.
Okay.
I don't love it. It's just really hard to play. And I feel like it requires a lot of patience, things that FlyQuest typically hasn't had. It's just have a massive amount of poke, but then I also, it's more that I like C9 just because I know that TF Gnar can apply so much pressure. Because if the Gnar starts doing well, the TF can really snowball it. And we have just the guy to answer this question. Raz is standing by with C9's I Will Dominate.
First questions, there's a lot of action in the level 1. What's your read on the level 1 so far?
I mean, it looks fine for us. We have Nami sustain in lane, so trading a little bit is okay. Looks like we're going to be able to not get dove 4 times this game, so yeah, I'm happy with this.
There was a scare that FlyQuest would take the 2-0 after the last one, but there was a bit of a clutch on being able to take that fight in your base. What's your read on just like what you guys need to be able to improve to take this one?
I mean, I think last game we have just been making mistakes. We're like pretty far ahead. We almost lost with Sold 2 games, so we're getting a lot of the Drakes. We're in good spots in the game, but we're overplaying, which is, I guess, common theme for us at this point. You know, we've thrown multiple games on stage now, so we're working on it. But what I'm happy with is that everyone's aware of the conditions in games, so we're making plans that make sense. We know what's happening. We're just misplaying a lot, like when we're in the situation itself. So obviously, we just need to be a little bit more cognizant of the angles they're going to take. FlyQuest is obviously a super aggressive team, right? Like they just want to run at you and fight you all over the place. And a lot of times we're just like thinking that they're giving, but they're not actually giving. And then the fight starts and it ends up being, it should be good for us, but it ends up being bad because we're not prepared for like what's happening.
So what's the message of this game? You got the Twisted Fate. It looks like your mentality is to play sides. So what did you tell the team?
I mean, honestly, I don't even think we need to play sides in order to win this game. I think Corki Nami is extremely strong. Both games, we've been drafting things where we're like stronger than them on mid-waves. And I think that this is a game where I feel like the Corki Nami are going to be able to take over at some point. So I don't really think that it necessarily works like that. We can just end up hitting the front line. I think this Mundo will die at some point. Once we have items and we have damage, we have Gnar, we have Corki with Nami. You know, Blabber is the goat of using Spellbook on Sejuani, which I believe he has. I mean, he normally has it every game. Yeah. So we'll have Ignite at some point for that guy as well. So yeah, I mean, I think it should be good.
All right, appreciate it. We're going to send straight to back to the casters and you can watch the game.
Thank you very much, Raz, and I Will Dominate for giving that sideline report right there. Something I wanted to highlight was the fact that they were saying it's kind of a difference between the plan versus the execution.
Yeah.
They always have the plan. Sometimes it's execution that it comes down to.
I want to see, I feel like that guy's done broadcasting. Sven,
yeah?
Or Dominate's done a lot of co-streaming. They need to set up a coach cam co-stream. I just want to hear everything. I want to, there's got to be a way to set this up. Where they
I feel like
can just
competitive
stream.
integrity is the issue there. You know?
I don't care. I just want to see it.
Yeah, good point.
It's just a regular season. Seed's going to win anyway. Turn it off in playoffs.
We saw Sven's stats there, all-time on Corki, looking pretty good. Speaking of stats, Jat, rockstar stats guy Leo actually has an update for us on the question I asked of what's the oldest one. I said 2018, you said 2016.
I did.
For who's in the top 25 damage per minute, like how far back does that stat go?
Yeah. And it was actually 2016.
You were right.
Leo got the stat. Wild Turtle did 1,571 damage per minute on Sivir, which does really confirm the damage per minute inflation. That
but it takes a Sivir, probably in a 50-minute game, I would imagine.
Yeah, likely. The reason I said 2016 is I remember World Finals that year had a 70-minute game where Core JJ did 100,000 damage on Zyra. And I'm like, if Zyra can do like 1,300 damage per minute, something was juiced in that season that is going to carry over. But that's random stat brain that doesn't matter.
Yeah, also here for production, it was a 40-minute game that Wild Turtle was able to pull that off.
So smurfed it then.
Now, can APA do it on Twisted Fate? He did it. He got 29.
Hard no.
No, okay.
But Quad, to me, has the potential to have some high DPM this game.
Okay.
And Sven. Because if it gets late enough, to Dom's point, and if Sven is actually always stronger on mid-wave, he's going to have a lot of Mundo damage to do.
Right now, FlyQuest getting pushed out from the Dragon. Griffin had started this up, and Blabber will spot it, but the smite is true, and Griffin gets the Dragon and gets out. That's 2 games in a row now.
Wait a minute.
Just get on spawn, Dragon takes.
Wait, hold on. That was really impressive. That was 530, and it looked like he smote it from 1,000, so he already had his upgraded smite. There was so much happening with the stats in the interview.
Yeah.
But Griffin did something. I'm going to go check. You know, play-by-play for a sec. He must have done something really clever to get the upgraded smite that early.
We were distracted on our end, but for right now, it is Dragon picked up by FlyQuest and a wave in a good spot for Cryogen and Mastu. Blabber will get up to get that top scuttle crab as Sven actually jumps forward. Valkyrie's aggressively on the Mastu and Cryogen. Actually even had the Valkyrie to get back, so he was just walking up there.
Yeah,
so good trades bot side, and then Blabber does get the top crab.
This is your moment, Kangas. I'm still watching Griffin's jungle pathing.
Okay, go for it. Reset from Masu in the bottom side here. Cryogen will try and get as much of the CS as possible, but this is now kind of more reminiscent of game number 1 as the bubble lands, and Sven's got the damage. First blood for C9. I'm just saying, reminiscent of game number 1. Lead for C9 in this bottom side. They are not getting dove this time around.
That is huge. Sven's had a rough moment in this series so far. Ezreal failed the dive game 2, got dove over and over again, finally gets the upper hand on Masu. Went back. This was a double crab for Griffin, so it was double full clear, double crab, which gave him the upgraded smite to do the early dragon. So he's definitely off to the races on Mundo, but that won't matter if Sven gets too fed.
Against Blabber, of all junglers as well, getting both crabs. Very impressive.
Blabber must be seething secretly.
Yeah, he got the third crab. That's the one that matters, truly. Didn't get the dragon contest, as now FlyQuest will look to contest at the Raptors. Blabber stunned up. Griffin's there with Cryogen in his back pocket. Has the CC immunity. That's a flash from Blabber. Gets to safety under the turret with the Arctic Assault, but that is a summoner spell down now for C9's jungler.
Oh, double crab, loses his red. I will say, though, if that's going to happen to Blabber, he's on the right champion to do it. One of his games this split where he fell most far behind was against Inspired's Jarvan. Still won the game, though.
That CP from Blabber coming down. He's got the spell book. Big damage from Sven, who Valkyries forward again. They have the Twisted Fate Destiny coming in, flash forward with the yellow card. Onto Cryogen. The Bard's in trouble as he walks forward. And now FlyQuest got baited into the fight. The bubble will land. CC chain onto Griffin. 2 kills to C9.
Beautifully done by C9 right there. The early TP punishes the invade. Then once the Bard portal is used, it's when APA can TP it on the TF. And now Masu can't get back to the wave. This is beautifully done by Blabber and Vulcan to zone Masu off of his own turret temporarily. He's going to move now.
This tug and pull of the jungle matchup as Cryogen is actually going to walk straight into Blabber. We'll see that the blue buff has been taken. So Griffin's able to take the red buff away, but C9 answer it back. Even I Will Dominate was talking when Raz was having that sideline interview of like, yeah, I mean, Blabber takes the Unsealed Spellbook on Sejuani. He's going to get use out of that. And instantly we see it happen. Another crab contest.
Griffin wants it, pushing it towards his carries. That's good. Nice fight.
That's 3.
Many crabs.
Track.
Many crabs.
3-1 in the crab count. As I think the pause, Blabber saying, wait a minute.
Something's wrong.
I've only got 1 of 4 crabs.
This is Ben who did
this. Has never happened.
We'll see why he paused right now. Hopefully they can resolve it quickly. The last pause was done pretty quick, but the beginning of this game, very favorable for C9. Getting the Corki Nami ahead, it's going to make it difficult for the Jhin Bard to move.
No, I don't read lips, by the way.
Are you going to try?
No, I was just pointing out that Sven was tapping his microphone mic. I'm assuming it's an audio issue. APA was also tapping his.
Okay.
So between the two of them, it looks like they're checking on what the audio is going to sound like. That's my prediction, at least.
That's pretty good.
Hopefully it's a fast fix.
If there is something to work on, we do not have a lip reader currently on staff.
Do you know that?
No. But if we did, then we should definitely give them a headset so they can tell us what's happening.
Hey, production, can we get our lip reader into the caster booth real quick? Give an update for
we need a John Boy for
players.
Legends.
Okay. Looks like we don't actually need that. Back to live. There's a quick pause.
You were right, though. You were a body language expert there.
Yes. As currently it's still a lead for C9, 3-0, 1.5K in their pocket with the gold on Sven and APA, 1,000 lead for Sven.
Yeah, and the head-to-head record last year was in the favor of C9, but that was a favor of FlyQuest, but that was a much different FlyQuest roster, a total rebuild. This was a 1-5 record heading into today. That's now sitting at 2-6. And also a reminder that FlyQuest is dominating bot lane. But also, if they win this game, they will clinch a top 4 spot, but they're going to have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, they're getting kind of crushed down here. Sven 2-0-1. The tidal wave stops the back, so ultimate used, but just to kind of be annoying, because now the grubs are started up here. Blabber, I believe, smited one of those away. Griffin's still sticking around. Nope, it looks like it was Griffin smiting the first, now Blabber. Either way, it's 1-1. No one's going to get all 3.
Yeah. One thing I want to point out, I keep seeing this happen as we actually haven't even looked top lane. As Catghost and Thanatos are just playing League of Legends.
Kind of forgot there's a Nivea in this game.
Yeah, he's a Nivea top.
I'm being honest.
We'll see kind of how it manifests in the gold right now. With Sven having 4,500 and then Masu being all the way down to 3.3K. FlyQuest bottom lane is getting absolutely slammed. I think this happens so often with Mundo jungle. So you can get tricked a little bit with Mundo, since I just feel like he's such a bad ganker early. If you don't have the stronger 2v2, the other team can just repeatedly dominate that lane.
Sure.
And that's what C9's done a good job of here. So even though Griffin is getting the CS advantage, yes, he double crabbed and got the early Drake, the TF and the Sejuani have just done a great job adding to the advantage that Zven and Vulcan are creating with their Corki.
And now Zven with the Trinity Force completed. I mean, we see FlyQuest, they just send Masu mid lane already. He's down a level. Doesn't matter, doesn't have the quest completed.
They just need out.
Well before. Ooh, I mean, we see the strength of Zven right now. Cryogen's like half health just for walking up to the Corki. Having quad down here, he can just farm waves, but Blabber could look for a dive. Dragon's up.
Yeah. They're just trying to find a way into this Drake fight. I imagine Griffin would want to fight it. He has Heartsteel on the Mundo.
Big spike for them as well. Blabber not having an item completed. Now throws in the ultimate. They chain CC onto Griffin again. Still knocked airborne. Flash from Zven on a killing spree. C9's 80 carry finds the angle to get the kill.
Flashes straight over the Bard ultimate. We might not even need to wait for the late game. Dom was saying at some point in this game, the Mundo will die. I wasn't expecting 11 minutes for the second one. They burned through his Mundo ultimate multiple times already. Zven is really off to the races on the Corki.
3-0-1. That is 100% kill participation so far, as he now is in the mid lane and has completed the role quest. He's not even in his lane. He's the only person on Summoner's Rift that has that completed right now.
Whew. So that's just going to add to his temporary power. Snowball, get a little bit of extra gold out of his minions, completing it early. Role quests often don't matter that much because they all kind of complete around the same time. But, I mean, Masu could be really far away from it, so we'll have to track how long he waits to end up getting his, because he's still running out mid lane, so it's going to be stacking up a lot slower.
You see Cryogen hovering topside right now, just reminding us that there is an Nibia.
Yep.
Gakos exists.
Good reminder.
On track for the triple donut.
This does count as a carry pick. He's not, though, because he's losing as well. You need to be 0-0-0 and win.
Thanatos.
And you can't say
Thanatos on track.
You can't say it before 20 minutes.
Is that the rule now?
The games never end before 20 minutes nowadays, so you have to wait till at least then.
Okay. All right, you know what? I can get behind this one.
Yeah, okay. Guardrails.
Just like
then I'm down for it, actually.
Yeah.
Maybe 25, but 20 for now.
Well, we'll come back to that later. Once we try it at 20, see how that felt.
Yeah.
Zven getting more plates in the mid lane right now. I mentioned before, it's reminiscent of game 1, where he was bot lane, gets multiple plates there, goes mid, gets multiple plates there. It's just gold injection on the Zven, 2K in the lead on the Corki.
Yeah, absolutely. Game 1 was so long ago, it's easy to forget.
Yeah.
That the Ezreal Karma from C9 was kind of dominating that game. They were 2,000 gold ahead of the Lucian Melio. It was only in the late game team fights that Masu was able to do massive damage.
And this time Zven has not thrown under turret. As the Temper Fate will land here. Can he follow up with the Cosmic Binding? Timed perfectly onto APA, but do they have the damage now? APA is trying to sidestep some of the abilities. Shut down for Quad. More gold in the FlyQuest pocket.
Mercury treads Rod of Ages. Slow to die, TF, but he dies nonetheless. Let's see if C9 can get some plates here.
Trying to push the wave in. Damage onto Griffin. Man, these phosphorus bombs are just chunking him. Plus the Trinity Force autos. Root, though, onto Blabber will tank up one turret shot. And I think Zven did more damage to Griffin than that turret shot.
Yeah.
With just an auto and a Q.
I would agree. Blabber really caught up to the Mundos. Early double crab with all of the pressure they've been able to create. Now, since they have mid push, top push, Blabber can kind of go where he wants. It's going to be really difficult for Griffin to get back into this game because the mid lane pressure is just absolutely relentless from C9.
Yeah. I mean, with this pressure, he's able to get a crab, so all things are back to normal as Masu uses the cleanse instantly on the slow from the ultimate. I don't believe that actually connected either way. He's able to get away.
Yeah, just got the cleanse. That's all he was looking for to keep this mid control and to keep Masu scared on the mid wave. He's got the Glute Greaves once again. Still no mid lane role quest, by the way. 14, almost 15 minutes into the game.
I feel like we could honestly get through an entire series calling it a different name every time.
I'm just going to call it the Glute Greaves.
Yeah? You're just committing to that
I
one?
like that name.
Okay, it's a good one.
I think it will be confusing when you hear it, but when you think about it, you'll always understand, so that's why I'm okay with it for now.
Oh, nice sidestep there from Zven, or rather Valkyrie away from the stun. It looks like FlyQuest are focused on this bottom side right now, pushing back Thanatos, getting damage onto this turret. This allows C9 some space to go for the Herald and also do a similar thing on the top side. Difference being that a Nibia wave clear, very, very hard to get through. And on that note, I mean, between Hwei and Anivia, they have a lot of wave clear on FlyQuest side. It can be tough for C9 to actually get in here. Destiny popped. It looks like it's not being channeled right now. I believe that was just for information.
Oh no, that was so interesting. Quad was an auto away from finishing the bot turret and getting first turret of the game. He backed off because of the TF ult.
Ooh. Tempered Fate lands this time around again as Sven's just able to Valkyrie away. Griffin looking to chase down the walls there, and Sven's out of mana. Looks for a little damage on the Cryogen, but will fall. Griffin with the kill.
Nice gank there by the Bard Mundo. Won't slow down Sven that much. It's not like he loses a bunch of gold on death, but it will inject a bit of extra health into Griffin. Masu steal the problem.
On it. There he comes.
Masu really needing to come back into the game as well. I still want to call back to that TF ultimate bottom lane to keep that first turret alive. There's a little bit of a race for that first turret. The gold really sneaks back with that kill onto Sven.
But no turret taken from C9 side because they were trying to get that pressure on top side. It's punished by FlyQuest. And yeah, look at this health bar. How much health is on that turret? That's got, I'm going to guess 30.
It was literally one auto, and Quad was like, oh no, I must be getting TF. Let me back away.
Okay, C9 might get the mid turret, or the first turret mid, as they have the Herald charge, and this should be enough, and there we go. C9 win the race. The TF ultimate does push back Quad and buys enough time for C9 in the extended play to get that injection of gold. That would have been a way for FlyQuest to try and equalize, like you were highlighting. Now C9 are 2.5K ahead.
Still a big fan of Quad's Hwei. He's 1-0. He's just gonna, like, it's not a pick that other people are excelling on, but he's just always had such a good performance on it. I imagine it's gonna be hard for FlyQuest to contest this Drake, though, coming up now.
It's already spawned. C9 is in the neighborhood. Currently it's Quad topside for a FlyQuest, and he's got TP. Blabber stuck in the wall. He just cannot move. Stunned up, rooted up, throws out the ultimate. Now Sven trying to get the damage on the Gakkos. Valkyrie's away from the Tempered Fate. FlyQuest not able to land the engage that time. Cryogen had been pretty lethal with those on defense so far.
I mean, it looked cool, but I am just... How is FlyQuest going to do damage? It's going to take so long.
Yeah.
Everyone is just... They hit from 2,000 units away, but they use all their spells to kill, like, one dude.
And they don't even take him down. I mean, Blabber's still like half health after that. Gets the dragon, gets out of there. Maybe they go for Thanatos here. The wall goes out again from Gakkos, and Thanatos yet again kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Flashes away from the Flash Frost. No wave anymore. Gakkos trying to sidestep now. Curtain Call plus Destiny. Gakkos has to go forward to try and find the kill. Flash Frost, I believe, landed. Flashing in, but Thanatos got all the healing from Vulcan. Masu's there to close it out, as Thanatos will finally fall. Now Griffin looking for more in the jungle. APA goes down. FlyQuest just found 2.
They're wizards. They're wizards, Kangas. How are they getting 2 kills here? That was the sloppiest, weirdest looking dive, and they get 2 kills off of it. Actually, they finished off Thanatos, and they run down APA in the jungle, who's trying to support the play.
Yeah, I mean, when they commit, they commit. FlyQuest like to fight, and they did it just there. I will note Sven got kind of cashed out in the mid lane. He got 3 plates on the tier 2 turret, but let's get another look at this.
Yeah, so Quad lands the Hwei ultimate, gets Thanatos very low, and then is just trying to get the minions in. Teleport comes in for Gakkos, but unable to really trap him with this wall because he wasn't able to land the stun. Thanatos just doing his best to buy as much time as possible. And right here, actually, just hopping out of the curtain call, which was poorly aimed by Masu. And then, like, this flash into the wall, when the Vulcan heal keeps him alive, but it gives vision for Masu to do damage. And then the biggest thing is just down on the bottom side, AP had teleported in on TF earlier. They chase him down.
Oh, sorry. I accidentally flashed in space.
Second time it happens today. And you've...
Second time it happens today.
Vulcan, my man. Woo. Chill. Second time it happens today.
Yeah, he did. I didn't see the flash. I saw him Destiny into the ground, but then I looked back towards the Anivia and the Jhin. So I didn't catch exactly there, but now back to live. Blabber's onto the blue buff with Vulcan behind him. C9 can't let it affect them. Sven still has a massive lead. The entire gold lane for C9 is just their AD carry. So as long as they play around the Corki, they should be fine.
They've almost killed the second interior turret. They're not messing around on mid-prio. Get mid-prio, get deep vision, play the whole game around Corki Nami. They, I mean, the power curve is just so off right now. Sven can bully Griffin back, so they're even trying to push him off Raptors, just take control of the whole map.
C9 Play around their AD carry is the recipe for success for them. FlyQuest, they've been trying to kind of make it goofy instead, playing for the side lanes.
Yeah.
They still haven't taken that bot turret yet, but I imagine that's going to be on their radar here as there's no dragon for 2.5 minutes. Destiny popped again as Blabber will go for the Glacial Prison. Quad gets out of there with the Mikhails from Cryogen. Griffin finds space on the front line. A Temper Fade onto 2, but Blabber and Thanatos are pushing FlyQuest back. They cannot follow up on it.
Thanatos!
And C9 go back, and Thanatos pulls back Quad. Griffin and Toe stunned up. Sven with the damage should have enough. One auto, not gonna get it. But FlyQuest actually turned back on the Thanatos. It's a 1-for-1 so far. If they can kill Sven, this is huge for FlyQuest. He's slowed down. He's slowed again. Still out of there for now as Cryogen actually is the one to fall for FlyQuest, but Griffin
Sven.
got onto him. Sven's out of there. That's all the gold, all the damage on C9. FlyQuest continue the chase. APA trying to get some down here as the Anivia Egg is going to buy more space for FlyQuest. And I think that should herald the end of the fight. Notice on the Blabber.
But it's FlyQuest.
Yeah, they're still going. Now they back off.
You never know. Who would go for a fight here? If it's even a percentage chance that it works, FlyQuest is going for it. Wow. So in this fight, C9 use their global pressure with the TF and the Narcollapse to create a numbers advantage. Anivia's in top lane resetting, so I like the look on TF here. Beautiful Mikhails from Cryogen to get Quad nearly out, but Meganar comes around from the side. It's a great look as they're able to get onto Quad and Griffin and just kill him. And then you think, like, okay, we lost our play, we're down most damage, maybe the fight is over. But FlyQuest says, well, we have a second control mage. We got backup one in the top lane with the Anivia, so we can still play this. Gakos just ends up getting so much damage in throughout this fight as Griffin is just landing cleaver after cleaver. And then the control ward from Griffin to pull off the late Mundo flank, catches Sven off guard, gets his second kill onto that Corki of the game, and keeps this game interesting.
Keeps it very interesting. APA actually topping the damage charts there, though. On the Twist of Fate, that's actually very surprising. But you see on the FlyQuest side, it was Gakos.
Yeah.
Quad went down early, Gakos stepped up. Masu was also relatively untouched there.
Sven for the game, though, still 24,000.
Hey,
he's doing it.
It's over 1,000 per minute.
Already. Maybe he's another top 25 performer.
Could be. If we get 3 in a row that are top 30, I think your inflation
really confirms
comment
inflation.
Is
We
pretty
got
spot
Zimbabwe
on.
DPM numbers here.
Takes the top tier. I wasn't ready for that one. FlyQuest will take the Dragon, stop the Stagger from C9. 2-2 on the Drake count as Thanatos looks for even more. The tier 2's already fallen in the mid lane. C9 have multiple waves shoved in, and they might just get this whole turret here.
They really will. My goodness. So C9 keeping the pressure on. Nice ghost.
Yeah,
APA dodges a lot of it.
He's good. So, FlyQuest looked for a potential pick there. And with Quad making it in time, the turret will not go down, but that's 4 plates worth of gold picked up by C9, now 3,500 in the lead. It's no longer just Sven. Griffin on Mundo is the only one with the gold lead for FlyQuest. I would argue that's not where you necessarily want the money to go. That's the tank. You want it on things like Hwei, things like Anivia, but in that front, C9 are holding the line on multiple members.
Yeah, it's still going to be a difficult game for Griffin and all of FlyQuest to play. Luckily, the Mountain Soul is still fairly delayed. So, like, there will become a point when the Jin Hwei do a ton of damage. No egg on Cryo.
Gold card onto him. Chain the CC, flashes away. Griffin's in there. The wall's blocking the escape path. Now Blabber holding the line. Had the exhaust for Griffin. As now the tidal wave will land. Thanatos got to the back line. They got Quad again. Stunned into the wall. Sven with the kill this time around as Griffin's trying to get out from the Baron Pit. Cryogen Magical Journey away. Blabber trying to keep Mundo locked in place. APA there to help him out. Thanatos going long for Gakos. Will miss the wallop. Looking now to turn out the Masu, who's stuck over the wall. Had flash, gonna save it for next fight. Double kill to Sven.
C9 looking to stay undefeated and go to 6-0 if they can close this one out. That's a big team fight win and will likely lead to a Baron as well. Gakos gets stunned right at the start, going for a bit of a pick, and C9 says, wait a second, we're just stronger than you. Like, if Sven is not getting engaged onto, they're gonna win these long fights every single time. And then Thanatos had perfect Meganar timing from his TP, just destroys the FlyQuest backline of Cryo Quad. And then it's just a long chase. Like, TF is much better in team fights than people will give him credit for when you're winning because you just chase people down with gold card after gold card.
And I wanted to see at the end there if Masu had an angle to flash and try and get out of there. Either way, can have the summoner spell for the next fight, but that is Baron buff for C9. Already only a 700 Red Bull Baron power play, but it can turn into much more as they start to hit these turrets.
Yeah, and guess what? Whatever concerns you have about this series, doesn't matter. Maybe even 6-0 in the regular season if this happens.
I'll say, knowing C9 fans, I don't think that that's going to make them feel much better, though.
No,
especially with how close the series
held
is.
together with flex tape.
That with flex tape.
I don't think it's meant to be, comforting, but
I don't
it's
think
what
you're
it is.
supposed to be leaking. In that type of container right there. That's my guess. Is Destiny coming through to give information to C9? They know that Gakkos is relatively alone here, and that's going to be a Nivea egg with plenty of damage to take that one down. A pick in the side lane. Glacial Prison not going to land. Blabber getting chunked down here, but Sven just roasting through Cryogen and Matsu and everybody on FlyQuest. C9 get a double kill for their top laner. Sven, a monster of a core key performance, and C9 look to continue the win streak. They have a 5 against 2 fight here at the Nexus turrets.
This might be it. He's really close to that DPM number. I had to check there. 36,000 in 26 minutes. They're going to end all this push.
C9 keep it together, losing game 1, but bringing it back in the series. Thanatos dives on to Cryogen. A clean ace, a double to Sven. C9 undefeated going into the final week of the regular season.
They're scaling. Sven Vulcan absolutely dominate this game 3. 9-2-4 for Sven, 00-14 for Vulcan, and FlyQuest made him work for it. But you don't beat C9 in the regular season, Kangas.
You don't beat C9 in the regular season, maybe playoffs. Although
that wasn't, it's a high note.
It's a high note.
They are so good in the regular season. We'll see what happens in the playoffs.
We'll see what happens, but for now, C9, they're going to be watching this next series very intently because Team Liquid is their final opponent, a tough final opponent to close out the regular season. If Team Liquid can take down Lyon, that's going to be 2 undefeated teams against each other, Jad. That's hype.
Inside track for that #1 seed for C9. You can see APA on the way for this interview. Pulled out the TF in that game 3. Lounge, take it away.
I thought he was going to ask us a question. Usually Jat always asks us a
Usually
question,
does.
Rez.
Usually
what
does.
What the heck?
He's losing his touch.
Yeah. Now I don't know what to say. We don't have a question to answer.
Well, all I'm going to say is
before APA gets here.
That was a clutch comeback from Cloud9.
There he is.
In fact, take the whole damn couch. Come in here. Come in here.
You get the entire couch.
You might as well. You might as well.
Ah, there we go.
Oh, I killed Galio. I say screw Galio.
I killed him. It's fine.
All right, that's not comfortable. No, but talk me through the series because it felt like FlyQuest was going to 2-0, and then the clutch moment in game 2 in the enemy base happened, and you turned it from there.
Well, I think both teams sucked today. I think we sucked, sadly.
Yeah.
And I think they sucked.
Okay.
More somehow.
So you're not rating this series very highly?
No, I think it was a complete low off. Like, I don't know. It was just a complete low off. There's so many moments from both teams. Like, Mako was like kind of okay, and then someone would like choose to run it down. Like the fact that we end the game, like game 3 there, just because Nivea is like looking top and they know we have TF ults and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's just like complete low off game, complete low off series, but a win's a win, so it's fine.
What is like the moment throughout this series that kind of illustrates the mistakes, or like that you remember? Because there's a lot, game 3, so it's like.
I think the big one for me is like game 2. It was the Rift Toad fight where I got like a triple kill, quadra kill.
Yeah.
And then we went bot side, and we had like that whole fight at their red buff, if you guys remember.
Yeah.
And we like. Like,
we saw it.
Is there more to say? Like we're just running it down.
Yeah.
When like I'm so strong, I'm 2 core. The game doesn't have to revolve around that fight over, I think it was red buff.
Yeah.
And it's just low off. Like that's the series, and yeah.
How, I guess, I feel like I asked you this the last time when I interviewed you. You guys had a better performance, like in terms of the game there. But how do you like take these mistakes and kind of use them to grow, moving forward? Because it feels like whenever I talk to you, or like we talked to Dom earlier, and there's kind of this building frustration at like making the same mistakes over and over again.
I don't think these mistakes are similar to like mistakes we've made in the past.
Okay.
So I think it's like different branches of mistakes, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's just like at the end of the day, we're just gonna go back and review this. Like we're gonna take tomorrow off, and then I'm sure Monday we're gonna come in. Everyone's gonna have opinions because everyone's gonna go back and watch the games on their own. And like I'm gonna flame Blabber for this, Blabber's gonna flame me for this, Sven's gonna probably blame Phil for some lane thing, and then Sven's gonna ask why am I getting bot lane dove like 10 times in a row in, what was that, game 2?
Yeah.
And then we'll come to conclusions like that someone's trolling here, someone's trolling there. Yeah, but we'll just talk about it.
Has that added conflict been good for you? Because you've talked about it before. I'm pretty sure it was like a Cloud City interview, or an interview that you talked about like the added conflict. Because it feels like there's a lot more competition now. FlyQuest has been playing better. A lot of people even said, passing by, that they expected them to win here. But talk about that added conflict within the team, being able to address each other in scrims.
I don't know if conflict is the best word. It's just everyone's passionate.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Like everyone's just passionate, obviously, with what they do. Like we all put literally our lives into what we're doing right now. So it's not even just like, I'm upset at you, I'm gonna yell at you. It's like, I think this so strongly.
Yeah.
And I want to defend this point. And then, you know, Blabber will think the counterpoint so strongly, and we'll have to find some compromise within the middle ground.
Yeah.
Which I think we've gotten good at. Like sometimes conversations don't go how you want. Like sometimes I'm a bit butthurt, sometimes I think others are a bit butthurt.
Yeah.
But that's kind of the nature of what we're doing. Like we're striving for perfection.
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say that actually sounds like pretty healthy as long as you're able to like move past it and use it to grow as a team, right? Which I actually think that's really good. Without looking at the prompter, who's player of the game?
This game, I think Sven. I would imagine game 2 I got it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Personally, I think I had a really good series.
Mm-hmm.
It was Sven.
So yeah, I'd imagine this game Sven.
You were the previous game.
Yeah, I'd imagine game 2 it was me, and then to be honest, I don't know from game 1. I don't know.
Sven had the 30th most damage per minute in LCS history, but that was like a constant back and forth scrapping.
Yeah, it was just a bloodbath between us two this series. I remember I was looking at my DPM. I was like 1,000 DPM my Annie game. I was like 1,000 something my Victor game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say
I imagine it's pretty low this game because I'm TF, but it was probably not too low because we're also still fighting a lot.
True.
There was one team fight where your Victor bar was just like taking over the screen post team fight because I think they were trying to get on Sven and then you were just murdering them. But that's it for now. APA is going to be sticking around with us to help cover his old team, Team Liquid, now Alienware, who are going to go up against Lyon Gaming in our second match.
Yeah. Also, happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day.
True.
Happy
Mother's Day.
Guys, Nexus is useless.
Yeah, Nexus is useless.
Nexus, guys, though? What about Nexus? Yeah, Nexus is... Take serious, take serious. Just take serious, take serious, take serious, take serious!
W!
Nice, guys.
Oh, we came back after losing the first game of the series, no? Is that crazy?
Wow.
Woo!
Red Bull gives you wings.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello? Whoa. Mama Gorgon 85 lives here? Yep, that's my mom. The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys. Apples with peanut butter?
How is this possible?
With AT&T Wireless and Home Internet.
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T Wireless and Home Internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life.
Rich in the ground before Dove can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the LCS. APA joining us to preview Lyon versus Team Liquid. The two teams chasing you, really, for the top spot. Lyon actually can't catch you. Lyon can't catch you anymore.
Chasing us, Team Liquid? Because they're 5-0. I mean, I guess we're 6-0. So
Yeah.
I guess
Yeah.
they
Play next week.
But
Yeah.
they haven't played or won yet. So
Yeah. Lyon can't directly beat you though anymore. But what do you think about the Lyon roster changes? This is the biggest news that we had this week, which is shocking to me that they get Castle from DSG, but then they just start Dokla anyway. I'm personally a little flabbergasted.
Well, I'm higher on Dokla than probably most people, I guess, from like the grander scope of the thing. And I'm also lower on Castle than most people. I think is a great laner.
Mhm.
I don't know if he knows how to win the game.
Mhm.
I think also inspired teams are very, well, inspired teams.
Yeah.
Like you need to take a moment to learn how he wants to play the game and all that. So even if Castle's like an outright better player, Dokla knows the inspired system by now. They've been working together for what, 4 or 5 months roughly?
Yeah.
And so I would imagine even if they think Castle's better, maybe that's why. But I personally don't think Castle's like that much better than Dokla. I think it's like maybe like this, you know, maybe Dokla's better at tanks, Castle's better at carries, something like that.
We heard something kind of interesting from Kryra yesterday when he was comparing Castle and Surdy. But one thing he said about Castle is that he thinks sometimes Castle gives too much and isn't, like if you tell him something, he'll just be like, okay. And he'll pretty much say yes to everything. Is that kind of something that would contribute to this perception that like you feel like he doesn't necessarily know how to win game because he's just constantly responding to his teammates? Or that sounds like it could work on an Inspired-led team.
It's more so just like he's never played on a team good enough to learn the game. That's honestly the only way. Like he's been on DSG and Immortals, like just low teams where it's like, if I don't make a mistake, you make a mistake. And Sven was saying it earlier today, which was kind of funny when he was on Dig, where it's like, the mistakes we make are so much more impactful than the mistakes you make. So even though he's just playing lane, the game's more or less always going wrong.
Yeah.
So that's more or less that, in my opinion.
Yeah.
He's just been on the low teams forever.
And it's an interesting dynamic because a lot of the times when there's a roster change, usually it either comes from the coaching staff, from the players. Rigby, the assistant coach for Lyon, actually did an NAMN interview where he does mention where it was like he was surprised that it came through. It was on the deadline. He was like, from my point of view, I was low-key opposed to the changing DOCLA, which is, I think, the first time I've ever heard like a coach coming out and being able to say this, and more so just saying like he didn't really view, similar to your point, like that big of a difference between the two and talking about they have different strengths and weaknesses. Like, what's your viewpoint seeing kind of like this quote? And do you think, like, it sounds like you align with it?
Well, I mean, let's be real. It's the Inspired team. He's the player, GM, owner. So, like, I'm not in the Lyon camp, but I would not be surprised if it's like Inspired pushing for this. I would be really surprised if it's like the owner, like pushing really hard for the player to be replaced when they have a person like Inspired who's so opinionated on things.
Yeah, but my read on it is even if it is Inspired to be pushing for it, it's better to say the owner's doing it in case you want to do stuff like this and start DOCLA if Castle's not ready yet. I'm just, I understand the quick need to win now. I'm still surprised that they're not trying out Castle immediately, but let's look at the predictions. I actually switched my prediction when I heard this to Team Liquid. I was thinking Lyon was going to win this series because of what Castle did to Morgan last week, and add that to Lyon, I thought maybe they'd be able to make it work even if it was quick. But to that point, all of us are actually going Team Liquid.
Hey, APA, you have Team Liquid? The thought process behind that?
Well, see, I particularly don't care who wins or loses because I think we can beat anyone right now. But it'd be nice if Team Liquid win, maintain their solid 6-0. And I told Core, it'd be nice to meet when we're 6-0 and like the better team wins. So it actually matters because if they lose, I'm not sure how it really works within the bracket.
Yeah.
Or like maybe we can 1-2 them and still be first or some weird thing happens. I'm not totally sure. Yeah. So it would just be nice if both teams are 6-0 and we go into next week and it's super hype, like first place match, etc.
Yeah, clean first place match.
Yeah.
Yeah, no tiebreakers.
Yeah, exactly.
Head to head, match score, all that stuff.
Funny where we like cheese a win even though we lose.
Yeah.
It's like,
All right.
So that's why I want Team Liquid to win, but I personally don't care.
Well, on that note, with APA not caring, we're invested into this Team Liquid vs. Lyon series. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Lounge, and welcome back to the LCS, everybody. Our first series of the day here went the distance between C9 and FlyQuest, going all 3 games. And now it's time for Team Liquid to go head-to-head with Lyon and see who's going to prevail, the 5-0 versus the 4-1. I feel like this one could go either way. I'm Captain Flowers, that's Kobe, that's Azael, and you'll be joining us for the entire journey that I also hope will be 3 games.
I'm glad that APA is thinking of the storylines, for the upcoming match. He wants the 6-0 teams to play each other as well. That's the angle here. Wants TL at full power. But honestly, a lot of people looking towards Lyon. That is the bigger story, of course, with them signing Castle at the last day before the trade deadline and then still playing big dokes.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit surprising to me as well, but of course it would take some time to maybe adapt to that system, and they could play Castle in game 2. But I want to say the biggest story for me today is Jose and Inspired meeting up, the #1 and #2 MVP candidates, in my opinion, for this split. And you already know when you are going to be matching up in a series like this directly against each other towards the end of the split, that is going to change people's hearts and minds on who is the better jungler this split.
It's going to have so much weight. We already know that there's much more heavy weight on games towards the end of a split versus the beginning.
Triple ban on Jose.
And having it be the head-to-head only makes it that much more intense. Triple ban against Jose, like you're saying, popular long-range ganking junglers like the Pantheon and the Nocturne alongside his trademark Lee Sin. Over on the other side, much more standard, just high-power tier list bans with the Varus, Bard, and Orianna banned out by TL.
Yeah, and it of course is going to mean that you have the Ezreal Karma options up on the bottom side, you have the Ashe Seraphine, and so generally, even with the nerfs to Karma, the Ezreal Karma still has had so much success versus the Ashe Seraphine. It's one of the main lanes that has had that success, and so Lyon say, fine, you know what? Berserker Isles, this is going to be a very key lane for us for victory. So we're going to lock the Karma preemptively, expecting that you Ashe Seraphine. But literally, we had Spawn, after the first time they had an Ashe Seraphine comp, it was like Ashe Seraphine, Ornn, and Yone, and he was like, yeah, they gave us 4 out of 5 of our best champions. We didn't even have to do much. So TL very confident in this and very, very confident in piloting these style comps.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really exciting, and I feel like a lot of the talk has been about Berserker and Isles being the best bot lane in the league. Yeon and Core, well, Yeon wasn't really looking like himself towards the start of the split, but I feel like this last couple weeks he has been on fire, and I feel like these two bot lanes are the two current best in the league right now, matching up against each other. So it is going to be exciting to see with that top-level competition how it will go. Jarvan obviously makes a lot of sense for Inspired. You have 2 low mobility carries down to that bot lane. Generally, you see, you know, either Pantheon or Jarvan or something like that. You want to have the ability to gank and to attack these carries, and Inspired's going to be able to grab one.
Yeah, jungle is one part of that, and then oftentimes too, we'll see even mid lane picks tend towards that, towards you know, like Akali and stuff like that, to try and get assassination picks to take advantage of, you know, when Seraphine and Ashe do not have their flashes. So we'll see how, you know, dive and attack oriented Lyon want to get. Since Ezreal Karma is long range and is poke, you can go a couple ways with it.
And despite those 3 bans against Jose Diodo here in the first half of the draft, he's still going to find a very powerful pick for himself in the Xin Zhao. It's not like you can take everything from the top of the table off in game number 1, so they wanted to eliminate the signature pick alongside the 2 big long-range junglers to help the bottom lane, but still getting the Xin, Jose will be happy with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's been one of his best performing champions as well. He's performed, you know, extremely well this whole split, obviously, but the Xin, he's had some huge games too, and Xin is perfect with Seraphine, because your ult can buy time that you can always get into a good position for Seraphine to bounce her ult off your head and get the extra range, because you can buy so much time with the Xin ult. So, you know, TL, as you said, Flowers, definitely not too unhappy with all the jungle-focused bans.
Yeah, not going to be unhappy about that at all, but it is an interesting strategy if you go forward and maintain these bans, because when you look at his most played champions, the top 4 is Pantheon, Xin, Lee Sin, and Jarvan, right? So 2 of the top 4 now are going to be banned by Fearless. If you maintain these other bans, you are pushing him down the table quite a bit, and it's an interesting, you know, strategy, because if you feel like, hey, Jose really is standout on these top picks and maybe a little bit weaker on the bottom ones, then maybe that's something you can exploit going into a game 2 or a potential game 3.
And as we're looking at the second half of the bans come through here, solo lane's the name of the game for both sides, since we still need top laners and mid laners for both teams, with top lane taking most of the focus here. Team Liquid going to ban out 2 of the powerful AP carry top laners specifically. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. It means you want to play some big meatball with Rumble and Gwen banned away. Over on the other side, they ban Ryze, as well as one of the signature meatballs of League of Legends in the Sion.
Yeah, and as we said, you know, a couple of times they have played the Ornn to slot in here for Morgan, so you get that long range engage, and like when you have the Ashe and the Seraphine and some sort of top lane tank with another form of engage, your team fights are just so simplistic. It's very easy, and then you just need some burst damage from, there you go, from Quid. And Aurora, definitely some pretty big follow-up and flank opportunities as well.
Of course, you know, Morgan doesn't want to just blind Ornn with Dokla being over on the other side. Could be a Vayne answer, could be, you know, a number of these different counter picks that Dokla is willing to go into, so that's why they're throwing out the Aurora, which could, of course, be a flex between mid and top based on the matchups.
Exactly. Keep them guessing. Little flex pick goes a long way.
But I don't believe them. I think Morgan's playing a tank. They need engage.
Isles is yawning at it too. He doesn't believe. Not fooling him. All right, so with the Twisted Fate, this is another tool that you can use to get summoner spells off of Ashe Seraphine. It's again, we were talking about, oh, the Jarvan, you can punish low mobility carries for the bottom lane. Same thing with mid picks. And Twisted Fate is one of those that can punish in the you know, the early stages. Oftentimes when you pick Twisted Fate as well, you want to carry top laner so you can keep him guessing whether you're going bottom lane or going top lane and have your choice.
I don't know if they would do it. I mean, some of the responses that become pretty standard against things like TF, people really like Jax for Counter-Strike, be able to avoid the gold card. But I also think Malphite goes pretty hard in a comp like this. Gragas is much safer if they want to go that option, but I feel like Malphite is such a good matchup into Jace. You know, you have a low mobility mid laner and top laner. Instead, it is going to be Gragas. This is a matchup we've seen come out a couple times in the last weeks. People are just playing a lot of Comet Gragas, and it's an okay answer into a lot of these ranged matchups, such as the Jace. And if your jungler gets up there, you have great gank assist. You can punish champions like the Jace, like the TF, like the Karma. Of course, Ezreal has the ability to potentially buffer the shift on your body slam, but some explosive engage now between the Ashe and that Gragas.
Man, I don't know. I like the Lion side. I think they did accomplishment. Like you have pushing lanes for both top and bottom, so you can keep them guessing which one you're going to. You have lots of pressure with both Jarvan and Twisted Fate. The question is, if you make a mistake and you give up kills, you give up momentum and gold in the game to this Team Liquid team, that team fight is insane.
It is funny, though, because I feel like if Castle was playing, I would actually believe in this comp more. I just don't see Dokla as a dominant Jace player. His laning phase has been his weakness, and I feel like you need to be that point of power that you want to play towards in the side lane. And I think for Dokla, it's been more about his team fighting, less about his 1v1s. So I'll be interested to see if he can prove me wrong in this one.
Exactly. This is his day to prove everyone wrong. You know, they just signed Castle at the end of the trade deadline, and yet he is still starting here. Dokla is still standing. So there's a lot of extra pressure on this match. Makes it even more hype. He has a lot to prove.
This Lion comp to me, boys, looks like an FF20 comp one way or the other. You either dominate your lanes, you slam the enemy team, and they just want to get out and go next, or it doesn't work out, you lose those early kills like you're talking about, and then all of a sudden, what do you do against this team fighting?
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting. Obviously, you know, when you think of TF, you think of playing to those side lanes, but you also do have some really strong poke. And once you're on a couple items and you have a rapid fire, you walk forward, you gold card anyone. They get hit by True Shot Barrage, by a Mystic Shot. They get hit by a Shock Blast. There's a lot of follow-up on that to poke people down. Also worth noting, Morgan is playing Grasp, which surprises me quite a bit in this melee versus range matchup. Mostly people do play Comet. Of course, you can sometimes, if he goes Hammer form, get in there and get a nice little trade. And it's probably going to be a body slam start here and just try to get a bit down there onto Dokla.
Yep, trades exchanged. It also is going to put more pressure in the later stages towards those team fights on the initiation of the Ashe and the Gragas. Because if you let the poke team, aka Lion, who have Jace, Ezreal, and Karma, poke you down, as bottom lane is getting poked down a little bit here, if you let them poke you down ahead of time, then your status, even as a team fighting, you know, quote unquote 5-on-5 team, is going to be way less favorable. So you have to jump on these opportunities. You have to have good vision control. You have to make good timings on your Ashe arrows and good plays with your snap engage from a Gragas.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, when your team is getting poked down, it puts so much pressure on you to engage quickly. You feel like, I gotta go, we're losing health. And then if you rush it and you fail your engage, then all of a sudden you're gold carded up and you're just killed off easy on the other side. So definitely gonna be a high pressure game, I feel like, for Morgan.
Yeah, I mean, poke comps versus engage is always one of my favorite because there is so much pressure.
All right, well, as we trade back and forth in the lanes here early on, Raz is live with Lions coach Rigby to discuss the decision to start Dokla in the top lane today.
That's right, I got Rigby with me. So you conducted the NA Men interview in which you talked about it. Oh, it seems like there's a lot happening here. You did talk about the 6-man roster and that you were kind of low-key opposed to the idea. What has the process been like, being able to kind of manage it, and of course, deciding to have Dokla start this week with it?
I mean, I wasn't opposed to like 6-men. I was like 4 6-men, not like just changing in general. Yeah. So I'm really glad to work with like 2 different top laners who have like different strengths. But like we just chose Dokla for this week as like game 1 because like we have like own plans of like winning the game, and then like Nishib is like definitely more aligned with it than Castle, so that's why he was chosen for game 1. It's for strategic reason, and then I'm sure it's gonna like go that way until like the split is over. So yeah, that's why we chose Nisha for game 1, and then I'm enjoying it right now.
That's awesome. If you can expand on the strengths and weaknesses that you see in Dokla and of course from Castle.
I mean, for Nishib, like when he is ahead or he's comfortable in the game, like his decision making is like a veteran. And then his like such a calm person or like chill person to like play the game with. So he gets control of the team well when we're like too hyped or something. So that's like the strengths of Dokla. And then for Castle, his laning, right? But in terms of his laning, like I haven't had experience with him throughout the whole split. So regarding like champ people and stuff, like he definitely has like champ that he excels on. So we're gonna like keep looking to it. Like it's not just for this game, it's gonna be for playoffs and then in scrims too. So we're just gonna look for as much as option as possible right now.
Thanks a ton for that. A lot of action happening here, so you can go back and check this game out. I'm gonna send this one straight back to the casters. Thanks a ton.
All right, thank you very much, fellas. As bottom lane is getting spicy. CoreJJ forced to flash away. Berserker's ready for the flash follow. It's first blood and make it a 2-for-1 deal for the Lyon bottom lane.
The Ezreal Karma reigns supreme again, and it is Berserker Isles saying, yes, we are the best bottom lane in the LCS.
Yeah, that was really nicely played there by Berserker and Isles, slowly whittling them down and then just finding their moment here. Yeon and Core really wanted to reset. Isles had nice timing on that Q, hit Yeon right as he was walking up to last hit on that wave, and then the tether lands, and they just full send it. Core is trying to push Berserker back to keep him away from Yeon, who is getting tethered up.
Should just leave it, I guess.
Yeah, should have just reset earlier, but you know, they thought that they had the ability to push it in. Core took too much damage and didn't even use his heal going down there, which is pretty costly. If he got that heal off, was it still on cooldown from earlier?
It might have been.
I'm gonna double check.
Okay, all right. You go back and check that one. We're gonna see where everything else is
still
right
on
now.
cooldown from earlier.
Okay.
Yeon, though, both summoner spells for him as well. Now, Berserker and Isles, of course, they both did flash to make that play, but well worth it. You get control of the bottom lane. You can keep pushing. Inspired says, perfect. I'll start up the dragon. We can channel this, you know, strength into objectives as well.
Exactly. Neither one of the junglers have been getting involved with anything so far. We saw them both starting on the top half of the map, doing their full clears down towards the bottom side. And now with the dragon being started up by Inspired, Jose Diodo is looking for a potential lane gank up here in the top lane. No contest for this bottom side objective. Jose walking over the ward now with the sweeper is going to let Lyon know that he's up here.
And I was watching Dokla in lane that whole time. He was playing so far back. He never even went into melee form. He knows they're not contesting dragon. They will be looking for me up here. But now, maybe going to be able to get aggressive.
Meanwhile, Dokla looking for the solo kill up here in the top side. Brings Morgan down to 100 HP. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, it's Inspired and Saint both coming in. The 4v2 play. They know the summoner spells aren't there from the previous 2v2 kill. Saint stays alive. Yeon's already gone. And CoreJJ, surely not long for this world, but he takes Isles with them. Nice use of the high note there at the very end to at least get something back, but it's still Lyon coming out on top.
Coming out on top by a mile. Berserker has gotten 2 kills, 2 assists this early on, and Dokla just pushed back Morgan after surviving being weak side up there for a little bit. Knew there was a dangerous window. As soon as Jose clears out that ward and is back to clearing, he pushes Morgan back, forces him to base, takes a play, gets a good reset, and you're winning on the other side of the map.
Yeah.
That is perfect.
Both aggressive sides here for Lyon, finding some success. So Inspired goes with the ult, and then EQ here over to Yeon. They're tanking, and then, as you say, Isles kind of walks back close enough for the counter kill. Obviously, you kind of want that.
Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Not bad. Not the worst. Not bad, not bad.
Nice, yeah. Not bad, not the worst.
Yeah, see, there's 2 perspectives. I'm like, oh yeah, Lyon. Obviously, they don't want Isles to stick around close enough for allowing them to get a counter kill. But Teal's like, oh, nice, not that bad then. Not as bad.
2v4, got a kill.
Yeah,
okay.
there you go.
All right, Team Liquid. It is still pretty dire situation here for them in Emily Rand's match of the week.
Not
here.
yours, not
yeah,
mine.
Definitely not.
This
Anyone
is Emily
else's.
Rand's match of the week, and don't you even try to claim it. It's hers, okay?
I mean, we've already got 5 kills in the first 7 minutes here. I'm feeling like Emily's off to a good start.
Good job, Emily.
Yeah, she called it first.
Yep, she's got dibs. But you know what I've got dibs on?
What's that?
This graphic to talk about. Oh, wait.
Okay.
Holy.
All right. What kind of a graphic you got for us?
Azale's graphic of the week.
Oh, we got a solo kill.
We have Dokla trying to get away here as Morgan goes in for the solo. Bolo bangs him on the head with the keg, and he's out of there. Dokla might have gotten close to getting the solo kills earlier, but it's Morgan who ultimately triumphs.
Azale's distraction of the week.
Yeah, that's tough.
Oh, no.
That's tough for Dokla. I mean, and now, you know, it was looking good for him in the early levels, but getting solo killed there and losing your flash,
Meanwhile, nice arrow coming out from Yawn. They fully layer the CC with Core JJ, and as soon as Jose Diodo shows up, there's no way for Isles to escape from that one. Nice play in the top lane from Morgan, followed up by a nice play started by Yawn here in the bottom lane, brings things really back in Team Liquid's favor.
I mean, this is just the inverse of the last play, right? Lyon won out on both sides. Now TL wins out on both sides. Jose even committed his W flash there to try to get it. So I want to see how this happens one more time as Dokla is just taking a little bit of a trade, decides he's going to go in for it, but the cask is ready, and because the previous body slam hit, you get that cooldown refund, and Dokla realizes that this is not going his way, flashes away from the barrel, but then Morgan has his flash up, so W flash finishes him off, easy peasy, and you can see a bit of frustration there on Dokla's face. When a matchup like this starts going bad, it generally does not really get better.
Yeah, I really like it from Morgan. You know, he chooses the position in lane for the trade really nicely, so he knows if Dokla tries to trade back on him, he's going to have plenty of room to chase down with the ult, but here we go over the last scrubs. Looks like Inspire will just slip out. We don't actually get a fight over it. But I just, you know, I like that choice from Morgan because either you get a favorable trade, or if Dokla tries to go in on you in hammer form, then you have an easy ultimate. You can, like, point blank, it's really easy guarantee to be able to hit a good Gragas ulti there to push him back and have the chase down distance.
So I want to get back to the jungle talk because these guys have both been absolutely smurfing. And even in this game, Inspire goes bot, gets a kill. Jose goes bot, gets a kill. It is going to be a battle between these two. Most people I've been talking to do see these two as the top two potential MVP candidates. And
Gotta
we
talk
finally...
to Cloud9 plans.
Well, there you go. Yeah, I guess so. You know, these guys have just been smurfing, right? I think C9 has great candidates in Thanatos and Vulcan. They've both been incredible as well. But most people are looking at these two, and they have been killing it. And now we get them head-to-head in an important match here, and it could decide a lot. This is what the chat voted on when we talked about this in waiting room. Obviously, Jose, extremely popular player, but did dominate the fan vote in chat during waiting room for who they thought was MVP. And, you know, depending on how the series is going, maybe we'll go back to chat and ask them if they want to update those votes.
So the thing that I'm looking at right now is we did have both of our bot lane duos rotate up into the top side briefly, but now that we have the next dragon about to spawn, top laners have repositioned themselves back in their home, the bot laners are back home down here, Berserker's still got an over 1,000 individual gold lead, and Yawn hits another clutch arrow. Dokla, the victim of the accuracy there from the Team Liquid AD carry, and that means TL's going to tie this one up at 4-4. They take out the enemy top lane right in time for the dragon to spawn.
I think people of every lane and every position hate Ashe Seraphine. It's not just bottom laners. They're like, no, the enemy's got Ashe Seraphine. Junglers hate her.
Something we can all agree on.
Yeah, mid laners hate him. Ashe Arrow's okay, the dragon, though. Let's see about the follow-up, because Dokla doesn't have teleport when he revives, so he would have to come all the way from base.
Yeah, and you can see Saint's trying to run down here to be at a distance where he could possibly ult in, but Morgan is following him to interrupt it if he tries to use that ulti. So both of them are going to walk down, arrive around the same time. The Drake is already at about 2,000 HP. Yawn is still down towards bottom lane. Inspired goes in for the engage on Jose Diodo, who has already secured the Drake here for his team. Lyon trying to find a pinch from assault as Jose Diodo stays alive for now. Inspired still somehow tanking as Jose falls, but the junglers are both out of the picture. Morgan's in the middle of everybody, and Lyon's looking to burn him down. They find it. Berserker goes on a killing spree as Quid tries to go in, but he doesn't have the damage. He seals his own fate instead, and Lyon comes out on top.
The Inspire shield there coming down from Isles as Quid flashed forward, prevented him from getting that kill and getting the reset, so he couldn't go back into the invis with the across the veil, ends up going down. But I feel like it was crazy for TL to take that fight. Yawn was so separated from the team, he couldn't really get involved.
And now Berserker might just die underneath the turret, flashes away there at the very end, survives with what looked like about 30 HP, as he did get caught by Yawn and Core JJ, so a summoner spell there, but still, even though Jose got the Drake for Team Liquid, Lyon's going to be much happier about the outcome of my Berserker, just barely, with the Arcane Shift in time to get away from the arrow.
Ooh, I like that. That would be a stylish kill too if it was the arrow, but Berserker reacts in time. Spawn definitely, you know, ahead in hands there.
Come Chase, come Chase. I want to go on Zin soon.
Okay.
Can you
I'm ready to Gragas. I'm looking jungle.
I
look in. Aura, you doing thing? Yeah. Looks good. I have a ton. I'm looking Gragas first. Okay.
I don't know what they have.
After.
Look, what?
Can you go?
He doubled in. No flash.
Nice. I'll go mid. Oh, I can carry, guys.
Nice.
Berserker reassuring everyone, I can carry, guys. 3-0-4 on the Ezreal. Very, very powerful here. The best thing I think I liked about that replay, though, and the comms listen in, is that previously we have had some moments where Lyon has made mistakes where they are not on the same page, but they waited just till Dokla ran back into range to join the fight, but still before Jan, as you say, was fully there for Team Liquid. So it's very good timing, and Inspired's like, I will be looking for Xin. And then as soon as Dokla gets there, they go in, they get a big health lead on the initiation, and even though they lose out on the smite on the dragon, they win out on the fight.
Yeah, I mean, Jan just couldn't connect with his front line. I mean, when Morgan's going on the engage, Jan is so far away. I feel like TL just needed to accept that their setup was bad for that fight and just not really go for it, but decided to try to force it, and Jan did try to kind of run his way through the Lyon team to get up there, but just were never really connected. So great calls from Lyon, and as you expect, Inspired calling it out in that team fight.
Saint could be in some danger down here in the bottom lane, though. Immediately, Quid goes between worlds, tries to slow him down a little bit, but Jose Dioto is not there to follow up in time, so Saint is going to stay pretty safe. And with the Aurora ulti down now and the Rift Herald about to spawn in 15 seconds, Lyon could see this as an opportunity to go for that neutral objective from an advantageous state.
Yeah, getting some resets here for TL on the bottom side, and then Lyon opened up to push here. I mean, we're still open for first tower bonus too, and generally you want to play these, you want to play any comp from ahead, obviously, but especially these types of comps, where you're drafting TF and you're drafting, some pushing lanes on both sides, and you want to have poke damage so that you can take down the outer towers first, more room for TF to work with, but also keep up the siege pressure here. I mean, the poke from Berserker is going to hit very, very hard.
I mean, just look at Saint and Berserker. Their gold leads are huge at this point in the game as Quid takes a big chunk there from Dokla. Still does not have his ultimate back. And yeah, that team fight really put the gold exactly where Lyon would want it. It's already 2 items done here at 15 minutes for Saint. That is super fast. Has the Lich being completed. You have to think the Rapid Fire is probably coming in next. And then it's kind of like I talked about in draft. You don't necessarily have to just play side lanes or look for these crazy picks. You just gold card whatever is in front of you, and everyone shoots their poke at them, and they lose half their health.
Poke, 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 poke. See if they can get it. Also, you're very safe in mid lane. I love Mikhail's Rush versus Ashe Seraphine always from my supports. So Isles will be there for plenty of safety. In addition to a cleanse, you have just so many answers to the engage from Team Liquid. And just got to keep your eyes on Gragas. Morgan definitely can be a big difference maker. He's had a very good Gragas game so far for the team. But you're going to have to, come up with some pretty good surprise plays.
It looks like Lyon is not even going to contest the Rift Herald here. It's Team Liquid taking the opportunity to use the control over the top side of the map that they have to just guarantee that objective. And like you already mentioned, there's only 1 turret taken so far in this game now, so plenty of chances to use that one as the arrow gets sidestepped. The Seraphine Encore does not. Saint staying alive for now, tries to get away, and will successfully use the ulti to get out after enduring the enemy CC that could have interrupted it.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the 2 items. He's got 4 stacks on his rod already, fairly tanky, just kind of absorbs the damage, and good awareness. Rift Herald's coming, I'm going to get dove here, so just ult his way on out. After that Seraphine ulti was used. Good kind of weak side, Twisted Fate escape from Saint while his jungler picks up the dragon. This one uncontested, so a much easier smite. Yeah. And you just keep your pressure up. He immediately teleports the Twisted Fate down to the bottom lane, as you just saw. He pushes that bottom wave in. Berserker had full mid lane priority pushing this one in. And so Lyon are playing this kind of checking all the boxes that you want to keep up. Start with the early lead, keep that pressure up.
And now Berserker with the Manamune completed almost as it evolved into the Muramana. There's the gold card as they full send it after Yawn. They need a little bit more damage to seal the deal. The Cataclysm is committed. Inspired also flashing away to guarantee there's no real effective counterpunch coming out from TL. But nice killer instinct from Lyon to find a pick on the enemy AD carry through both summoner spells. All the meanwhile, Dokla is also taking the tier 1 turret top.
I mean, they spent a lot to get the kill, but they got that kill. That was double flash. That was multiple ultimates. That is everything in the kitchen sink just thrown at Yawn. But now Yawn is going to have to play this next team fight without a flash, which is so difficult to do when you are playing Ashe into a champion like Jarvan. You know, even if you can just Cataclysm and then Flag and Drag out, you can just leave that guy locked in there while you play the rest of the fight.
I just love this so far from Lyon. They're playing to their win cons really effectively, keeping up high pressure in side lanes on all of the lanes, then making the rotation. Saint here, a really good Twisted Fate play, you know, getting the gold card, flashing in, investing the summer spells on a good timing after he had teleported to bottom side, after he had like avoided the play on the top side. I just think Lyon, they're doing the necessary things to keep up the pressure and increase this gold lead at a very good rate for themselves.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job. Saint also, I love the Swift March in a game like this. There's so many slows over on the other side. And I think a lot of people forget how offensively good they can be as well. It's 22 adaptive force he already has from those boots. You get more based on your move speed. That's more than an amp tome worth of AP already this early in the game.
Just on your shoes. Up 1.7 thousand gold there in the mid lane for Saint. Nearly a 3,000 individual gold lead for Berserker. Back at the end of draft, I said that Lion's comp is an FF20 comp. Either they want to surrender because you're so far ahead, or you want to surrender because the lanes didn't go your way. 5,500 gold lead. 30 seconds before 20 minutes into the game.
That's pretty good.
Yep. If I'm on the other team, I'm like, is everybody ready to vote yet? Or how are we feeling about this one? Because Lyon is dominating.
I think Morgan says, give me a chance at making a play. You know, maybe some Gragas flank play with a flash, you know, a body slam and an ult combination to try and break up the power here. They did get the one dragon early. So they did kind of stall out a bit, buy themselves some time, even though that fight obviously cost them a lot of gold, some golden kills. So they're thinking maybe we can get our one really good play. You have to have like a very quick and sneak attack play, some sort of flank here. But it gets really, really insanely difficult once you get the rapid fire on Twisted Fate. He doesn't have to have flash for those gold card plays because he'll just have Swift March and run at you with the extra range of rapid fire. And
Karma shields for speed up too.
It's really, really you know, difficult once they get to this break point here. So there is a lot of pressure on TL.
There really is. I mean, it's also interesting to note for Morgan, he is not going AP at all. This is just pure tank Gragas. So, you know, he is going Iceborne, and he did actually skip Q. So this is something we talked about on the dive with the W buff. I was theory crafting, hey, maybe you could actually just go tank Gragas and put points in W early, because at max rank W, which he has, it's 8% more flat damage reduction than the previous Gragas. So I think it's actually interesting to see that experiment coming through, because we have seen Fimbulwinter plus Roa. We've seen Roa plus Archangels. Now this is just full tank with actual 5 points in W early on.
Yep, he knows. I got to get in there, and I got to get a good angle so I can cask effectively to get kills back for the rest of my team. You know, ideally you get him and Quid on flanks, and we'll see if TL can actually set up the dream team fight. But Lyon here, I mean, 3 items Berserker already. The Endless Hunger feels so good for him. It really does look good for them. I mean, it's hard to track Ezreal already, but we mentioned the Mikhails plus the cleanse, so let's see if they can actually end it out. It is very fun to see the teams at the top of the table, Flowers, here, performing.
And now they're about to perform yet again for a Drake. For Lyon, this will bring them to Soul Point if they can claim it. For TL, they would love to just buy themselves even more time. But taking a fight in open ground over one of these neutral objectives, when you're 5,500 gold down 22 minutes into the game, it's a really scary proposition.
It is, and Saint, I think he's going to base and have his rapid fire. He's going to be on 3 items, and Berserker's going to be on 3 items. If I'm TL, I want nothing to do with this dragon. I think you will get slammed if you show up and try to fight this one, so I expect them to be out of there, and there is that completed rapid fire. Roa's about to tick to 10. Yeah, TL have no business going for this one, and they know it.
Roa's about to tick to 10, and Saint is about to hit level 15 naturally, so then that'll be level 16 instant on the TF. Just, there's all sorts of nightmare material here for TL. They don't want anything to do with it. They will just concede the objective. So Lyon are going to move to Soul Point 22.5 minutes into the game. That means at the 27:30 mark, the pressure will be on for TL to stop Lyon somehow at this neutral. How do we get there for a TL squad that's now 5,000 gold behind and has been for the last 5 minutes?
I mean, they're just going to, until the moment, you know, try and lose as little as possible. And try and not give up too much vision around Baron. You know, this Lyon team has a lot of damage. They could, you know, try and make some Baron plays. So give up as little as possible. Maybe you can make some vision plays. It's hard when enemy has TF, though.
Okay, Jose Finds a little damage onto Berserker, but Berserker gets even more back. Nobody's going to full commit for anything here.
I mean, I think it's going to be the same story that Kobe was already talking about earlier, where it's just the engage from Morgan, you know, it's the follow-up CC. It's looking bad, it's looking bad, it's looking bad, but then you knock in 2 of these carries, they get comboed, and all of a sudden they are 100-0'd with the Crystal Arrow, with the Encore, with all the CC coming over the top. So there is always that possibility because of the playmaking that TL has, but really you get one more Dragon fight, because if you are this far behind and you lose Mountain Soul, your explosive engage is not going to kill them through everything there.
Ooh, and there's the gold card onto Hwei Diodo. Inspired right behind it, but doesn't want to full commit. You can see he did the spear followed by the flag just to make sure that he gets the damage down, but he didn't want to commit to trying to go all in further for a play. Top laner is still going to be positioned down here on the other side of the map, fighting over control of that bottom lane as Saint gets the top side pushed out. Yon's arrow is on cooldown because we saw him go for the attempt on Saint when he was isolated in the top side river. The arrow went just a little bit wide, so that one didn't work out. Morgan's still looking for these scrappy encounters with Dokla, but knocks him the wrong direction. So Dokla's still just going to be A-okay on that one. Also had Isles and Berserker both heading down, so no way Morgan could have killed him off.
It does look kind of funny, though. I mean, he misses his Q, he uses E to go in, you know, and then basically just bops you with the W, but the damage reduction on that thing is so high now, you know, with the buffs, that even with the tiny bit of AP he has, it's 27% flat damage reduction, plus he's got quite a bit of armor, really high CDR, and all the healing on his passive. So it's just not an extended fight that Dokla can win, no matter how many spells you hit or do not hit.
Definitely annoying in isolation, but if we look at the group, honestly, I think it's still going to be annoying for TL because you have to worry about Isles positioning. That Mikhail's puts a stop to so many of like the pick opportunities that you want to create. Obviously, Berserker, as we said, already has his own cleanse on top of the Mikhail's, but if the Karma is hovering around anybody, it's very difficult to go for like Ash Arrow attempted picks. That's why you see, you know, Ash Arrow is even being thrown at a Twisted Fate that has all the move speed with Swift March, because they're like, well, at least Isles isn't next to him. Maybe we could get a pick or something. But it would take you know, some errors there from Lyon to actually get hit sometimes. So it's it looks very good and very controlled here for Lyon, just the way Inspired likes to play.
Well, it feels like the pressure then is on TL to not find so much the one pick off of an Ash Arrow, but it's got to be the angle in the team fight for Hwei to go in, shoot the Seraphine ulti over the top of his head, and hit multiple people with the Encore. Make Isles choose who he saves with the Mikhail's, and that's tougher to do than it sounds.
And you can't Mikhail's the Gragas combo, right? So that's kind of really becoming so important that you have that CC then following it up, like you're talking about. You get that great engage, then you have all that follow-up, and you're hoping that that is going to work for you, but your engages have to be so on point. You know, there's the Mikhail's, the Shirelias is now completed as well, so you step a little bit too far forward. Inspire goes over onto the TF, you get sped up by that Karma Shield, you get the Shirelias popped, and he can just run at you with that gold card, no problem.
And now Lyon is taking their opportunity to move through the enemy jungle, clear out some of this vision. It's less than 90 seconds until the Drake spawns, and Lyon has only built their lead since the last neutral fight that TL fully conceded. Lyon is up to a 6,500 gold lead now. They're taking all the camps from the enemy jungle, they're laying down vision, and they're getting ready for this big objective.
They should be saying, give all the money you can right now to Inspired to complete GA. If you have your jungler with GA for the Dragon Soul and enemy, there's no way Hwei is going to get enough money for it. He only has one component right now. I think if you hit that breakpoint, it's like, holy moly, the fight is so stacked against you.
Nice stun there from Saint onto Hwei. Ash Arrow fired out, but it misses. That's a pretty important cooldown to not have available when this dragon spawns. Team Liquid, they just can't find their shots.
And Inspired is just power farming so heavily. 254 CS at 27 minutes. He's almost at 10 CS per minute as a Jarvan, which people are like, well, Jarvan's the early game guy. You got to chain gank. He's like, I don't think I will.
He wants that. Can he get his recall? It's too close to the Dragon Soul now. So at the very least, he hasn't gone back to spend it to actually make a GA. So there is hope for TL. They're going to make their stand, clear out the wards, and hope for the best.
All right, Team Liquid is first to the area. Accelerated Shock Blast #1, not going to find a whole lot. Saint has wrapped around on the backside of the fight, ready to try to cut off the TL escape. Morgan goes over the wall, looks for Dokla. Doesn't want to overcommit only onto the Jace, but continues moving forward to create a little bit of extra space for TL as they regroup in the bottom side of this river. Lyon now going to bring Saint back towards the rest of the team. Hwei Diodo keeps the dragon aggroed. TL trying to play this very slowly. Saint has the gold card ready to go yet again. Wants to save that rapid fire for a time where the whole team can make something happen with it. TL DPSing the Drake down to about half HP now. Dokla still waiting off to the side. TL grouped up as 5. Accelerated Shock Blast hits Yawn there. Morgan has already lost about half his HP. Berserker doing good damage over the Ezreal. Dokla jumps in. Team Liquid's got to be careful here. Jose Diodo on the front line, but he's all stunned up. The damage onto the Xin Zhao comes through, but they will not kill him off here just yet. Jose Diodo jumping in, trying to find the damage here onto Inspire. Get rid of the enemy jungler, but Berserker's unstoppable and Yawn is dead. Enemy AD carried down and Lyon has found their moment to pounce. They want even more and they're gonna get everybody. It's a massacre in the bottom side river, a triple kill to Saint on the Twisted Fate. It's a 5-for-1 and this one's done. Lyon rip him to ribbons.
Lyon just dissected TL in this team fight. Dokla was going back and forth with Quid, had him chunk low. Morgan goes to the engage. Look at that sidestep from Dokla, makes him look silly, dodges the explosive cast with just a beautiful sidestep there. And on the other side, Saint, Berserker flashing in onto Yawn, finishing him off, and that is that. You've committed on one side, failed there. Their carries come in on the other side and take out yours.
They just play their range so well here. Lyon don't overextend. They poke, they poke, they poke. They force you into such a terrible position there for TL. And then when the moment is right, they double flash on you with their carries. They get their kills. They get not only the Dragon Soul, but the Baron and Flowers, honestly, the game.
Yup, this is a 12,000 gold lead now with the Mountain Soul. 29 minutes in here. I am expecting a full send for the Nexus push from Lyon. I feel like they've got to be, for lack of a better word, inspired to end the game here.
Absolutely. And Saint just finished his death cap. He's got 24 stack Magi's, is on a pretty perfect game at this point, has been crushing it alongside Berserker. Their gold leads are monumental.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm fairly proud to have a North American team play this comp really well. This is one of those comps that people look at and they're like, well, it's not the easiest to play. You know, it's not the straightforward, oh yeah, we're just going to group up and front to back, 5-on-5. You have to play your range well, work around your gold card timings, around your poke timings, not overcommit on flanks, get the early leads for yourselves. And Lyon have just really played to their win cons here and executed when necessary.
Now they're grouping up here on the top side. They quickly force down the tier 2 turret, reduce that one to rubble. Inspired is leading the split push over in the mid lane there at the same time to get that tier 2 removed so they can pressure 2 separate inhibitor turrets at once. Team Liquid is just scrambling to try to buy a little bit of time before the minion waves start colliding with the tier 3s. As long as Saint has the rapid fire ready, it's easy for him to find single auto attacks onto these turrets if he wants to. Both Baroned up cannon minions gonna die there in the top lane now as Dokla rotates back over to mid, changing from a 4-1 into a 3-2 split.
I mean, it's just so tough because Morgan is the one answering mid lane, but he's also the only one that can really step up when Saint has a gold card, right? So, you know, as soon as the gold card is popped, Morgan is mid, everyone from TL walks backwards, and that means the minions come up, you slowly are chipping away at these turrets, and Lyon is not going to rush it. They have Dokla pushing bot now, so they're playing 3 waves here. No one is down answering bot. That tower is going to be gone in about a second here as soon as Dokla steps forward, but he's playing it very safe, not waiting, not going to go in early and get picked off.
And you saw how much damage Saint does with a single blue card with Death Cap, Lich Bane, nearly full stack Medjai's. This guy can knock that thing down in 2 more hits, and so the pressure on Team Liquid is just absolutely immense here as Saint is going to step back, sees Morgan walking towards him, doesn't want to potentially get caught out. Lyon playing this very slow, very methodically. They've only got the Baron for another 45 seconds.
I think that 45 seconds may still be painful for TL, but they're gonna pull the trigger.
Yeah, Quid tries to go in. The arrow hits Inspired, but he's immediately freed from the stun by the Mikhails. Now Saint has the opportunity to pop the tier 3 turret up there in the top lane right after, regroups with the rest of the team. The inhibitor turrets have been destroyed in all 3 lanes nearly simultaneously as Team Liquid's defensive engage completely fails. Bottom lane inhibitor down, mid lane inhibitor down, top lane inhibitor exposed, and TL's base is crumbling.
They're just peeling them apart, you know, 1 layer at a time, 1 tower at a time, slowly moving forward, getting good poke, chipping away at the structures. Lyon is playing this game out perfectly here.
Guys, I promise if we just fight, we'll win.
Shut up, please.
Fight, we'll win.
Shut up, please. Focus.
He's like, Inspired always wants to be controlled, man. You know, Douglas, like, I honestly, we've all been there. You're getting a little bored. You're like, come on, let's just fight. We'll win.
We're on 14K,
come on, let's fight.
we got Soul.
Inspired's like, we stick to the plan. The checklist, our siege is good. We have the advantage. You know, we've got our Baron buff. We keep poking. We prod. We get the inhibitors down. Focus, focus, focus.
Gotta be careful. You might be getting subbed out for game 2 with talk like that.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, so... Some people, since we have time here.
We were all thinking it.
Yeah, and since we have time here, they've got a 4K lead, 14K lead. Everyone knows they're going to win. One criticism that people have had, of course, for Lyon over the years and some Inspired teams is that sometimes they play too slow. Some people do kind of lean into that in certain scenarios, but he really values the control and sticking to the game plans and staying focused on the siege. And yeah, they've got 14K plus the Dragon Soul, so here it comes.
Yep, final inhibitor about to fall here in top lane. They're letting that one bleed out slowly as the super minions come crashing into the base. Nexus turrets, all that's left standing between Lyon and the Team Liquid Nexus itself. Stun onto Hwei, not a ton of damage there just yet. Morgan here on the front line, trying to stop these guys, but the Nexus turret's already down to half HP each. Ash Arrow flies out, but Dokla's ready to flash away from it. Hwei down to about 1/4 HP, tries to jump in. Does not have a Guardian Angel, only a Death's Dance. Saint goes in, flashes inside of the range to guarantee he can kill him through the ulti. Saint's gonna die, but he still takes one with him. 1-for-1 trade here so far as Quid tries to flash away, but Berserker's already dominating. Morgan back into the fountain as Nexus turrets die. Re-engage from Inspired right after to find another kill. Core JJ dies on the steps of the fountain. And Lyon's gonna go ahead and get themselves an ace for one, a triple for Berserker, an 18-7 performance, and Lyon dominate game 1.
Honestly, yeah, beautiful game. And they stay focused and controlled the whole time, Flowers, playing to the game plan, playing to the win cons. Analyst Tess, what do you have for us?
Well, I think there's a lot to talk about here. I mean, if we just want to start...
Shut up, please. Shut up, please. We have APA. Rest. We have APA.
My bad.
He was take it slow. We have a segment plan.
True.
Well, I think 2 of the moments define the early game. And the first one, well, both of them come from bot lane. The first play is from the solo kill that Isles and Berserker got on Yon Core. I think they try to be a little bit greedy on this wave by pushing, and they take an all-in soon, Yon and Core, but they just don't win. Ezra's got full stacks. And Core, even though he's trying to block for Yon, he's no mana, he can't actually get spells off. And they get 2v2 killed. So I think here, if I was in the game, even just as the mid laner, it's just like, just a quick XD.
Just a quick XD.
like I'm TF in this game, I'm even CS. I'm chilling, like I know I don't matter in this game. Aurora doesn't matter in this game. The only thing that matters is bot lane.
You gotta move that chat box up. I wanna see that myself.
The only thing that matters is bot lane.
Thank you.
And my bot lane got a 2v2 kill.
Typing out an XD.
So it's just XD.
Nice.
Like I already think the game is so easy. I'm even CS as TF. I know they have no sums now. Well, Seraphine does. And my bot lane's strong. Which leads in to the next play, of course, of when they get dove bot. I believe it's here. But TF pushes mid, and it's just the classic TF play. You push mid, then you press alt. See everyone, because TF is broken. And you just dive bot. And even though Core is able to trade a kill onto Isles, like I personally think the game was just snowballed so hard from the early game.
Yep.
And it's literally just...
We already pressed you?
It's GG.
The GGXD. I mean...
Like, I think the game's over now. I think TF is, like, escaped through the early game. He's only down 10 CS, and bot lane is over.
Yeah, and they have so much poke. They can always get prio on mid with the Ezreal Karma. You can come back to the couch. Thank you, APA, for that.
Thank you.
And that's kind of how it went. I mean, they grew the lead over and over again. We had a bit of a debate on the desk whether it should be Saint or APA that win player of the game. Saint, player of the game, congratulations. Yeah, he says thank you. He ends up winning it from the casters do the tiebreaker.
Casters agreed with me.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay,
the big agree with the 25 stack Medjais.
I actually tried to take the power away from them
work.
and went Berserker. It did not work. It did not work at all.
Wow.
Yeah, he had a great game. In general, that team fighting, very Lyon-esque like team fighting. You have so much poke within your composition. Ezreal, Jace, like the Twisted Fate, getting poked, slow down team fight. That had been really frustrating for me.
I think the Soul team fight is a big example of Lyon knowing how they want to win. Like initially Saint was on the side and they realized, hey, I'm kind of useless here. So I'm going to go back to the group, and I'm going to let my Ezreal and my Jace poke. And then, they slowly poked. TL didn't really have the cleanest ways to engage if it's not like Gragas, like E-flashing and making some magic happen. So the team fight just felt really easy. And of course, they're up like, what, 7,000 gold at the time?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. This game is going to decide something very important.
The MVP?
Opinions from the general public on who should get MVP. So, did this decide in your mind? I actually think it's kind of crazy how all of these come down to like people looking at 1 or 2 series. I think it's going to be this series and then potentially your series next week, APA, with TL. However, did you think one of these junglers like stood out to you? Obviously, Inspired had a really good game, and we were also hearing a lot of his comms in some of these fights.
I mean, I don't think this game was really focused too much on jungle. It just seemed like very standard, like Inspired cleared this way, Jose cleared this way. Inspired had Dragon, Jose's on top cab, or top side, so he gave Dragon. And it was just like the bot gap was too big, which drove the early game, which from my opinion is like what led to the Dragon stacking, what led to the massive gold lead.
Also,
see that news?
Big news. Castle starting in game 2.
Dun, dun,
That's what the 6-man is all about, honestly. It's going to be really fun to check it out. But, that being said, don't miss any LCX action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. APA is going to be joining us. Actually, you're going to be on the cast.
Yeah.
So you're going to be on the cast for this one. So, hey, wait a minute. You know what? Strip is right. You're back with us. No, you're going to be on the cast for this one. But after this one, we're going to be going to game 2. But first, earlier I sat with last week's Player of the Week interview with Berserker, so check it out. Berserker, congratulations on winning Player of the Week for Week 5. How has it been? You have been killing it. People have been talking about you being the best AD carry, all pro right now. Have you feeling that?
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, I didn't like play of, what's the call? Play of the week for a while, but that which means it's like, I mean, we did like win a lot, right? So I mean, my team was good. So I mean, I don't like mind that like I didn't get to like play of the week or something. So no, I'm happy to be here again.
I hear that. I hear that. So you know the game that we do here? The game is basically you have 90 seconds on the clock. I rapid fire ask you questions. If you don't know the answer, don't want to answer the question, you can say next. Are you ready for that?
Ready.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. In an alternate world, what would you be doing instead of playing League of Legends competitively?
I don't know, just Mafia boss, I guess.
Mafia boss?
Yeah,
I like that answer. Top 3 AD carries this split outside of yourself. It's a tough one.
Rahel.
Okay, Rahel.
Masu. Yon, I guess, yeah.
Okay, I love those answers. Best supports that you've played in your career. You played with quite a few. Life, Isles, Zen, Asper. You played with quite a few supports in your life.
Yeah. Next.
Next. Most overrated player this split in the LCS.
This split.
Yeah. Or any answer that comes to your mind.
Overrated?
Yeah.
APA?
Okay, I like that answer. A fact about you that people would be surprised to know. Just something that people don't know too much. You have 30 seconds too, so if you don't have an answer for this one.
I mean, I guess everyone knows that, but I mean, I just like money.
You like money. A classic. If you role swapped, what role swap would it be? And what would you immediately improve on that role?
Top.
Top? What would be the good aspect of you as a top laner?
Well, what did you say?
What would be something that you do as a top laner that other top laners don't do?
Oh, I mean, I'm just going forward. And then like, I mean, sometimes when I play solo queue, sometimes I think that like, just like, if ban line is like solo line, then I will carry every game. But like, I'm playing with support, you know what I mean? So like, and then I feel that, then I'm just like playing top.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Unleashed. Honestly, you've had unleashed so far in the LCS. Congratulations one more time winning Player of the Week. Hopefully, hey, you have one more week in this split. Maybe you can win a double. Congratulations and good luck next series.
Thank you.
of the game. Gunfire and flames, I hear echoes of my name being called in a Hall of Fame. You ever get the feeling your inner cause to be great? I want championship rings and a trophy cabinet display. To be H, I feel like TBE. If I'm mid, then I'm KDB. Rookie, but somehow I still end up as the MVP. My kick game like Fredo, or better yet, MVP. Champion at MP3, that's why they all envy me. Make the crowd shake, make the crowd shake. We did it like that way, we did it our way. Break the sound wave, break the sound wave. Hall of Fame, theme music, man, we don't play. Make the crowd shake, make the crowd shake. We did it like that way, we did it our way. Break the sound wave, break the sound wave. Hall of Fame, theme music, man, we don't play. This is excellence personified. Tell coach, put me in, call my number, I'ma show up, and they ain't no stopping on.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS as we are in the middle of our last best of 3 for the weekend here as undefeated Team Liquid Alienware is taking on 4-1 Lyon. We have a special guest joining us here for the TriCast in game number 2.
Scout in the
Kobe
competition.
has tagged out for this one.
It's true,
APA has tagged in. It's good to have you back here. After game number 1, Lyon is looking pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, that game was just, it seemed like a snowball really hard from bot into dragon stacking. And then everyone else was kind of winning their lanes, so the game seemed a bit difficult, but let's see what game 2 has.
I'm really curious on your take on the draft, because Lyon triple banned Jose, and then they played 2 champions that are 2 of his most played champions. Do you think we're going to see more of that from Lyon? Is that kind of a read that, oh, maybe Jose isn't that good off his best champs?
Well, I think he also might just be their best performer currently.
Yep.
Like, he's in the running for MVP, so it could also just be like, target the best player.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly did that in game number 1 with the Pantheon, the Nocturne, the signature Lee Sin, which is very much specifically like that Jose Diodo ban. Ultimately, he does get to play the Xin Zhao. It does not work out for them. We saw that Inspired was able to find a lot of angles there on his Jarvan. We remember the Dragon fight where he says, I'll specifically look for Jose Xin, go in on him. They find an additional play after, and okay. So Lyon choosing blue side, Team Liquid choosing first pick. It's the Pantheon and Nocturne banned out by Lyon, the Bard and Varus banned out by Team Liquid. It's looking very, very similar to game number 1.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I mean, assuming it is that Lee Sin as that next ban, obviously Jarvan and Xin are gone because they were played in game 1. If you're triple banning jungle again, that's most of all the top most played for Jose. The other 3 champions that he has played so far this split, assuming Lee is banned, are Aatrox, Neferi, and Sejuani, all 1 game.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to like fully blind those picks early, like especially the Neferi. Maybe you can do it with the Sejuani he has.
Sejuani plus melees or
but
something.
I don't think he personally really wants to do that. I think it's his forte is just the Thunder Sky champions. But they didn't ban Lee Sin, so.
Yeah, Lee's still open. I also always worry about early picking Sejuani when Trundle's also still available in the draft. If the enemy team's willing to just slam the Trundle, it's very difficult to play the Sejuani game you want to play. But it looks like first pick of the whole draft will be the Rumble for Morgan. And remember that Lyon is playing Castle in this one instead of Dokla.
And I always feel like if you go Lee Sin in a situation like this, Poppy is really hard to play into. Like, Poppy jungle is such a strong answer. We know Inspired is very comfortable on a bunch of different champions, so, TL kind of have to make the choice. Like, is it important for us to get a Lee Sin or a jungle pick in the first 3? Knowing that it could get countered.
I think they'll like 2-3, like something like any Lee Sin, or I'm not sure how much they're committing to the Nivea. Maybe it's just a hover for Jose.
Let's see here. We'll let the clock run down. Plenty of powerful options still available here. Okay, Caitlyn picked up.
I mean, they're just looking for lane dominant picks, like Rumble, super strong pick. Caitlyn, Nico, it's good into Lucian they showed, and most commonly Lucian's paired with Milio now instead of Nami. So they're just looking for strong lanes.
And I'm sure they're going to try to combo Quid and Jose later on in draft in 4-5.
One thing I really do like with Melio versus Nico, though, even if Nico goes in, lands a big Pop Blossom with a multi-person root, it's like, okay, well, Melio's there, he's got Breath of Life.
Yeah, you got to catch the Melio too.
He's got to get caught, otherwise it's a big problem.
And you can sometimes be Rockefelling forward, you're going in with your Pop Blossom, and you just get queued out.
You queued and kicked in, then you look like a fool.
Yeah, exactly.
Not a good time.
Nico doesn't really have anywhere else to go after that, so it could definitely be tough. Wukong going to get banned out, so not targeting the Lee Sin just yet, but still more jungle bans getting thrown at Jose, and clearly Lyon feel like he is the main threat. Control Jose in the draft, and maybe that will be successful for them. Of course, there are some good answers into the Rise up and available, like the Casio, like the Anivia.
But I don't think Quid as like a player to be super like famous, I guess you could say. Like famous for his Casio as Anivia compared to like Quad would be, Quad's Casio. So I don't even know if Quid's gonna go that route. He might even go the Yone. Like he's shown the Yone into Rise, and then they already have the AP from the Rumble. So that's what I would imagine Teal's looking at right now, and just finding something. So it could be like Sejuani Yone on 4-5 for Team Liquid if they don't end up target banning it here.
So if you're Lyon, would you rather them ban the Lee Sin or ban out the Quid Yone?
I feel like I would give the Lee Sin because Quid doesn't, I don't really see Quid as the guy who's going to go Anivia or Annie here. But they did ban Annie instead.
Okay.
So we'll see.
Annie out of the picture alongside that Wukong. So 2 mid laners, 3 junglers banned out by Lyon. Very specifically focusing a couple of things here in the draft. Over on the other side, though, the bans covering a little bit of everything. We almost have a full team composition in the Team Liquid bans in this game number 2. Will the last one also be a top laner? Do they want to also ban out something like the Cassante, another one of those traditional tanks that is often picked into Rumble? No, going to go with Ambessa instead.
So Ambessa going to get banned out. So it will be interesting to see where they go. I mean, Castle obviously is more known for his laning phase, so I think they're getting a little bit of a nod to that. Does have a strong Ambessa.
Yeah, I mean, the Ambessa Rumble matchup is, as far as I understand, from Daejeon's perspective, it's a little bit losing early, but then as you scale as Ambessa, it goes better and better and better as the game goes on. You get your clips and your double shield.
Once you have a clip, every matchup I feel like is good for Ambessa. It gets tough for sure. Vi going to be the pick here. So now we're going to find out, what Quid is actually looking towards, if it is kind of what you're predicting, more of these aggressive picks, or if it is something a bit more standard. Obviously, the standard meta picks are more the Casio, the Anivia. Do you feel those matchups have changed much with the removal of Phase Rush?
I think the Rise Casio one has changed a little bit because Phase Rush is gone, and now there's Deathfire Touch, which Casio currently loves. So it's a little bit buff for Casio, but we still got the Yone. It's Quid's Yone. I think this is the champ I think of when I think of him. It's like that and Silas. So to me, it's no surprise he does this. I'm curious what he pairs with it, though.
Ooh, Shen. We might actually get the Shen answer that we've been seeing, obviously, from Griffin a fair bit into the Vi. It is considered to be a pretty good matchup. You can kind of just power farm and stand united when he hits his cease and desist. So, it can be pretty powerful. Also a great dive buddy with the Yone. So if the Yone is going in, you can use that stand united very aggressively, but instead it is going to be the Skarner, which, how do you feel about that?
I like the Shen, honestly, a little bit more than this.
Me
but
too.
Maybe Jose isn't that comfortable on this Shen. So I think you can just take a common tank champion, Skarner, and because Skarner's all right in Divide.
All right, Lyon, what is our last pick going to be here for that top lane?
It looks like they might be flexing the Rise top lane into Rumble.
Well, because I remember with the interview that we had with Raz and Rigby in game number 1, Rigby was talking about, we have a strategy. We have a way we want to approach this game. That's why Dokla's in game number 1. We're going to see how things play out, how we want to shift these guys around, if we want to shift these guys around. And it looks like that shift is Rise top for Castle in game number 2.
And that's what happens to you often in solo queue if you're going to blind Rumble, is you are going to be playing against some of these more AP matchups, difficult matchups for Rumble. Obviously, it has a lot of really good matchups in pro play where people are just kind of blinding melee, so you can get the push, you can poke them down. But how do you expect this top lane to go? Have you been seeing this at all?
I've not seen this too much, and I'm also obviously not a top laner.
Yep.
But in the past, I have seen Rise played into Rumble and then just play really lane dominant and just try to hump Rumble because, of course, he has the range advantage over him. He just plays from bush a little bit and just EQ, EQ, EQ. And then, obviously, the mid matchup of Ahri Yone. Ahri just has always your ult, but then her W, even to dodge the Yone Q3 when he goes forward. She can kite Yone back and forth. And I think it's honestly one of Saint's best champions, Ahri, from my personal experience. So I'm a fan of the Lyon switch up.
So you say that when you think of Quid, you think of his Yone alongside his Sylas as an iconic champion. You say that Saint's Ahri specifically is also very good. Which one would you give the edge in this head-to-head, knowing not just the champions and how they interact, but the players as the pilots?
I'm always a fan of Vi Ahri combo.
Okay.
And I think it can be good in everything but Skarner if you get the Vi combo on Vi ult onto Ahri Charm to anyone but Skarner this game. So I personally favor Lyon.
Okay.
And I also feel like there's pretty good gank setup in top lane. If Morgan, it's tough on Rumble when you're trying not to push, right? You know, this champion kind of just auto pushes, and then you just get room prisoned into all of a sudden here comes the Vi for a lane gank or whatever. You can get picked off as well.
Here's a look at the current state of Lion's win streaking here with their top lane. As you can see, a single game loss to Dig earlier on, and then win for Big Dokes. So Castle's got to make sure he steps up here on this Rise switcheroo.
I feel like this might just be the disparity within the LCS right now, though. It's like Dig, Shopify, DSG, Sentinels, like the lower, literally the lower half of the bracket.
Yeah.
And then, you know, they're facing TL. So who knows how this game can go.
Yeah, it is really interesting. You know, you guys are the only ones who actually have beaten them in a series, but we have Jat standing by with TLAW's coach Spawn for an interview.
Thanks, Azel. We were just chatting. You sat down. You said, what a disappointing game one. You want to talk me through?
Yeah, it just sucks to lose in the fashion that we lost, to be completely honest. We feel like we're a better team than that, and they kind of ran us around the map and made us look a little bit silly. So hopefully we show something more this game.
Yeah, what are the adjustments here in game two with this Yone draft?
A lot more fighting power, and then a lot more side lane control. I felt like when they had side lane control, even though we had like technically a stronger team fight comp, it just dictated where and when they fought. So try and get rid of that a little bit and try and make some adjustments.
I was a little surprised to see Dokla in game one after the Castle news, but is that something you guys were preparing for all week?
Yeah, I mean, it's similar to when we bought UG in last year, right? We played Omti the first time around. You just want to make sure they're as comfortable as possible. Don't really want to throw them into a deep end. Like, Dokla's obviously prepared with the team, like, the whole time. So, Quid. Okay, he's all right. Yeah, so I wasn't really expecting Castle to play, but we were prepared for anything.
Sounds good. And what do you think has to happen here in game two to win the game?
I think like we just need to keep the gold within touching distance this time around, and then I think that you know, make sure that we set up on the Caitlyn side of the map so she doesn't get caught out, especially when she has no flash, and then should be okay.
All right, thanks very much, Spawn. I'll let you get back to the coach room thing you got, and we'll go back to the casters.
Yeah, go back to that coach room thing you got, buddy.
Yep, have fun over there. I'm sure it's going to be a better time than what Quid is experiencing here in mid lane. We saw he got very close to what could have potentially been a solo death. Did make sure he avoided the return on the Orb of Deception so that he did not actually find himself at death's door, but his farming is struggling a little bit early.
I mean, even though his farming's struggling, he has made Saint go so now this is like the easy part of Yone lane. Like, it's push, and now we can just take a quick, easy base. Even though he's down a little bit of CS, it's not like the end of the world.
Yeah, was able to recover there. I mean, it really was just that critical moment. He used the Soul Unbound really well to dodge the pullback of the Q, the Orb of Deception, because if that hit as well, I feel like he might have had to flash or he might have actually been going to die there. So played that well, and then was able to dodge the next charm with his Soul Unbound as well. So, you know, Quid handling the pressure pretty expertly.
Yeah. And then since he was able to push midwave in first, he bases first, which means he can TV back first, and now he's mid-prowl. So now he can stack the Q3. I don't know if he's going to look for something, but now he's a little bit more control in the lane, which is just the hardest part of this Yone-Ahri matchup.
You can see immediately right there, ready to use the Soul Unbound, recognizing Saint is going to hit him as soon as he goes for the cannon, so manages to preserve most of his health bar there. We'll check back in on mid lane here in a little bit. Going down to the bottom side, APA, you even mentioned that it felt like game number one was built off of the early lead in bottom lane, then that transitions into Dragon control, and right now it looks like Berserker and Isles might have the push for the moment, but it is still Yawn and Core JJ ahead in farm, as you would expect a Caitlyn lane to be.
Yeah, I mean, everything just kind of seems normal. Like, both junglers are full clearing down. This is their second full clear, and I imagine it'll just be a fight, honestly, for the 530 crowd that's going to come up. So it's going to, in my opinion, be like all hands on deck for both teams, and we'll just see what happens.
It's actually really interesting to me that we are getting Castle against Morgan, because we got Castle versus Morgan last week, but Castle on a different team, right? So it's rare to see that back-to-back. And he did create some really big lane advantages. Of course, my question for Castle is, can you convert those leads into teamfight advantages, right? You know, I think they kind of have inverse strengths and weaknesses when you look at Dokla and Castle. Castle, though, it's like, you can kind of give him a little bit of a break. He's like, well, your team's not very good. You're generally going to lose. It's harder to actually convert. What's your kind of a take on Castle versus Dokla? And do you see, you know, Castle as a strong player?
I personally think Castro's a very good laner, but I'm not sure how like tested he is in the sense of the macro game, the actual playing the mid game portion, because he's just always been on low tier teams, and like let's be real, he's always losing on low tier teams. So it's hard to tell if he has a good mind for the game or if he's just a really good laner. And I think him going to Lyon, and of course him going to Lyon with Inspired, will like truly put him to the test and like make him grow as a player.
It'll be exciting to see how well that works out. How much of it is the team is now down the bottom lane. Berserker in some danger. 200 HP left on that Lucian. Got to get back as Yon and Core doing a good job layering the CC there with the traps to guarantee extra headshots, extra burst damage, and win that trade.
I mean, it is just like playing a bullet hell when you play against whether it's Lux Caitlyn, Nico Caitlyn, Morgana Caitlyn. You dodging everything the whole lane. You're feeling really good. You get hit by one Tangle Barbs. There's a trap for a headshot. There's 90 caliber net for a headshot. You're getting hit by the Piltover of a Peacemaker. Barrier heal gone. Back to base.
Yeah. I mean, this, from jungle perspective, I always talk about Blabber with this. The 530 Crab, it should give Jose 6 unless he missed Krugs or something. Okay, he might have, I'm not sure what happened. He must have missed Krugs or like a small Raptor, but it should have gave him 6. And then it could have been like Dragon Threat. But now since it didn't give him 6, it looks like it's just a fight.
Yeah, Quid immediately committing the Fate Sealed. Going in here after Inspired, who nice use of the Vault Breaker there. Finds his moment to sneak past without being body blocked. Gets away without spinning the flash.
Yeah, that was pretty cute. I mean, it's him and Quid both juking back and forth. Quid is trying to get hit by the Vault Breaker, so he has to, you know, flash over the wall and use that. And of course, Inspired was able to get away without actually expending it. So at the end of the day, that is the ultimate down there for Quid for no real advantage.
Yeah, I mean, just both junglers back to full clearing. He did get the crowd, didn't give him 6. I'm not sure why, but looks like both junglers are just going to full clear down again, and then it's just going to be more of clear the bot and the bot hunt.
What do you see as the team that has like the better scaling or the better team fight? Like, which comp would you rather be playing if you could just sub in right now?
Well, I think right now, bot lane gap is probably the biggest gap, so I'd rather be on the TL side. I'm not sure how good my Yone would be, but but right now it does look, you know, 20 CS lead, and they have what, 2 to 3 plates? Yeah, 2 plates already. So that just feels nice as a mid laner when you're slowly losing in a matchup like this.
Saint doing a good job interrupting potential recall there from Quid. Not going to allow him to take that one. Saint still maintaining about that one wave CS advantage that he built for himself very, very early on in the lane. So Quid hasn't fallen any further behind in that regard. As Jose Diodo is going to come down here, see Inspired looking to take this first Drake.
He saw him smite.
Drake. Yeah. So Inspired's just going to have to jump back over the wall. Jose also has the 1 level advantage here.
Yeah, Inspired, I think, was going to have his second charge of Smite pretty soon. So I guess his thought process was, I was just going to sneak this, so I'll just double smite the dragon and just trying to solo it down. But since Jose is in the area, he gets pushed off, no problem, and ends up being a bit of a waste. You know, thought he had Core on that reset timer, that they would have control and maybe be able to sneak away a dragon. Which we're seeing a lot more, I think, Dragon Prio, like even in the early minutes. Like in your guys' series, it was like Dragon at 5 minutes in a lot of these games.
I think a lot of teams right now in the world don't think Grubs is that powerful.
Yeah.
And so, like, you can get Dragon, don't care about Grubs, you know, dive bot or just farm camps or whatever, and just play for the second Dragon at 10 or 11 minutes. So that's currently what I think it's like. It's also, Hwei is not the strongest early game champ to, like, make a skirmish, so maybe that's what Inspired's thinking. He's like, I'm not that strong, my mid laner is strong, but my bot lane's losing. So I'm just going to try and sneak this dragon real quick and not let the TL bot lane, like, dragon stack.
Speaking of that TL bot lane, they have their jungler down here, but Jose Diodo not willing to wait too long for something to happen. Does go ahead and take the recall, completes his first item there with the Protoplasm Harness. Very, very cheap overall purchase point. Nice early power spike for Skarner. Makes him deceptively difficult to kill.
I mean, I think it's really important to keep your farm up, and especially when you're playing against Inspired, who is so farm heavy. And we saw last game at 27 minutes, Inspired had 250 CS on Jarvan, right?
Yeah.
Like, he is going to get his farm, he's going to get his levels, and if you are not keeping up, he's going to start taking your camps, he's going to start being in your face, and that can make it pretty difficult. But I'm kind of curious on your take on Gluttonous Greaves, because Gluttonous Greaves is going to be purchased up here for Quid. There's obviously a lot of discussion, you know, how they can perform better in scrims and solo queue because there's so many kills, so you get all the stacks really quick. But in pro play, a lot of people feel like it's maybe being over-prioritized. So how do you view it?
Personally, I'm not the biggest fan. I also know against the Lion team specifically, they play games really slow. I'm not sure how many stacks Quid is going to get. And if you compare the mid lane quest, Berserker Greaves already gives you 5% lifesteal, which is roughly what Gluttonous Greaves gives you right now. So obviously, if he gets, you know, I think it's 6 stacks at the most. If he gets 6 kills, 6 assists, it's going to be more valuable. But I just don't think he's going to get a lot of assists this game. And it doesn't even seem like you have to fight over the first dragon either. So unless someone creates a massive advantage, it's hard to like envision these boots being better, in my opinion.
Yeah, it kind of feels similar to the whole discussion around Collector to me, where it's like Collector feels really good when you get an early buy, you have early lethality, you're scrapping a lot, you're getting all these kills, and then you bring it to stage, and all of a sudden it's a 0-0 game at 22 minutes, and you're like,
there, Cassante has like 300 armor, and you're like, I got 10 lethality.
290 now. All right. Well, now Team Liquid, once again, looking around this bottom lane. Hwei Diodo on the prowl, just going to move away some of this vision right now, as he has the smallest of gold leads over Inspired, and it looks like he's going to use the control that Yeon and Core JJ have, the lead that they have here in this bottom lane, to maybe start up this Dragon. They've also got the rotation over from Quid on that Yone, so Team Liquid is saying, all right, let's go ahead, let's secure the objective. Got it down to about 2,000 HP. Inspired is in the area, but he's not going to move up and try to contest this one. So Mountain Drake for TL. Very late first Drake, 11 minutes in.
It just feels so hard for Lyon to walk into that Drake. Like, even though Saint has Prow on mid lane, Quid's already in the river. He's with TL hitting the Dragon. So it's just so difficult to walk in 4v3. And it's like, Ahri can't really face check. Ahri can't do that stuff by herself. So they're just fighting the 4v3. So it makes sense for them to give.
Berserker and Isles, I feel like, have done a pretty good job of just kind of mitigating loss. Like, obviously, they're losing the 2v2, but when we checked in, they were down at that one point, nearly 20 CS. And as he picks up this wave, he's going to be down like 5-6 CS maybe. And I do think it's one of the things, when I think about Isles and Berserker as a lane, when Yunara Lulu was really struggling, they were one of the only 2v2s that actually was successful with it, often because I feel like they are really good at giving up the minimum, surviving, making sure they're never allowing you to just get a free kill or something in Snowball.
Saint trying to escape Hwei Diodo here in the mid lane, but Hwei hits the maximum range on the Ishtal's impact to find the wall slam on Saint. Forces the flash afterwards, otherwise he's guaranteed to be caught in the Impale. So nice gank there from Hwei.
I want to bring the perspective to top lane a little bit. Even though we have the Rise counter pick, it seems like we're relatively even, up 100 gold, but that doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. And I'm not sure how much this Rise pick is going to be more valuable than Rumble later on. You have the burn into the Skarner ult, into Yone ult, or Nico ult. I feel like the counter pick's not working out as much as Castle might have hoped. He's not up enough to make it worth, in my opinion.
How do you feel about Rise versus Yone in the soul lanes later, like in side lanes? If you're split pushing, because obviously, Spawn was talking about how he felt like they had an advantage in side lanes this game.
I feel like Yone should win unless Rise is too far ahead, which is not in this game. So once Yone gets his Bork, and if he meets Rise, it's not really a lot Rise can do about it. He doesn't lose really hard, but if Yone stacks Q3, gets on you with E, it can be difficult. It's also the sustain gap that Yone has compared to Rise.
All right, checking out our split map angle here. Now down the bottom, it's Quid versus Saint still. Inspired, ready to come in and make this Vi Ahri combo work out. Nice charm there onto Quid, who continues trying to get all the way away. He did a good job trying to buffer out there with a Fate Seal to cancel Inspired's ulti, but it will not matter anyway. It's first blood to Lyon 13 minutes into the game.
I mean, just nice play. They knew that Quid was going to Q3 forward. They probably said that this guy's playing a little bit too aggressive. Inspired comes just through the lane. And even though Quid does mechanically play well and buffer the Vialt, you're still stuck in place from the Vialt, even a screen away. So the charm still is guaranteed. And yeah, it was a nice play from Lyon.
Yep, and they are able to chase him down. And it also sucks because that costs his flash, right? When you die and you lose your flash, it always feels so painful because your opponents didn't even spend a flash to get a kill there. And now the repeat gank is that much more easy. And yeah, you can play safe, but then you're not actually getting any push in the side lanes. You're not creating any pressure, and there's disadvantages caused by that as well.
Yeah.
You can see Hwei Diodo tunneling through the wall there, looking towards Saint. One of the things that he always has to be so mindful of is that hard CC will just cancel Skarner out of his tunneling no matter what, so you've got to be creative with those angles, catch him by surprise, otherwise an Ahri charm or a Melio kick is just going to immediately ruin your day. But this does create enough space for Team Liquid to go for the first turret of the game down here in bottom lane. Quid should be able to pick that one up himself, and it brings the gold right back to dead even with 25 seconds until the Rift Herald spawns.
I actually really like that play from TL. It felt like Saint super overstayed because he had so much gold, and he wasn't even on one completed item. When he goes back, he completes an item and has another finished codex on top. He overstays bot, Quid gets back, Jose and Core do a really good job of keeping Saint around, and with Inspired having no ult, there's no real chance of a fight. So they actually end up getting Quid first tower and getting him a bunch of gold, and now Quid is way closer than he was.
Yeah, and even though the first play was good for Lyon, like you said, it's just too much of an overstay from Saint. He should have just based earlier, or if he's not going to base, he should honestly just fight them because he's not weak. I don't know he's no ult. So, like, all that hard work from Lyon, it's put to nothing, and now, like, I see Quid, he is, what's it called, Bork into Castle right now. I think he's going to run Castle on the side lane if he's the option to fight him.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. These tempo plays can be so impactful. And it's not like immediately obvious when you're watching it, but just overstaying in that position, you lost all the advantage that you really did gain. So we are in a very close game. This is just 200 gold separating the teams here at 16 minutes. Next Dragon's about to spawn. And really, it could go either way in these team fights.
Yeah, but the Rift Herald is already on the map, and that's where Team Liquid is looking right now. Hwei going to go ahead and begin the objective here as Quid also crashes the top wave into the Tier 1 turret. So it's TL with control over the lanes, priority over the Rift, as they have the objective down to about half HP. Core JJ disguised as a minion that's lost its way, moved into the river. Lyon looks like they're not really going to contest for this, so TL just secure themselves a Rift Herald for free.
I mean, Morgan walked all the way up. Castle does have push bot, so he's going to get at least one plate, maybe 2 plates bot, I would think. And, that is kind of the cost, right? You're giving up these minions. You're giving up some tower damage here. But Morgan has that move and was ready for a fight. So even if Castle TP'd in, you'd obviously be late to a fight like that, and I feel like it's just not worth taking.
Yeah, I mean, even though Morgan moved up, he still was around for the Dragon. So you saw Inspired try to do the Dragon because it's like, oh, they're top side, so I'm going to go bot side, try and do the Dragon. But Morgan's still moving around. He said, I don't care about this ball wave. I'm going to give it anyways. I'm just going to go check you on Dragon. So now they lose Rift Herald for 2-ish plates, it looks like, bot lane, and a couple waves, but they get no objectives. So, like,
and I really like a play like that from a Rumble, right? If you're playing a champion that has to win side lane 1v1, it's kind of different, but Rumble is mostly clear waves and team fight, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like it's okay to drop a wave or two, for these kind of plays where you move up for the Herald, you help your team get that, you push them off the Dragon, you lose 6 CS, who cares?
And now you see from the TL side, even though they got Rift Herald, now they're also getting the Dragon, and to me, a lot of the credit goes to Morgan for this. He moved up for Rift Herald, he dropped a couple waves, sure, it sucks when you press tab, now you're down 2 mini waves, but you got 2 objectives just for him moving and playing the map well.
All right, Team Liquid, a much better look here in game number 2, but also a much slower game than we got the first time around. Only 1 kill as the clock is about to hit 18 minutes. Both sides just comfortable playing this one at a snail's pace.
So last time we checked in, you were talking about, okay, well, pretty significant bot lane advantage for TL. That was early on, so you'd rather be in their shoes. Given that it is Lyon, up a couple hundred gold, and it is the 2 Dragon advantage for TL, do you still kind of favor TL's position in this game?
I think right now I could honestly go either way. It's like they have the Vi, which could pick off the Yone or Rumble in the side lane. But when you go into team fight, it's like TL has so much tools to just wombo combo everything. Skarner ult into Rumble, or Neek ult into Skarner, into Yone, and like Caitlyn putting traps underneath everyone. It feels like the team fights can be a bit difficult for Lyon, but they have so much pick play with the Vi combination, and even Lucian can just make specific gaps when he sees like someone a bit too far out. And like you see a pick play coming from Inspired here.
Yeah, he's really waiting on this one though. Wants to go in after Quid, and there it is. Fate sealed again, trying to buffer through the ulti. Inspired heading back now as Hwei shows up to make it a fair fight. Inspired's going to be focused down, but Quid is also very low, tries to snap back to his position. But good move from Saint, reading that that's where he needs to go. It's a 1-for-1 here at the start as TL wants to commit a teleport. Morgan arrives, but the fight has already faded. Even trade.
That feels really good though for Lyon at the end of the day, because again, they spent no flashes. It is a 1-for-1, but Saint gets the kill. Quid loses his flash, and you were getting a push on bot lane. You got the TP off Morgan, so I feel like, they do trade up from this spot here. Mechanically well played again from Quid, but still the play does work out.
Like this is a bit dangerous from Saint. He's no ultimate.
Yeah, he's really playing with fire here, and the fire comes down from the sky. The equalizer right where it needs to be. Hwei plenty tanky enough to slam him into the wall there and guarantee they get the kill.
I feel like Saint is just trying to flip it too hard there. Like I know they have the Ryze TP, but Ryze really doesn't want to TP yet. He's on so much gold. Like just accept that you made a play, it went 50-50 because honestly he missed the charm of Vi ult. I know Yone ulted it, but still it's guaranteed like we said last time.
to just accept, like, I think this is like the same mistake he made last time when TL got the bot lane turrets. He's just overstaying a little bit too much.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, especially because Castle was almost basing anyway, so it's like you can just swap out. Castle can TP in and cover that tower. It's not like the tower was going to die and he needed to defend it. So a little bit of a punish there onto Castle, or rather onto Saint. And Castle, you know, is just steadily farming away. You know, took down that bot tier 1, takes a plate topside, is up to about 500 gold lead, and the Roa is stacking. He has the Archangels fully stacked, so is going to be pretty strong at this point in the game if he can actually get in on these team fights. But as you talked about, there's so much CC, so much wombo combo. If you do get hit by 1 CC from TL, it feels like everything else is going to be guaranteed, and you're probably cooked.
I mean, right now I'm just looking at the Rise. Of course, level 16, one of his biggest power specs in the game. He's level 15 right now, and Roa hasn't even procced. So he's going to get 16 before anything really happens.
That's the advantage of playing Rise top lane, right? The top lane quest gives you a lot of XP.
Yep, and that timer on that next dragon is right about where it'll need to be for those 10 stacks. His Team Liquid's going in. Berserker's the target. He stays alive, though. Isles with the breath of life, guaranteeing that he gets his AD carry away.
That's actually crazy. When he didn't flash, I thought he was completely dead, but he just tanks everything. They use the barrier, the heal, the breath of life, the shields, and he does stay alive without even using the flash.
But even with the chunk that Quid got, Jose has Rift Herald, of course, from before when Morgan got them the Rift Herald. So now we can just Rift Herald mid. Doesn't look like we're going to get the full turret, but even just sending that turret so low, one more movement from Team Liquid into the mid lane, they're going to take mid turret. And then playing mid as Lucian with no mid turret behind you is so scary.
Castle still just defending underneath this tier 1 turret top. He did tick over to 9 stacks on the Roa before it hit 1 minute on the clock to the Infernal Drake, so he will guaranteed be level 16 by then. Depending on how much experience he can get from the waves, he might even be able to get close to 17 by the time that this fight rolls around, and that is just nightmare material, I feel like, for Team Liquid to deal with such a powerful Rise. Seraph's Embrace already fully evolved here too, so you know he's going to have the extra shield for if that Team Liquid wombo combo does land. Less than 30 seconds now until the Infernal Drake spawns, and TL is already doing the setup work. You can see the 3 Caitlyn traps on the ramp entry into the river. They want to make sure this is difficult for Lyon to approach.
And no one is entering Quid right now, so Quid is just going to be pushing out bot. Saint has already moved mid to just try to group up with the team. Inspired is still clearing camps on top side, so I don't know if they're even going to try to contest.
It feels hard for Lyon to break in. Like, Inspired's farming what looks like blue right now and going to Wolves. Dragon Spawn, it seems like they're just going to give, and I guess it's fine, but you're giving third Drake when you're not necessarily outscaling.
Yeah, it's really scary. I mean, I always feel like when you give Soul Point without fighting, you're basically giving yourself one mistake for the rest of the game, right? You know, you get picked off before Dragon, you mis-execute a team fight, you're cooked.
Berserker trying to get away now, but the damage arrives from TL without any protection nearby for Berserker on that one. A pretty critical pick there, as now the enemy AD carry is dead for the next 30 seconds. TL has already cleared that Dragon off the map. They're on Soul Point like you're talking about, and they want to get even more.
I thought they would have started Baron there for sure, but just want to play it conservative, play for the mid-tier 1.
I mean, I guess they're just probably talking, like, Dragons are win con. Yes, we did kill Lucian, but we don't need to push the game forward. We don't need to flip a Baron Smite fight between Inspired and Jose. So
Lyon now trying to get something back in the top lane, as Castle level 17 on that Rise does knock down the tier 1 turret. Second turret of the game claimed for Lyon, as Jose Diodo makes his way into the top lane, trying to find the angle here, but again, the Rune Prison stops that Ishtal's impact. This is how you deal with Skarner running at you. It's very easy to stop him. Flash still forced, though, as Castle has to use the Summoner spell to evade the Impale.
Yeah, so Jose put some pressure on there. Spam chat to vote. Who is more likely to win the Kia MVP? Is it Jose or Inspired?
Whoa,
what do you think?
What
do you think?
Where'd Vulcan's name go in this?
Because these two are playing each other.
Okay, that's
so
fair.
we're just talking about this game.
Well,
I think Vulcan and Thanatos both have a shot.
Ooh, immediately though, Lyon's going in for the dive, and there's your wombo combo. Once again, it's Inspired and Saint working together. The Vi Ahri, like you talked about, APA, just that incredibly effective combo. This time around, it's finally not the Yone that's the victim of that play. Instead, it is Yon's first death of the game on his Caitlyn.
Yeah, I mean, they put 3 people topside. They put Morgan, Jose, and Quid to try and break that top turret, get Castle's flash. But then, of course, when you put people topside and overnumber, who's alone? Your ADC. And then Vi Ahri in the bot jungle, they obviously find Yon, and it just looks like a good play from them.
This is the live chat vote, so people still pretty heavily on the Jose side. He is a very popular player, so obviously a lot of fans there backing Jose. What's your take? Obviously, if you can't vote for C9 because you're on C9.
Yeah, I'm biased, of course.
Well, but that's also how just the voting works. You can't vote for your own team in the awards, right? So who would you be favoring so far?
I personally think Jose has had a better split than Inspired. I think my personal read is, yes, Inspired is a good player, but he doesn't really turn it on in the regular season. He turns it on in playoffs, as everyone saw last split. They were like 5th place, and then of course they won. So I don't think Inspired's playing bad, but he hasn't been inspired.
He's not fully locked in.
He hasn't been inspiring you.
Yeah, he's not inspiring me for MVP.
Yeah.
Fair enough. He's got about 1/3 of the vote here compared to Jose Dioto's 2/3 in our chat poll thus far. Lyon still at about a 1,500 gold lead, but time is ticking. Azael, you already said it earlier. It feels like when you give Soul Point without a fight, you are allowing yourself one more big mistake for the rest of the game, because at any point, if they win the Dragon fight from here on out, they claim the Infernal Soul. It's less than 2 minutes now, so the pressure is on for Lyon. And we saw last time, TL was first to the bottom side river. They set up the Caitlyn traps, and it felt impossible for Lyon to approach.
Yeah, it is going to be really hard. So I think it's important for Lyon to get there early this time and have their vision and try to contest the entrance.
Yeah, I mean, I think like a straight eye contact fight against Caitlyn and Nico and all of these like wombo combo champs in the zone might be hard. So I'm looking at Saint and Inspired to see if they can find some way to push in through a side lane, push in through like an angle on mid, and then make a funny angle where someone splits.
And I'm looking at the fact that Death Cap just got completed, GA just got completed, Actualizer is done. Lyon is hitting all these big power spikes. Yeah, Jose's on 3 items too, but he's on, you know, the garage sale build. It's a support item. So I do think Lyon have basically staked their game on this one fight. They have gotten as strong as they possibly can. And Inspired is doing Inspired things, you know, power farming, and is on that 3-item GA spike here for this Soul fight.
Well, Jose is definitely keeping it closer in farm in this one compared to game number 1, where there was about that 50 gap around this point in that first one. This time around, it's still only a few camps for Inspired over his opponent. But yeah, the quality of item difference between the two is very noticeable, with that Guardian Angel, of course, being the biggest one. Both AD carries also on 3 fully completed items. You've got the LDR for Berserker's Lucian. You've got the Rapid Fire for Yon's Caitlyn, which is going to give them even more poke potential if they can set up around this objective first.
I just want to look at Saint right now. He's trying to create so much zone and just play from a side angle. He's obviously playing with Inspired. And then we have the Lucian Melio, who's so strong going from the front. So if you go and mark Saint, you're giving up your Caitlyn strength a little bit. And now Team Liquid doesn't really have a zone, so they're going to have to walk in blind to what it seems like Viari.
Yeah, Inspired waiting off to the side here, looking for the chance to find a high-value target. Yon would have to be the highest, I would think. Quid and Morgan also good targets here as Jose Dioto gets hit with a Rune Prison. Charm's not quite there in time for the follow-up CC, so Jose's going to walk forward. Flash, Eastall's impact straight into the wall. Impale right after. Saint is dead before the fight even starts. Yon is low, but Inspired cannot kill him. Berserker's got to deal with Morgan off on the left side of the fight. Lyon has lost the Guardian Angel on their jungler. They've lost their mid laner already. TL standing strong as Inspired falls. Castle goes over, tries to find the damage on Yon, but no, he's not going to get it. Lyon fall apart, and Team Liquid washes him straight out of mid lane.
I mean, that should be Infernal Soul, that should be Baron, and honestly, that was so insanely well played by Jose. He flashes on Skarner, and I personally didn't see the angle. I thought he was kind of trolling a little bit, but watch, he connects Saint into the wall, into the R, and it's just all the follow-up CC that we're talking about. Nico ult, the Rumble ult that's coming across, the Caitlyn traps on the body. Like, there's so much for them to dodge when they're hit by one thing.
Yeah, I mean, that was really well played by Jose. You know, he's kind of just stepping back and forth there.
Oh my god.
Actually a pretty big reaction there from Inspired. Obviously frustrated about how that went. I mean, as soon as Saint is killed off, they almost killed Yon on the dive, right? If Saint isn't dead, that's an easy kill.
For sure dead.
And Berserker got so much damage out in that fight. So, you know, if like you're talking about, if Saint actually survives, if that CC chain is not perfectly layered, then that fight probably goes horrible for TL. But that is the game decider, and that is the risk you take when you give up that third dragon.
Oh, hold on now.
Yeah, might have another fight already as Jose Dioto has to back away. Lyon entering into the TL jungle, but Jose is ready to try to turn it around. Goes for the Impale, not going to find anything. Jose Dioto killed at the very start of the fight, but now a counter kill immediately for TL as Castle falls. Lyon trying to fight further. Yawn has died. Saint with a kill on that one, but a double kill for Quidzione. And everybody on Lyon is just cut down. There's no chance now that Infernal Soul extra damage, even though it started a little bit dicey for TL, losing Jose immediately, they still win the fight.
It almost feels like Lyon might be a bit tilted after that play and listening to Inspired's comms. Like, they're playing slow the entire game. They're giving this, giving that, giving objectives. And then there's a random fight over a minion wave in the bot lane.
Yeah, it kind of feels like, you know, maybe they just think they're in a position where it's extremely low chance, so you're going to take anything, right?
Yeah.
And you're kind of like, all right, we got 5% chance, let's go.
Great comms from Inspired there.
Yeah, it's hard to find the moment where you really feel like you've got the best shot, when you've given up the Infernal Soul, when you've given up the Baron, when it just feels like Team Liquid owns everything on the map, and right now they do. 6,000 gold lead, Infernal Soul in pocket. You can look at the scoreboard and see a greater than 1,000 gold individual advantage in every single role except for jungle. And remember that Jose Diodo still has the same number of fully completed items as Inspired because he's buying cheaper stuff. So if there's anybody that's going to not have the biggest gold lead, I'm totally fine with it being support items.
Yeah, and I mean, you're a Skarner, right? Like, you use your CC.
He did his job in the previous fight, the Drake fight. He got the E on top of Saint, which I think is a miracle play by Jose. It seemed a little bit difficult with them walking in.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a few of those. Obviously, like Hambach had the pick against you guys as well, where you know it can turn a game completely. You're laughing about it.
Good reminder.
Hey, you guys still won the series. It's okay. I can remind it.
It's still good manner.
It is, exactly. It's not bad manner, you know.
All right, Team Liquid is going to take the tier 2 turret here in the top lane. 6-3 in the turret count, as Lyon tries to get one back down here in bottom lane, but Saint not going to have enough time alone with that structure to guarantee it.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the entire game before the Soul fight. It was like line up maybe 1K roughly between the Mirage players. But now it's just after the fight, snap, and then boom, 6K goal lead for Team Liquid. They got everything they want. I feel like Lyon has to make some magic happen now for them to pull this one back.
I completely agree. I mean, when you look at how strong the carries are, when Caitlyn gets to this point in the game, one headshot is half your
thousands
HP.
of damage at this point.
Yeah, and I always feel like when Yone reaches this point in the game, Yone can miss every ability and just auto-attack you to death.
Auto, yep.
Exactly. It's like, you look at your death recap, it's auto-attacks and a W. Everything else missed, and you still are
he's
dead.
so tanky because he has Immortal Shield Bow. He does have the Gluttonous Greaves upgraded, which gives him more shield power.
And now, Lyon's going to full send to go after him, though. They can't kill the Yone in time, and the counterattack arrives from Team Liquid. Now, finally, the kill goes through. Quid is down. Lyon has found a second kill, and honestly, this fight might be a little bit of what they're looking for, but Yawn is still alive. He's still fighting. He's still firing. He's already got himself a double kill, and TL bites back.
Yeah, TL able to fight back through that.
No way. Oh, I thought for sure.
Where's the collector when you need it?
Yeah, I thought for sure that was going to be it.
Jose's going to find him, though. There's no way you're getting out of this. And TL do end up winning the fight at the end of the day. I mean, I think Lyon are just taking any angle that they can look for, and I think it wasn't a bad angle by any means, but Berserker just gets so low from all of this random damage that's coming in. He had to dash back over the wall, and as soon as he's pushed out, well, you don't really have any consistent damage left.
Yeah, I mean, it's like they're just looking for the magic, and it looked like potentially right there that Quid might have been hinting, but he has so much shield power, he has Wit's End now, he has his W, he has so much mobility. It's just like they're down too much in my opinion.
Yeah, Team Liquid's going to take this opportunity to grab themselves a mid lane inhibitor, crash the waves in top and bot lane into the tier 3 turrets as well. It was only Isles standing. Inspired has respawned back onto the map now as Morgan goes for his full retreat. Isles isn't going to be there in time to really stop anything from TL. About 60 seconds left on the clock until we get Baron, and only 15 seconds after that, Elder Dragon spawns. So I think we're about to have a pretty explosive sequence.
If at first you don't succeed, flip again, because if Elder, Elder is your last hope. If the soul doesn't work, that's all you can really do, and it's that's really all you got, right? You're hoping you get the Elder because that's a great equalizer.
Yeah, I mean, if I was on the Team Liquid side here, I would say don't flip Elder. I think this is the really only way we can lose is if Inspired somehow smite steals, and then they do have enough damage. They're not weak. Like Saints 4 items, Berserker's almost 4 items, so they're not weak. But that would just be what I'm doing on Team Liquid right now. I would just say, go for Baron, push waves in, and then just get control and make them come into us.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. And you touched on it, Gluttonous Greaves fully stacked. At that Soul fight, by the way, Quid had 1 stack on the Gluttonous Greaves. But that, they got past that, and now he has so much extra Omni Vamp, so much life steal, with this build.
The shielding too. It gives 15% shielding increase. So on his W and the Immortal Shield Bow, especially since he's level 18 and maxed it out, it's going to give a lot of shielding power.
Yeah. Look at Morgan's positioning here on a control ward off to the side, ready to drop the equalizer right when they need it, and there it is, Fate sealed straight into equalizer. Berserker's already down, and Isles follows. Inspired's in the back line, but he's there all alone. Team Liquid finds 3 kills easy. This third one, it's gonna take an extra second from the Guardian Angel, but that's all it'll buy Inspired, as Castle and Saint gotta try to get away here. But Jose Diodo and the rest of Team Liquid are in hot pursuit. It is a 4v2 for the next 30 seconds, and TL's going to back away.
Yeah, just going to go for
really?
Elder, try to just guarantee it. I guess I thought they would have just tried to finish. I mean, Castle was incredibly low. They have the supers coming in.
They know Saints know Ariel too. Like,
yeah.
They should know Castle's no flash from the previous fight that they happened. I mean, I get it. It's a tense game. It's like 2 of the best teams in the league.
Yeah.
But I feel like they could have ended there. They have a 4-item Caitlyn. They have a Yone who's alive, who's 4 items. He's going to shred the base. But I guess they're just going to do Outer, maybe go Baron, and then try and end with all the buffs.
Yeah, exactly. You get Elder, that guarantees Baron, and then you kind of walk down, and that, I guess, they think is the 100% play. So, again, playing a little bit more kind of conservative. It was interesting. We had the comms from Inspired on the other side when they were up like 11K, and Doga was like, we can just fight them and kill them. And he's like, no, shut up. We're going to play, we're going to play smart, and it feels like TL is kind of taking that route as well.
Team Liquid is going to commit to the game-ending play after this Baron, though, because you can see...
You really need to carry the game, bro. When we force Yon flash ult, you need to make plans how we're gonna get advantage. You can't just on Rift timing TP top, and then we don't contest Rift, we don't say anything. We have to make a play around this Yon. So if you think he's gonna contest wave, I need to stay top.
Wait, shut up.
Okay, definitely some contention there amongst the comms in Lyon, but what I was going to say is, look at the inventory of Yon. When he went back and shopped after they got the Elder, he sold his Doran's Blade and bought Seeker's Arm Guard. So he's ready for anything they might try to send at him with the Vi Ahri to make sure the next fight is the last fight in the game.
I'm actually a fan of this kind of thing as a late game buy. If you have 1,600 gold, there's nothing better that you can buy as an AD carry in this point of the game. How can you possibly lose? Well, you get one shot by Vi Ahri. Well, Vi flash, press alt, you press stasis, okay, GG. Yeah, you have a useless item, but it's a one-fight game.
Yeah. And there's no defensive item in the game that's going to save him from the Vi Ahri combo right now, honestly, except Seeker's Arm Guard.
Yep.
So I think it's a smart buy from Yon.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of it. But it does signal to me that Team Liquid is done messing around. They've got everything they could possibly have on the map, both super buffs. They've got the Dragon Soul pushing towards the enemy Nexus turrets now. Quid coming up to join the rest of the team as the equalizer is dropped first and foremost. Core JJ goes in to try to find the catch onto Saint with the Fate Sealed, immediately following up onto Berserker, and both the carries are already down. Team Liquid kills 2 for free. Ace in the hole is going to guarantee the execution on Isles as well. Inspired and Castle just sitting in the fountain. Team Liquid 21-8. They're going to take us to game 3.
They absolutely are, and Lyon and the comms seeming a little bit frustrated. You know, it seemed like they were reviewing that game in the middle of the game, which... You know,
that's the Inspired special, honestly.
Well, we'll see if they can come back and take down TL in Game 3, or if TL are going to clean up the series off the back of that. Lounge, what do you think?
A lot. Just a lot of thoughts.
Yeah, there's a lot to say. I think this is delivering as my match of the week, both in terms of things that are happening in game and maybe some extracurriculars that we're hearing through comms.
Like,
match of the year.
You love drama. You love drama.
I love drama.
Raz
One person is telling his jungler to shut up. The jungler is telling his other teammates to shut up. What is better than this? It's so fun. Like, here are some of the plays, by the way. Here's some of the plays. Let's get straight into it. This is like Lyon, by the way, and I'm going to be working backwards. This is Lyon finding plays when they're already behind. There's soul for Team Liquid. There's like positioning and vision for Team Liquid. But you see a lone Quid, and you see in the mini-map, of course, Rumble away from the team. So they see this as their angle. So they go straight towards Quid, but immediately Nico follows up. Jose Diodo's there. So even though in this ball of mess, you see the aspect that Yone did get picked, and it does turn into it does turn into like, okay, 2 for 3. Rumble inevitably joins, sees Castle low, sends the Rumble ulti on top of him, and it's still a better even number, like a better fight for Team Liquid. But the fact that it's Lyon the scrambling for these fights is the interesting aspect of it. There's this one as well. Just like the fact that Lyon is walking in without vision. They're trying to look for a fight. They're trying to see an angle. Morgan is in a really good position here on a flank just in case There's a commitment happening.
Oh, they slammed them on this fight, but they do already have the soul. This is beautiful.
Yeah.
Exactly. This is the newest clip that there's so many fights that this was the newest one actually. So I'm not technically working backwards. I got one that just recently happened. And so yes, there were slamming fights. And I love the interview that you had within the game, Jat, just because talking about how he wanted to be able to find more fights, like being able to pick the fights that they want. You have Nico, you have Skarner, you have Yone, you can find it. Once again, Lyon is hunting for a fight. Immediately, you get to see both Jose Diodo and CoreJJ in the bush, but they see so many people walking in. CoreJJ backs away. They put a trap, but the trap isn't perfectly placed to be able to pick. If I remember correctly, it was a Rise. Now, of course, he walks out of it. You see Skarner die immediately, and it looked like it was going to be a good fight for Lyon. But Team Liquid is just grouped up. So again, fight after fight after fight. It's not bad looks from Lyon. They think they have it. But ultimately, I think Team Liquid is just out team fighting them. And that's what's making the series now interesting.
Yeah, but there was an early game thing.
So I'm going to cover a small macro point just because I think Quid was such a huge part of these fights.
The journey.
Yeah.
The journey to the screen.
The journey. Oh, can I not go back?
I can show you.
I never go back
Raz
in
has
spectator.
trolled the PC.
I know.
He left it booby trapped for Emily.
Which timer? What timer?
12:51.
You're good.
There we go. And now I'm going to disappear behind the computer.
Behind the screen.
So this is basically a play where I just want to call out how Inspired and Saint are going to make a play onto Quid. They're going to kind of clean him up on this bot side of the map. And that sets up for basically Saint to push in this turret and get into a really good position gold-wise over the Yone, right? So I just want to call out how TL get back into this just because I thought it was a smart play, and I know they kind of pointed it out on cast. Here is going to be the gold difference between the two now, as you see. Quid's going to respawn soon. He's going to head down to this bot side, and Jose and Core are already moving down here. So because they know Inspired is here, but Yon has been able to rotate down, Quid is coming back to this lane. Core and Jose are just making so much space on this wave, chasing off both Saint and Inspired, that this gets Quid the entire, the rest of the tier 1 down here. And now that gold lead has been shrunk to almost nothing, essentially, right? I actually thought it's a very small thing, but the fact that this is how TL responded to Quid getting caught on that bot side, immediately being like, okay, you know what? Here's how we're gonna get you back into the game off of this next reset. I thought it was really smart. It's one of those small macro things I think TL do really well that can be kind of missed, and led to the Yone being able to take over in a lot of these fights.
And player of the game is Jose Diodo. Casters give him a clean sweep for the Skarner team fighting and also crucial picks. So one of the big things that we didn't cover here on the desk was the one shot he essentially got onto Saints Ahri, which secured Team Liquid the soul in what could have been the game-deciding fight. So Jose always has the fan vote as well. And big news, Dokla's back for Game 3.
Oh, wow.
So really interesting here because I feel like Castle was a bit of a non-factor. He just played Rise. But I personally was not a fan of that Lion team comp. I felt like having Rumble Rise with the Vi gave them poor team fighting. So now we'll see if Dokla can get the Dokla sweep.
Yeah, that's actually, I did like how the lane went. It was pretty uneventful, but it was like it was good for a Rise to be able to scale up, right? But yeah, I think they definitely needed a little bit more space. And I think especially a week off of making the change, this is good data to be able to get from both players and to be able to like look back, especially against one of the best, if not one of the best teams in the league. So I'm a fan at least getting a second look at Dokla.
Yeah, I know you were looking at some of the early laning, right, on Rise. You went back and kind of looked at it because I think the Rigby interview was really interesting, right, where he was like, okay, you know, we think Castle's a better laner, but Dokla is already in our system. He knows like what to do. He knows how to communicate with the team, and he's very chill to play with.
You can calm the
and I think that
They
that
need some
last
chill.
part,
They need
that
some
last
chill
part
in
is
their
going to be really
comms.
important.
Personally, I like more unchill. Viewership perspective, I would like that. But honestly, we're going straight into Game 3. So of course, we're going to go to a commercial break. After that, Game 3, Lion, Team Liquid, who takes it?
Who does take it? I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS, where now we are about to end a full 6-game day here in double best of threes as Team Liquid bounced back in game number 2. They brought us to a tied series against Lyon. It was a very slow game to begin with, right? Kobe is back on the desk, ready to rejoin us here.
I'm excited to be here for episode number 3 of Listen In on Lion Comms. Holy moly! Those things are
getting too hot for TV.
It's like, oh
Good
my
thing
goodness.
we're on the internet.
Woohoo! We are we're getting some insights there, and especially when they're struggling towards a late game. So now with another roster swap, putting Daejeon back in, and Daejeon has had a lot more time than Castle, obviously, on this team.
Yeah.
And Daejeon said in multiple interviews that he is, honestly likes the, direct style and the feedback and stuff, and the things that seem very confrontational. From the team. So, maybe that is another thing where you're judging these players, yes, by their play and how they're going to fit in the team and how they deal with the comms, and all kinds of things are going on. But
it's an adjustment for sure, though.
Yeah, wow, there's so many angles now for this team with some of the stuff that we're getting now. I would say biggest takeaway, though, TL, they were playing very well in that game. Huge credit to TL, especially Hwei. This guy, you keep rolling these polls for MVPs and stuff. I think the stocks for Hwei rose and rose and rose even again in the previous game. Morgan also having a really good one there too. So TL, I really like the strong comeback here in game number 2 to push us to this decider.
Absolutely agree. I mean, I think Jose made the game-winning play. It was that catch on to Saint.
E-flash. It's also, sometimes that was like very close to the E ending before hitting the wall. And that's one of the hard things sometimes to judge on Skarner. And having the timing and the CC lane that you guys were talking about
was perfect.
Was clutch.
So Nocturne not going to be banned here by Lyon. Instead, Lyon are going to be banning Renekton, which is the champion that people most associate with Morgan. Late, coming over from the LCK, that was the champion that he was kind of most known for.
And I think that might have to do with Lyon being first pick. Maybe you just want to slam that Nocturne there for yourselves, as we do have the Renekton, the Lee Sin, the Pantheon banned out, the Orianna, the Varus, and now the Lulu banned out by Team Liquid.
I like the Lulu ban because Lyon, especially later in his series, are definitely willing to go Lulu Yunara or Zeri or any sort of
Lulu
hyper
carry
pairing, basically. You can go Nocturne, but I don't know. I don't love Nocturne as like a first pick because it really does require a full dive comp. Obviously, it's such a good pairing with the Orianna. I think it can individually be strong, but you are fully committing and broadcasting to everyone, this is what our comp will do. And look at the win rate, 1 in 7, right? It has not really been that successful because generally when it's getting played is without the Orianna. And now when you're on the other side, you can be like, all right, we're playing counter engage. With their first pick, I already know exactly what they're going to do because you can't be like, oh, never mind, we're going to play poke. And now we'll just have Nocturne press R and then strafe. Like it just doesn't work.
You like cursed name combinations. Whenever I hear 1 in 7, I think of that Brazilian soccer team. So this is Sockturn. That's what he accomplishes. He kicks the ball, he doesn't hit the net.
So you're saying he's only sock turn for this game because the wind's going to change after this game.
Win or lose, he's no longer sock turn. But for this brief, holy moment in time.
Together, here.
Everyone watching, congratulations, you're here for this sock turn moment. The one and only this brief period in time, the 1 in 7. But here's the counter engage that you're talking about. If you see a Nocturne, you say, all right, get me out of there. Xayah airlift, I have a pretty good counter engage option. And to me, I always like mentioning for Yon and Core JJ, I think they're the most dangerous Xayah Rakan combos that we have had in this league. They have performed on it way more than anyone else certainly has. And obviously Core JJ has his own Rakan skin, so
that's pretty good.
That's a little bit more credibility there on top.
Yeah, that helps. I mean, Jan is 3-0 on the pick so far this split.
Yeah, he's shredded.
He is really, really good at playing. His game against Disguised just last week, he brought it out and was quite effective there. And so it is just going to be, a comp built here to absorb the dive. You have Victor, which obviously, you can dive on Victor for sure, but Victor can also go some pretty defensive builds, and you can get in towards the Zonias later on. You have Xayah, who's going to be able to answer with the Featherstorm pretty effectively, and Rakan, as you dive in, presses R and runs through your whole team, and that makes it very difficult to follow up.
And yeah, Victor's diveable, but as he sees you diving towards him, he's going to throw down the gravity field. He's going to summon the Arcane Storm. You might get him, but it's going to hurt getting there, and there's still the rest of the team that you've got to deal with. Xayah's ability to not only save herself, but leave an entire field of feathers to, again, counter this dive. I'm curious how Lyon is going to back this up with this Nocturne to make it all work out. Getting into second half of the bans, we do need to see how these are going to work. The Azir banned away by Team Liquid, wanting to make sure they don't just go scaling Control Mage versus scaling Control Mage here in mid, as Wukong is targeted by Lyon.
Well, I was going to call out the Akali as a potential ban here because I'm just thinking about who are your dive buddies, right? Inspired needs some dive buddies, and Saint, generally the champions that he plays, that are aggressive are ones like Akali, which just got banned, like the Ahri, which just got played,
and
the Yone just got played. There's Sylas, but I don't really know that Sylas is going to fit as well here. Sylas can steal Rakan ult, that's all right. Maybe something else comes in, but I'm just kind of struggling to think through like what their pairings are that make the Nocturne feel valuable.
Maybe they're theorizing that Morgan is probably going to pick a tank due to the TL team comp, and then maybe they'll have Dokla on some sort of dive/carry top lane option into it. Maybe that is the angle. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah.
Because TL definitely would benefit from a strong front line still here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Dokla, when we look through what he's played, like he hasn't played Mbessa, he hasn't played Aatrox or any of these kind of melee divers. He does play some aggressive stuff, and he did play one game with Kennen, which I think Kennen fits really well with the comp. but it has to also fit the matchup, right? And Morgan is going to be last picking here. Jose just goes Sejuani. He's been focusing with bans the whole series long, but he just goes to another tank here. And Annie, would obviously be a pretty good pairing. So could be interesting to see what he goes for, and maybe they feel like Annie Nocturne is just enough, but I do feel like you need another champion in there to get in the backline.
I feel like, though, if I see an Annie classically doesn't like dealing with long-range mage matchups in the mid lane. They just kind of poke her out before she can get into effective range for her own spells. So instead, they're going to settle on the Anivia here for Lyon.
Yeah, and the question is that top or mid? We will find that out with this last pick for sure. I think it's an okay matchup against Victor. Victor can kind of outrange and poke down and get push. Anivia, of course, you're looking for catches with the wall, but Anivia is not a champion that wants to relocate. Like, you set up shop, you have control of space in one area, and that's kind of what you're looking for. And I am just a little bit worried that, it might be the Nocturne versus the world, but there is that Sylas that I had touched on. That was the last kind of aggressive pick the Saint had left, and they're just going to go for it. So it looks like it probably is going to be Anivia top here. And Saint plus the Nocturne are going to be the dive buddies.
Yeah, I actually saw Dokla in solo queue game Anivia just the other day, so I think that is where it's going as well. And Anivia also is so good into so many matchups on top side. It actually is blindable, even though it's not the most giant play rates. And Morgan says, fine, I will take the Jax into it with a Sejuani synergy. That gives you a lot more confidence, because as annoying as Anivia can be, the Sejuani synergy is very, very strong here. Jax can proc the Sejuani passive very, very quickly, and you have a couple of more ways to play the 2v2. It's going to be interesting, though, too. I think a lot of resources should be spent around getting mid lane priority pretty early in this game, because that can actually open up the map for you. Like, if it goes to the TL side, and you keep the Sylas, constantly having to recall and under turret, and you're taking away the resources of health that he wants to be able to spend to lane effectively, and you kind of get the Sylas behind the pace of the game, so that he doesn't scale as well, can't get as tanky and as much cooldown reduction, then it's going to make him a lot less effective here. So TL, it seems like once again they've built a pretty strong team comp here that kind of forces Lyon to work a little bit more for their win cons.
And I feel like I like what TL drafted a lot more, right? Like, you have good angles of attack, on the top side. Yes, Anivia is really strong in the isolated 1v1, but famously, Anivia is so slow. You are very gankable. If you get up there, kill off this Anivia, it can get bad in matchups like against the Jax, where Jax can just constantly jump on you if he gets ahead and can start to really punish. And then you're thinking about all the ability to counter engage. You're trying to engage onto Yeon and Quid through Jax, through Rakan, through Sejuani. That sounds hard.
So back in game number 1, obviously things didn't go great for Team Liquid. We heard in the game number 2 interview from Spawn that it was frustrating. It felt like they didn't play the way that they knew that they could, and he was like, I really hope we can show a better game here in number 2. Sure enough, it was slow, but they did. It showed me that Team Liquid had the right perspective, the right outlook on why they lost and how to fix it. And so now I'm curious if Lyon will be able to bounce back the same, considering the frustration that we heard in their comms. We see both junglers starting on the other guys' Raptors here in game 3.
Yeah, Lyon are going to split the map here for their Corki Nami lane in the bottom side. Or not even fully split the map, just go for the Raptors and cross into counter jungle here. So Inspired is showing, so that means Jose knows he's not going to have time to stick around. It's not going to be a full split map. He says, okay, fine, I'll just do the Raptor trade with you.
Yeah, I think that's smart. I don't think you can allow your Anivia to get isolated on that side and go into a split map where Anivia has no vision and has to play on the same side as the Sejuani and the Jax. That would be too difficult. This is, of course, all the most recent games from Dokla, who has been just kind of chain-winning games with Lyon. They've been doing very well lately. Of course, they did lose their first series of the split against Cloud9, and now going up against TL, the other of the kind of top 3 teams, trying to keep themselves in with a shot for first place. And they have to win this series if they want a shot at first place.
All right, TL bottom lane. Yeon and Core are happy. Just farming up underneath the turret right now. Corki and Nami with control over the lane. Powerful duo. And now looking at junglers, pretty standard stuff despite the early switcheroo on the Raptor camps. Everybody just clearing top to bottom side. Of course, Inspired is going to be slightly faster on that one, as you can see him going to the next camp here already.
Yep, going to be feeling pretty good about that. Saint, of course, just trying to withstand the pressure from Quid, in these early levels. Deathfire Touch, can be pretty darn strong in this kind of matchup because it is pretty easy to constantly reapply it. And of course, if you keep it going after 3 seconds, it doubles the damage that it does off the initial poke. So, Quid is just constantly trying to look for the reapplication there, but does have to be careful of taking a tower shot because of that DFT.
It is going to be interesting, too, on second Raptor spawn here because mid lane pressure, as we talked about from Champ Select, is going to mean a lot. And they did kind of force the double starts for Raptors for the really early Raptor timings here. Inspired is going to take the bottom side Scuttle Crab and be there for second spawn / the wraparound on Quid. Is going to pass through, but Quid says, fine, I avoid it quite easily, and Inspired's going to get the double.
Exactly. I really like the fact that Inspired just said, you know what, I don't care about my blue buff. We had to waste the extra time because we were walking back and forth to our own sides of the map. So now I'm just going to instead prioritize these crabs, takes both of the first crab spawns, and then now has his own chickens to go right back to.
So he is going to do the second chicken sear and then quite possibly go up to crabs afterwards, but without going for a recall. So doesn't have any extra. Okay, so now he's going to pass down back to the blue since it's a. Okay.
Nope. Now he's heading back.
Still no. So without the recall,
Gotcha.
Yeah, without the recall, you are a little slower. He's debating. He's like, okay, do I need to defend this blue, or does it matter? Do we need to cross again?
And I feel like when you see that TL has bot push and you're expecting Sejuani over there, you saw him on that ward. You just don't want to fight that, right? So he's cross-mapping, seeing if he can trade back any camps, but nothing is up here. And because of kind of the weird start to the game, clearly he doesn't have a perfect count on what camps have been taken by Jose, so he thought he could steal away a camp to trade, wasn't able to do so. The Gromp is spawning now, but it would be too late, so he needs to get back to base, and as a result, I think Jose is pretty happy about this.
Yeah, I like the information gathering and kind of reacting there as he's got the ward that's over by the Raptors and trying to change depending on the movements, so good, honestly, responses this whole game from Jose so far, and farming kind of evenly here does feel pretty nice, I feel like, for TL.
Yeah, I mean, Quid holding on for a long time. He's really trying to greed the lost chapter, so didn't want to go back to base, but he still hasn't even TP'd. And Saint is taking his second base. So Saint is already heading back out from base here twice. I think the wave is going to be pushing away from him, so is going to lose some minions in that mid lane. Quid was able to kind of corral that, and now is going to TP back. Have to assume he has a lost chapter or something. Instead, going to go for a catalyst. So I wanted to greed for a first goodbye, and did get that, but Saint looks like he missed that cannon, unfortunately.
Yep,
so
I didn't see the yellow number pop up. Unfortunately, the second part of that Q did not explode in time. Poor Saint, RIP. Still feeling all right here in this lane. It's a very slight CS lead. Meanwhile, Corignon try to go in after Berserker, but the fast reaction there valks away the Lyon ADC to safety.
We're having some pretty late base timings, honestly, in a couple of these lanes. You look down in bot lane as well. Both Yon and Berserker have not yet based, and TL, like as you said, I think are going to be pretty happy just farming away. Up on the top side, Morgan is doing a great job just holding his own, just trying to survive under tower and keep farming.
And honestly, depending on how many of these minions at his tower he picks up as we get ults traded in a mid lane, Saint going to be able to push with that one. Morgan now even going offensive on the push back out off of the tower.
Okay, Morgan flashing forward, wants to try to find his kill onto Dokla, or at least try force him into egg. Dokla does stay alive for now. Meanwhile, the fight continues down here from the bottom side. CoreJJ got to be careful. Battle dance back towards Yon. Now, I might not be right about this, considering I don't know all the Zyra Khan interactions. Morgan trying to find a stun there onto Inspire, but has to jump back over the wall. I believe that CoreJJ had the range on that battle dance just because it's Xayah that he was dancing to. I think that wall would have been slightly too wide on a normal champion, so the synergy paying off there.
Yeah, it did definitely look like it. There are some of those nice little interactions, of course. For having that duo. Was kind of an interesting experiment. Never have gone back to it, but is a fun duo for sure.
I like, too, the choice to trade your flash with the Anivia on top side. Wait a second.
Ooh, Saint just abscond up, ducks straight into the brush, finds CoreJJ, who has to use his heal to make sure he doesn't get too low, and dances back to the safety of Jose Diodo this time.
It made me think when Morgan's going for that trade, I'm already thinking, okay, so that was when both junglers were level 5. So he's doing this ahead of time to prep the possible Sejuani level 6 gank. Like, again, that chain CC is incredible. Egg, honestly, if you don't have your flash, the egg probably isn't going to matter much at all if you have Sejuani get up there, because the chain CC is so much, and they can pop you in an extended lane. So I want to see if that's where they actually do want Jose's pressure, because Jose, or Morgan very clearly, doing the early work there. Even though we were also kind of looking at mid lane as a possible site, since they still have their flashes, it's not nearly as enticing. And then you always have to second guess yourself when you're playing against Nocturne, though, and not overextend.
Absolutely do. I feel like Jose has just done a really good job of being a bit unpredictable with his pathing, because that's multiple times now that Inspired has crossed thinking there's camps to steal. First he went for the top side, now he goes for the bot side, trying to check the red and the Krugs, try to steal that away, but they weren't there. So he has to just walk all the way back across the map here. And you can see that nice little trick with the wall. You can basically make it so it's guaranteed the wave will come to you, because the cannon's just freaking out.
Yeah, you're losing the DPS of those minions.
The
minions walk around, so they're not damaging the enemy minions, and you get a nice little placement of the wave.
Well, that's a 2v2 here in the bottom lane. Again, starting to get dangerous. Yon fires back into Berserker, but it's Jose Daejeon over the wall. And that's the edge that TL needs. The jungler shows up, and it's first blood for Liquid.
This campaign for MVP is looking good, guys. I gotta say, Jose's making a very good case for getting my vote, at least.
I mean, Jose's been smurfing for sure. I gotta say, I don't think Berserker wins that even in a 2v2, though. He was very aggressive. He kind of just walked past the grand entrance there. He valks forward. He's going really aggressive. Yon still had barrier and ultimate. I just don't see a world in which they actually win that 2v2. So, did go for the aggressive play. And Jose is there to punish. Just don't know if it would have worked out even if he wasn't.
Tough stuff for Lyon, man. They got to make sure they're locked in here. Like you said, they're still potentially in the running for first place, but that is 100% eliminated if they lose this series against TL here today. Quiddy to turret shot back in the mid lane. Inspired comes in with a paranoia here for the gank. Flash over the wall from the mid laner of Team Liquid. Quid barely staying alive. Saint goes over with the stolen Glacial Prison, and that will seal the deal. Lyon is on the board. However, up here on the top side, we were asking earlier, will this pay dividends, forcing the flash on Anivia? Yes, it will. Scrambled eggs for breakfast. Morgan's eating good.
And it's actually that TL lane swap play where they recall early for bottom side, swap up to the top side. But I wanted to touch on Quid's death by greed first. That turret plate's so juicy, Hazael, that it cost him his life.
I mean, he took 2 tower shots. He took 2 tower shots there. Saint did a good job. As he walked up to hit that tower, Saint clears out the wave and stuns him under the turret, so the second tower shot comes through, and then Inspire's in the area. He's going to take that kill every time. TP back in, you're in trouble.
Oh no, Dokla TP's back in and may just immediately die right after. He's on top of an entire graveyard of feathers. That TP sucks.
Yeah, Jan was ready for him. He's like, oh, great. Blade Caller on arrival. Chunks down the Anivia with no egg. They complete the tower dive, and TL are just running away with the early game.
Yeah, the wheels are falling off here fast for Lyon in Game 3. They won Game 1, were really dominant. Game 2 did not go their way. And Game 3 definitely starting off not how they were hoping, as this was that initial play up on top side. Obviously, the Nocturne ult was going mid. And in comes Core, flash over the wall. There's not much you can do about that.
Once your egg gets procced outside of the turret range, that's rough.
I was watching your screen. sorry. Yeah, good play. You can TP.
For them playing against Nocturne is a very common strategy.
Just got a screen peek here a little bit.
Look at your teammates here. Get a little extra info. I was on the edge of my seat, actually. I thought that was going to be a Lion.
It's like, hold on, brother.
Like, oh, here we go.
Yeah, for people who aren't familiar with that trick, what he's talking about, because obviously Nocturne ult turns off your vision around your character, but in pro play, you're sitting beside your teammates. So you can look over at their screens and see where they are, which is something in solo queue you cannot do. So is what Jose is referring to there.
Unless you land with your buddies.
Oh, there you
go.
There
you go.
A little land party.
You guys want to bring over the PC?
Queue up together.
Yeah.
We're going to try that, and we're still going to lose LP.
Yeah. True. But we'll have fun doing it.
Exactly.
And
there's 3 of us. It's Flex QLP. Nobody really cares about that anyway. It's fine. We can take the -15 for an hour's worth of fun. That's okay.
We'll just queue with multiple jungle players. All good.
Yeah, no reason not to just have multiple junglers. All right, the Dragon is alive, though. And remember that Team Liquid has both neutral objectives so far. All 3 grubs alongside Drake #1. Drake number 2 alive now at a time on the clock that is only slightly past when the first Drake was taken in the second game. So more attention paid early on to neutral objectives here in this third one. We're between the pace of games 1 and game 2 here in number 3. Game 1 was definitely the most action-packed early. Game number 2, definitely the least. Here in this one, somewhere between the two, as Saint, with that Proto Belt, can use it for a little bit of snappier trading against Quid, who does have his Rod of Ages recently completed, so we'll have that one hitting the 10-stack power spike in the early 20-minute marks on the clock. As you can see, quests starting to get completed. AD carry and mid quest completed on both sides, with the extra support quest done for TL.
Yeah, and Rogue just makes a lot of sense in a game like this where they are going to dive you, right? Yeah. You know, you are the best target. Xayah has Featherstorm. It's a lot easier for her to survive. So getting a little bit more HP, getting a little bit of tankiness here, I think makes a ton of sense.
And I would say there might be a play going for your head imminently, Quid, because they have your flash timer from last time, and they very well could just go for another Nocturne ult, you know, with the Hexblade completed, with the Proto Belt completed there for Saint. So definitely waiting a little bit, playing a little bit more cautiously, since you are a prime target. Both junglers, though, on the top side of the map while the dragon is spawned, both thinking the same thing.
Yep, they go after Dokla, but they don't find it. Now Inspired ready here for the counterattack. Wants the fear onto Morgan, but the Jax gets back away, has to use his flash to do it. Morgan's hurting a little bit, but he will be able to take a recall and then use the teleport to return to his position here in the top side.
Okay, so they invest the Nocturne ultimate. Again, he has his Hexblade completed, so it's much lower cooldown for the ultimate, and he'll have it up pretty quickly, but no flash on Morgan or Dokla after that play. Spellbook exhaust is not really a big deal at all. That one being used as well, just to make sure there's no kill angle.
Yeah, Dokla played that pretty well, I think. You know, flashing out pretty quickly to react to that Sejuani ult, then walls off, so the Nocturne ult comes in, and you can actually force that flash. That was pretty well played, but a rare sight. Inspired is down about half a level, maybe even more than half a level to Jose here, and generally, you know, Inspired is always the one that is ahead of the pace of the game, and Nocturne is a good farmer, but Jose has been very effective, you know, already has 2 kills to his name, and has been keeping up his farm extremely well.
And that's even more impressive when you consider, again, we've mentioned it a lot throughout the draft so far today, big focus on the jungle pool from Lyon, making sure they're keeping the Pantheons and the Lee Sins, and up until now the Nocturnes away from Hosieoto, as now that dragon does get burned down. So Inspired and Lyon do find the opportunity to take that one away when TL don't have a chance to respond.
Yeah, Victor a little bit too far away from that one. They were kind of hovering around the outside with the rest of the members, and now they're making a little movement on Saint.
Yeah, Saint in some danger. Abscond abduct repositions him, using Hosieoto as a bit of a slingshot to get himself away to safety.
Yep, gonna stay safe down on that bottom side. Did have Inspired behind him, who now has that Nocturne ult back up and available. But Isles is going back to base. Inspired will go back to base. They will get vision of Inspired completing his recall, and definitely wants to get to level 11 before he uses that ult. You know, increase the range, reduce the cooldown, can make quite a difference here. But definitely feel like this is a pretty high pressure game here. You know, Lyon really wanting to play for first place. You're really wanting to be ramping up for playoffs. And also trying to figure out what the roster is even going to be for playoffs. You made a roster change here with only a couple weeks left in that regular season. And yeah, you have this week, you have next week. Then we are in playoffs where every match is going to matter so much.
Yeah, and it comes at a cost as well. If clearly, as they're using both top laners now, you're also going to be splitting up your scrim time. Saint again under attack. Nice little jump though, gets him out very easily. Able to exit there. We're gonna swap over with the teleporter on the other side.
Yeah, Morgan tries to get away with a leap strike, but Inspired is ready to follow there with the paranoia, has the fear with Saint and Dokla both right behind him. There's no way for Morgan to get away. So Lyon's gonna get their kill, but Team Liquid will claim first turret in the bottom lane.
Good punish on the flash that was blown with the last Nocturne ultimate. It's back up, so they go for it again. As you say though, Flowers, that's a good bonus of gold with the first turret bonus being added back in. So still extremely close here, and Quid goes back top with Core JJ to see if he can get an answer.
And it doesn't look like they should be able to find it. Silas pretty durable, but he will get stunned up on the gravity field. Grand entrance on top of the Arcane Storm. Hosieoto has arrived. but the ulti doesn't find its target. Saint's got the flash. Hwei still, though, with enough damage, secures the kill.
Just barely, because the Merc Tread's shield came back up as he was ticking down there. And I thought that magic shield might have been enough to keep him high enough above that to survive the ignite. But at the end of the day, it does get taken down, and that is a nice play there again from TL.
Spellbook is going crazy, guys. Oh my goodness. It's actually going so crazy, and that's going to mean Team Liquid grab another objective as well.
It's also worth noting, Dokla, we were talking about Anivia builds quite a bit over these last couple of weeks. You know, first it had been Roa Tier, then people moved to Roa Liandry's, then people moved to Roa Malignance, and now we have Dokla here. He is back on that tier build. It is powerful, does give you a ton of mana, but it takes forever to get online, and you really don't start doing a lot of damage until you get a third item. Of course, it's possible he's just going to sit on the tier and get a Malignance, but if you do complete that Archangels, it's very defensive, but you're lacking a little bit of power, I feel like, in these team fights.
Jan on defense duty here for the tier 1 turret. Very edge of the Aqua Prison hits him, though, so Jan's going to have to be pretty mindful of how much he wants to try to defend. Does clear out most of the minions. Berserker, one more auto attack, should be able to finish off the turret. Jan didn't have enough wave clear to keep it standing, but now the rest of Team Liquid has arrived for the punish. Berserker had the Valkyrie to get away, but Isles has no such thing. So kill number 5 going TL's way after Lyon takes the second turret there in the mid lane.
Good little collapse from TL, but just losing to Nami for the tower, not the end of the world. They don't spend any summoners. They don't waste anything major. He doesn't even use his tidal wave, so it's not the biggest deal, and it's not, you know, lined up with a dragon or anything like that. So continuing to get some gold here on Berserker, which is important. You do now have the 3 lanes ahead in gold. It's very slightly, but ahead in gold for Lyon. You know, Dokla, Saint, and Berserker all are that little bit ahead. It's just Hwei now with the gold lead. So Lyon has done a good job, I feel like, problem solving what was a pretty tough early game. And even down 3 kills here, they are in a pretty good spot.
And look at the CS gap between Dokla and Morgan, plus 40? That's crazy stuff.
I don't know if I'm like too strict of a parent, though, because I feel like you still deserve criticism since most of the gold for towers is split up into turret plates now. So the end of a tower isn't worth nearly as much as it used to be. So like dying for an end of a tower, to me it now is a no-no. And they literally saw Victor walk. He's got a cane, bro.
I hear
all
you.
the way from top lane.
I hear you, but have you considered Berserker loves money?
Well, hold on.
That's true.
Hold on. Berserker also loves staying alive. We just saw a big attempted engage there from Team Liquid. Hwei throws out the ulti, forces the flash away from Isles, or he would have got caught again. This is also going to demand a TP response from Dokla to join up with the rest of the team. The wall does a good job stopping the Herald. Shelly just kind of...
She's raging out right now.
Yeah, she's a little tilted at that one. Berserker loses half HP there to a quick burst from Quid, who places down a gravity field to prevent Lyon from being able to walk directly over towards the Drake itself. Hwei still on that one, has it down to about 2,000 HP. Saint off to the side, dealing with Morgan here, as Team Liquid still thinking about if they want to take this fight. Saint with a stolen quickness finds the charm onto the Jax. Morgan's got to try to be careful here, but over the wall goes Core JJ with a real quickness. He wants to keep his top laner alive. The counter-strike is still spinning. Saint drops to Morgan, and Team Liquid has found 1 kill for nothing so far. Dokla, Isles, and Berserker all grouped up together. Inspired versus Morgan in a 1v1 off on the right. Morgan's ready to try to turn it around here with a counter-strike. Morgan dies, but Inspired goes with them there in a 1-for-1. 2-for-1 overall here in the fight. Team Liquid still looking for a little bit more. Berserker wants to try to bait him into a bad spot. Yaw's down to 300 HP. Quid is stuck inside the Glacial Storm, and Quid dies. A big wall from Big Dokes to make it an even fight so far. Hwei with Yawn and Core still trying to stand and make something happen here, but a beautiful Aqua Prison over the wall from Isles. TL finally going to head home. What a scrap!
That was a crazy fight. I mean, Morgan was getting so much work done on the side for TL in this one. It's Morgan and Core versus the jungler and the mid laner from Lyon, and they're the ones that were kind of winning out on this scrap.
And look at the re-engage. So Inspired is going to flash. Meanwhile, Saint E's back in, and so he dies there with the extra damage. Morgan then continues the chase. On live, we're getting more action, though.
Yeah, we've got Hwei and Morgan trying to make the play on a Dokla with a TP about to arrive from the Lyon side. It's Team Liquid who decides they're going to send even more men. Yes, there's the egg for Dokla, but the egg doesn't matter when you die in a spot that you can't actually save it afterwards. So Dokla's going to lose the passive for free. 1 TP for 1 TP committed, and Lyon loses their top laner.
Yeah, I think that was even the double TP from TL because Morgan TP'd behind him, and then Quid TP's into reinforce late. So they send a lot of members there. They do kill off Dokla, who we didn't get to see the tail end of that team fight in the replay, but he was playing great with those walls. First he catches out Quid, then he's walling off Jose. Was positioning well, and Berserker, even though he got chunked at the start, they're going to look for a dive.
Yeah, now Morgan in danger yet again, not respecting Inspired's Nocturne, and gets picked off in the side lane for it. Saint's the one taking the kill, now has the most of anyone on Lyon at 3, 2, and 1 here with the Silas.
Yeah. Banger series here, game number 3, and we are going blow for blow. Now Nocturne, of course, no ultimate, and Jose does have his nice little spell shield.
Yep. Over the wall, Jose was ready, but Lyon was also ready with the response. Good job there from Inspired, as another plate is going to be burned off of the Tier 1 turret there, thanks to the Void Grub burn, whatever it's called. I don't remember exactly the name of the thing, but that means a little bit of extra money in Team Liquid pockets, and every bit of money counts. This game has been less than 1,000 gold apart the whole time, and now Berserker's about to get knocked down. Nice engage from Core, nice follow-up from Yawn.
Yeah, that was really well done. Quid just comes in from the side, pushes him back, and with the Valk forced, you can't miss. And now they're just going to start the Baron here. They know Berserker, one of the strongest members, is gone. Lyon need to try to defend this. They have no ult on Inspired either, and no flash.
But Morgan is making his way over. The Jax ready to join up with the rest of the team. Core JJ trying to hold this defensive position here in the brush as the rest of Team Liquid continues DPSing the Baron. They've got it down to about 5,000 HP. Keep your eyes on Inspired, looking to enter into the fight. Paranoia's already going to get dropped. Inspired looking for his angle, seeing if now's the time to jump in, and he finally goes. But Inspired's going to be targeting. Yawn goes up into the Featherstorm, but he is dead. Saint finds the kill. Inspired and Saint looking to finish off the Baron, but Hwei ready to contest it. It's a smite fight in the pit. A double kill back over to Saint, and the Baron goes to Lyon. The fight goes to Lyon. A triple kill for Saint on the Silas, stepping up when they need him most. Quadra kill for Saint as Hwei heads into the enemy jungle. He is the only man standing in Team Liquid colors, and Lyon just found the exact fight they needed.
And look at Berserker, he's just pushing mid lane. They're gonna get so much off this. That engage from Saint and Inspired was sick on Daejeon. He couldn't react, didn't get his Featherstorm off until he was already 10% HP, and by then it was too late.
Incredibly clutch right there. Inspired pops Nocturne ultimate, and he just holds it and waits. As you see, they chase down the Sejuani anyway. Jose's death timer will be desynced as well. Inspired collects out. Okay, I love when Nocturnes do this and they use the entire timer for the ultimate. Watch how long he waits. They have vision because they still have the ward in the back of Baron Pit.
Watch Saint though. They don't have vision on him. Ult flash over the wall. He absconds over the wall, then ult flash with the stolen Sejuani ult on Daejeon, point blank, couldn't react, catches him out, and they burst him down.
It's perfect timing between the two of them. They take him out, and then here you go. This is what all junglers live for, the clutch smite fight. He's able to get it. Inspire gets it on top of already having the advantage in the fight. So, Saints be able to chase them out.
Yo!
Lyon happy after that one for sure.
Rain over, very happy. I mean, the game is just so tense.
Yeah, I mean, I saw 1386, I think, and that's a 1400 smite. Yeah. So that is about as perfect gets in a real game of League. So Inspired clutching up, but really this game has been about Saint, his individual performances. Yep. And that was a big time play. Utilizing the Nocturne ult, Yawn can't see you coming, ult flash with a stolen Sejuani ult that he got vision on by queuing over the wall earlier in the fight to steal. That is big time plays.
And because it's Nocturne, even once the Sejuani CC wears off and he goes up into the Featherstorm, he's feared as he lands. His feet touch the ground and he's still CC'd despite being untargetable before it. The chain just worked out perfectly for Lyon.
And the timing between the two of them is perfect. Immediately collapsing, chaining. I mean, the synergy seems to be back.
And now the reward there for Lyon, it's not just the fact that they got the Baron, it's the fact that you can look in the inventory, Seeker's Arm Guard available for Dokla, full Hourglass available for Saint, huge playmaking tools, huge teamfight tools available for these guys. Lord Dominic's Regards, fully completed for Berserker, who's just going to tear through health bars on this Corki. Hwei tries to find the Glacial Prison, but ultimately ends up not hitting a target, and Lyon just continues their siege.
Yeah, and I mean, Isles has the Mikhails ready to go, obviously rushing Mandate, but but the Mikhails is done, so that's going to be an easy answer. If it is just that Sejuani ult starting things off, you can see Bloodletter's Curse has been done for Saint. That's going to be really nice for both Dokla and him. And now TL up against it here in Game 3 of this pivotal series. TL trying to stay undefeated for their matchup against Cloud9 next week, who is 6-0, and Lyon trying to take them down, because if they lose here, they are locked out of getting first place. They lost their first series of the split against Cloud9 and have just been cruising ever since then.
APA directly asked Team Liquid, please, can you meet us at 6-0 next weekend? And right now, Lyon are trying to make that impossible.
Yeah, and they're doing a pretty good job at it. Like I was saying before that fateful Baron fight, this entire game was 1,000 gold or less apart for the entire time. And now we've got a 5,500 gold lead for Lyon. Dragons are tied 2-2, so it's not like TL can try to find a big soul fight to come back to mostly parity. It's going to be very difficult for TL to fight their way back from this position. As you can see, Lyon just owns the entire map. Morgan is split pushing in bottom lane right now, trying to get something, but Lyon has total possession over the TL jungle.
It's so much more fun to me when the games come down to clutch late game moments like that. See if they can use it to finish it out with the lead that they have garnered from it. Still a long way to go.
And this is the total damage for the game. You see Quid is getting a lot done, but Jan has been struggling a little bit more to kind of get involved in these fights. They have been doing a good job putting pressure on him. And I think it's going to be so much about, can Lyon continue to put that pressure onto Jan? He is very strong at this point, has 3 super powerful items. If you can't get an engage like that onto him, he could run over you in a team fight.
And I want to shout out Big Dokes as well from the other side there on Lyon. Him doing tremendous amounts of damage, and look, he's level 18 with the rod ticking over. Obviously, the rod's going to help you out with the level advantage, but having a 3-level advantage, however you get it, feels really good. And he's got a Zhonya's, as well as I believe the egg passive is back up. So you've got flash. You can create so many plays, and Dokla really has had, a very big impact in both the games, especially with all the extra eyes and scrutiny on him. Sometimes, people are always wondering, are you going to crumble under more pressure of having someone behind you? Is this going to throw off your mentality or your focus in the game? Or are you going to rise to the occasion?
Pressure creates both diamonds and rubble, gentlemen. It's up to you which one you become. And Dokla right now is shining bright. 1,500 individual gold lead, level 18 in a game where the enemy support is level 10. He's feeling powerful right now, and Morgan might just be the target. Saint and Dokla both moving around down this bottom lane, but they don't know where everybody else on TL is, so they think better of it. And it's a good thing they did, because TL was ready to cover for their top laner. Baron is about to respawn on the map right now. Next Dragon will be alive in 45 seconds as Inspired and Lyon head up towards that topside river.
Yeah, Berserker has gold for the crit cloak, so he just needs gold for the combine. I don't think he's going to get it before this next dragon fight, but that Infinity Edge, when it comes in for Corki, that is when this champion can just delete you, and they're having this Baron just being sold up by Inspired right now.
All right, Inspired is going to take a decent chunk of his HP, but he does have the super-powered apples to eat to regenerate about half
Baron's
of that.
got hands, okay.
Yep.
Respect.
He's actually got like 6 of them. There's a whole bunch of nasty little purple hands
No
coming up out of
fair.
the ground. Yeah, it's too many.
That's why you got to bring teammates to that fight. But let's take a look at this flank.
Okay, Saint with a stolen Rakan ulti tries to go over the wall, finds the engage, but it's only on to Hwei, who does take a chunk, but he still keeps himself alive for now. Saint being healed up by Isles, but it's Team Liquid with control over the bot side river.
That Glacial Prison from Hwei, I'm not sure if that was just a disengaged one or if he actually saw him coming, but that was instantly as Saint flashed on him. He got Sedge ulted, and just that engage got stuffed.
Now Inspired trying to step up, contest for this next Drake. Remember, it's not soul for
Morgan.
either team. But now Saint on the flank, arrived into the fight. Inspired's got to be careful here. Hwei over the wall, but Inspired is still standing. Hwei is already down. Lyon is finding a hell of a fight so far as Morgan's got to try to keep himself alive here with the counter strike, but the Arcane Storm is still ticking. Dokla gets the kill into Morgan, and now there's the extra one onto Quid. Saint is dominating as Jan and Core JJ run straight into the enemy jungle. They're the only 2 left on Team Liquid, and Saint does not want any survivors in this one. Core and Jan still trying to get away, but Berserker's got full HP. He's got the Valk. Jan and Core are still just running. Meanwhile, Dokla is in the enemy base. The whole goal for the rest of Lyon is don't let these guys back. Jan and Core trying to get away, but they're just being held captive in the enemy jungle. Saint continues trying to find the abducts.
Here's the
grab one of the kills. Berserker continuing to look for Yawn here, but it's Inspired who arrives, goes after the enemy carry, has to immediately back off as Yawn defensively ults. CoreJJ, however, will not be so lucky. He dies again with another massively desynced timer from the rest of his team.
I'm too good, man. I'm too good.
He is, man. Did you see him in that fight? Again, with the arm guard, with the flash, with the egg at his disposal. He creates so much space. And then as they were trying to retreat mid lane, he hits the wall. He does not let Morgan escape. They get that kill. They get the other kill. I mean, it was actually so much space.
Yeah, it was. And at the beginning of that fight, Morgan just leap strikes into the back, and I thought this was going to be a good fight for TL because look at Morgan. He's just in the middle of their team, but all of them pull back. He walls off some of the carries. Jose and Morgan do go in with Core, but Berserker, Isles, Inspired, they all pull back, and they just knock him down, and then this is Dokal on the side like you're talking about.
Yep, he puts up the wall. He doesn't let them escape. He used his ultimate both times very well to be able to zone right there, slow them down. Uses the flash, upgrades his arm guard into the Zonias, got another use of it now. And Lyon have increased the gold lead, but more importantly, with the Baron buff, that lets them siege the base way more effectively.
And now we've got Guardian Angel on Inspired, as well as those two fully upgraded Hourglasses for the AP solo laners, as well as the Mikhails there for Isles. It's so hard to find a play to punish these guys from the Team Liquid side.
And the IE that we were talking about, nearly a void staff for Dokla. They just got so much gold. They're already up 9,000 gold, plus they are on soul point here. They don't even have to rush because they are playing incredibly well in these fights. And Berserker, it just feels like he is having a field day. They're not able to put any pressure on him. The rest of the Lion members are creating so much space for this Corki, who is now ridiculously strong at this point of the game.
All right, TL, time to lock in and defend because it's a free lane push coming out from Lyon. Saint putting the pressure on the inhibitor here in mid. Top lane tier 3 Turbid is still standing with about half HP. Bottom lane, Morgan tries to clear the waves. As Inspired is pushing down here, he's always ready to ult in to join if there's a fight in one of the other two locations. Morgan, of course, will not be able to reach the fight as quickly. Saint goes in, stolen Rakan ulti, but no value to be found. Morgan is far back enough that he doesn't get caught by this attempt from Lyon.
Yeah, Morgan playing it pretty safe there. A bit of an ambitious attempt. I mean, had the Abscond duck connected, then the Rakan ult does something, and maybe you can actually chain down Morgan, but he has a Seekers. Just kind of lacking damage, though. He's down 3.6k gold to Dokla, so has fallen very far behind, and Saint just completed Death Cap. It just feels like keeps getting worse and worse here for TL, but their carries are still strong. Yon's on 4 fully completed items, and Quid is working towards his 4th item here. Wants to get that Death Cap online, but still very far away from it.
I'm struggling to see the world where without a major blunder from Lyon, TL can win a fight.
I think the world is an overdive from Lyon, right? Where they send it and, you know, you go full in onto Yon and he gets that Featherstorm off early. All of a sudden the counter engage comes through. That is the world I think it has to happen in, but Lyon are playing these team fights out so well. They're not overcommitting. They're not just throwing themselves into the meat grinder because with this gold lead, they don't actually need to dive anymore. They can just hit whatever's in front of them.
Yeah, and they've got a level 20 bird that you have to get through. Like the walls are so frustrating to actually get your good battle lines. So
yeah.
See what they can actually pull off. Side lanes become a lot more difficult now. Guardian Angel is done here for Inspired, so Inspired can also, you know, full send behind Saint. If Saint is pushing here, this Silas has been massive all game, and he's full 10 stacks with his Death Cap was completed here. It's full build Silas in side lane, who's already dangerous. If you add the Nocturne ultimate on top of that, it's for TL, it's like, how do we ever like really get out of our base, out of our towers? It's so dangerous. And so the map is completely dark for them. It's very dangerous. And you know Lyon are just waiting to pounce.
Yeah, I mean, it's always so interesting because, you know, when you think of a Nivea wall, you think of it as a catch tool, but in fights later on into the game, you can just wall out the carries, right? Like, you don't need to actually use that aggressively. You can just wall out Yon.
Oh, over the wall. Saint just chunks CoreJJ by 75% HP. You could see him waiting there inside that red buff pit, seeing if he could find anybody on Team Liquid, and that was nearly a one-shot.
That is terrifying stuff, Core. Yeah, just about got deleted.
How do you even approach this Dragon Soul fight? I mean, they have that one ward. That ward is helping, but even though you can see their positions moving, it's so crazy to get in.
Ozenioto jumps in, Glacial Prison there on the Dokla. Stolen Prison fired right back towards Yon. Not a lot of value out of either one, and that might just seal the deal. Morgan goes in for a flanking teleport, but everybody on Lyon is just waiting as he arrives. Morgan is instantly killed, and now it's a 5v4 for the next 50 seconds. Lyon's going to start it off by taking the Infernal Soul for free, and you have to think they just walk it down the lanes from there.
Just so well played there by Lyon. You know, they're completely choking TL out vision-wise. Hwei tries to force an engage. Nocturne just turns off the lights to say, you can't follow up on this because you do not know where we are. But Morgan had already teleported, dies without even being able to get the Zhonya's off, and TL after that, no, there is no shot at contest, so their hope now becomes delay, delay, delay. Hope you can maybe make a miracle happen later, steal away an Elder, but Lyon are clearly not going to flip. They are looking for the 100% chance.
Yeah, they're putting so much pressure on TL to make the move and be the ones that are going to cause the first error here. Now it's kind of like a lot of these style plays where you're grouping up in a little small, like commando style, sneak through the brush. Maybe we could do a surprise brush play or something on somebody. But even rolling the dice there, not able to find anything. And so Lyon will have another very easy setup this time for Baron. It was already hard to approach the Soul. Now trying to approach a Baron when they have the extra infernal damage on top of it seems like a very, very tall task.
Observers highlighted the ward up there placed by Team Liquid in that top lane side brush, but unfortunately for TL, even if they want to teleport someone up there to make some crazy flank, Morgan just used his TP. The only one that could possibly do it is Quid. Flanking Victor is not normally a winning gambit, I would have to think. So TL, they are just going to go ahead and use that teleport from Quid to bring him back into the mid lane, but Lyon has already started up the Baron. TL, they're thinking about the approach. They're staring down the barrel of an 11,000 gold deficit of an enemy team that already has the Infernal Soul. Lyon, again, just playing it so safe, so slow, so methodical, taking zero risks as Team Liquid feels forced to make something happen here. Morgan with the counter strike, goes in after Berserker, finds a stun, but it's not going to turn into a whole lot of anything for him as TL can't find any of the kills. Yon has already used the ultimate here with the Xayah, but he turns back around and Saint is shut down. Inspired's going to be knocked into the Guardian Angel just yet as Team Liquid found the angle they needed after all this time. Dokla buys himself a moment here with a stasis. TL forced back for now. Berserker grabs the kill into Quid. Dokla's egg still alive. The shutdown onto Inspired comes through for Yon. The resurrection for Dokla. He gets alive and he gets away, but no, he's finally taken down. A triple comeback over to Berserker on the Corki. It's Yon versus Isles and Berserker. Yon steps forward. Berserker and Isles. They get it done right when Team Liquid looked like they had a shot. Berserker guns him down. Ace for Lyon.
Penta kill for Berserker, and Lyon are gonna take it.
Oh my God, what an ending. Berserker went crazy in that fight after Saint got shut down. A pentakill, a clean ace, and they are taking this series.
Team Liquid undefeated for 5 weeks of regular season. It was a battle all the way down to the wire here in this 40-minute game number 3, but Lyon will triumph 2-1.
Oh my goodness. They had to use everything too. The Zhonya's on Saint, then the Guardian Angel on Inspired, then Dokla goes into the front line. He uses his Zhonyas, uses the egg, all to create all of this space, and Berserker gets them all.
I mean, when Saint got shut down and Inspire gets popped into GA early, I was thinking they could actually really win this. Berserker played it out so well, even from super low health. The way he was actually spacing from Core and Yon, not allowing Yon to even get in range for these auto attacks, just peppering him with his spells, getting him low until he could commit and finish him off. That was beautifully played. That is a real battle between two of our best teams here. And that is going to set up for an exciting final week where we still do not know who is going to be the first place team. We're going to have Lyon still in the mix. We're going to have TL versus C9 next week. It's going to make it crazy.
If TL beats C9 next week and then Lyon beats their opponent, all 3 of them will be sitting at 6-1 at the very top of the table. Will be absolutely crazy. Don't forget, spam chat now. Let us know who is your player of the game. I mean, Berserker gets to end it with a pentakill.
It's got to be Saint, though.
It's still got to be Saint for me. I agree with that, but I think Dokla also having an incredible performance in that one. Everybody did a really good job. And now we're going to be heading over to the interview with Saint with the Lounge. Take it away, y'all.
Woo, what a series as we wait for Saint. We got that last fight to watch one more time. Congratulations, Saint. Great Silas game.
Why are you
Woo, my goodness.
I was busy flaming you on the cast.
Are you okay?
I sat up so you can be there. Saint, we're gonna have this last fight up on the screen just because it was such a crazy end of that game. You were so fed on the Silas, but this last fight ended up still being crazy. We haven't even seen it the second time yet. How was the vibes of the team at the end of this game, Saint?
I was like kind of throw at here. After that, maybe lose because of me. I was like pretty sad, but after I saw the Berserker pentakill, I just clapping.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
I must feel good.
Close.
You're like low-key run it down, but then your team 1v9s.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they pick up the pentakill off the back. The one play that we really loved, Saint, from this game was this Baron play, because I felt like the game was so close. Like, this is not a good game state. You guys are down 1,000 gold, but your play here, stealing the Sejuani ultimate, and then finding Yon was insane. So you E flash R before he can react, and you just win the fight off of it after you get the smite. Just such a crazy game. What do you think about this play?
I was kind of hope to hit Jaya, not the Pil Lakan. And it worked.
It worked.
More about the Silas pick in general, because I thought it was a really great pick in this team composition. Was that your idea or more of a team decision?
In this team fighting, I kind of want to just pick any and try to find the good angle, but my teammates, especially Inspired, think we should pick Silas because we have good ultis.
What do you think? Sorry, go on.
That was Inspired idea.
What do you think of when Quid ran it down for the plate mid lane?
What?
When Quid ran down for the plate?
That was really.
He was just running it down.
After that, now I can breathe.
Nice.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about the top lane situation? Because you added Castle to the team, and then he played game 2, but Doko played game 1 and 3. How has it been running 2 different top laners this week?
Hard to say, but like Castle is more good at the regular picks, like Renekton or something like that, and Dokula is good into like the Anivia, or not the usually pick.
Yeah.
I think that's their difference. Yeah.
Funny picks.
Yeah, like that.
I want to congratulate you. You win player of the game for this game on the Silas.
Doesn't
matter that Berserker got the pentakill at the end. You know, you were dominating the game. It actually was 7 for 7. So everyone here, including APA.
Thank you.
The respect. Emily?
And then, I mean, I think we heard a lot of your team comms today, like just from your team, especially from you and Inspired. So I guess just talk me through like what it's like in game and how you communicate with each other.
I think now I kind of focus on the like where we want to fight or what we want to do. I just bring up that and our team say about that, and we just make planning.
Sounds good. Today's player of the games, we had 6 games today. So appreciate all of you for delivering.
Yeah, thank you.
Back and forth series. Series 1, Masu wins a game 1, APA wins a game 2, Sven takes it home in game 3. And then this series that we just saw, damn Saint.
Yeah, 2 Saints.
Game 1 for the Twisted Fate. I think it was really close between you and Berserker's Ezreal in that one. Jose won game 2, and then you take home game 3. Also a special shout out to Vulcan and Blabber. They both reached 300 career LCS wins today.
Oh, wow.
For some reason, it looks like, I guess they won 2, so Vulcan's 1 win ahead of Blabber somehow. Unless they're giving him tiebreaker off of like reverse alphabetical order. Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
So Vulcan's at 301 wins, Blabber at 300
W
wins.
Vulcan.
W Vulcan. And unless they switch teams, he's just always going to be ahead of Blabber.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
No 6-man.
As long as they're on the same team.
No 6-man support rosters. And also the player of the week this week, Saint, we're just giving you all the awards. You get the interview, player of the games, and also player of the week.
Whoa, 29 and 14?
Nice.
Twisted Fate, Ari, and Silas. I thought even in a lot of portions of that Ari game, you were doing pretty well. But yeah, congratulations again. You were. APA was saying what a good angle this Twisted Fate was in
yeah, it was a good angle for TF. I think, of course, lane's hard, but if you make it past the lane, and especially when bot lane wins is hard, it's like free win.
I mean, if board is like this bullet hard, then I can just pick, and I hopefully our board can carry after my first ulti.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was thinking. After the first ult bot and then the double kill, I thought the game was just over.
I think so.
Yeah, solid TF play. Just really clutch Silas play. We kept saying, we thought Team Liquid was ahead in that game until you made that Baron play with Silas. But here's the Samsung OLED Power Players for Week 6 of the LCS. You're also the fastest mid legendary item.
Yeah.
Apparently Saint is just carrying this week. Anything stand out to you, APA?
I'm trying to see. I mean, the fastest level 6 is probably just Griffin doing the crab clear.
Yeah, double crab, and he would have gotten 6 off of Drake when he killed at 528 in that third game, and then lost the game. So
yeah. Also, Surdy getting top fastest to 100 CS after coming in to DSG this week.
Rough week for Castle.
Good for him.
Surdy wins 2 games. Castle loses 1. He's got plenty of time to continue to improve online, and this is where we are now with the standings at the end of the day. A lot in store for next week because it is a battle for first place. APA and Cloud9 6-0. You guys will be playing Team Liquid. Lyon is also 5-1.
Yeah.
So there is either you guys can win and secure it, or you'll lose and some funny business will start happening. Because Lyon's playing FlyQuest, top 4 are all playing each other again next week, with the bottom 4 still fighting for that final playoff spot between Shopify and Disguised. Emily, what's going to be your match of the week?
Ooh, I think it kind of has to be Team Liquid C9, honestly. Because that's like that is the first match, but it's also, again, 2 of our other top teams facing off against each other, and potentially the decision maker for first place, depending on if APA here and C9 can win.
If I lose and Saint wins, does that make Saint first place?
It will depend on the game scores.
How does it all work?
It'll depend on the game scores. Whoever has the best game score within the 3-way tie.
Yeah.
So between you, TL, and Lyon, and then if that's still tied, it goes to other stuff, but that's when it gets complicated.
But of course, if Lyon can beat TL, I can beat TL, so.
Oh.
We just farm them.
Okay. Well, I hopefully TL win, because we might get the first place.
Oh.
Yeah, and then you'll be able to pick your opponent in the first round of the playoffs, which will either be...
Pick me in playoffs then.
Okay.
We have it all decided. But if you're looking for more NA League, check out the NACL. The NACL goes live every Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday on Twitch and YouTube. There's been a lot of interesting stuff happening down there. I know our very own Raz also streams this on his Twitch. So definitely check that out.
You said Energy is Jamudo's team?
Yes.
Oh, fighting Jamudo.
All right.
There we go.
Love to see it. You guys got to scrim with him before the year, I believe, before his visa fell through. Yeah, so go Zamudo. Thank you very much, Saint. Congratulations once again on the win. Player of the games and player of the weeks. That's it for us. We're going to be back on Saturday, next Saturday, same time as always, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific for Team Liquid versus Cloud9, battle for first place. And we're going to be rating Meteos, so make sure to say hi from us. See you later.
Bye.
I'm looking Hwei, guys, here. Hwei no flash, Hwei's knocked up, Hwei's knocked up. Hwei. Hey guys, look, Mundo's
Mundo, go.
Mundo no passive, Mundo no passive.
He does ult.
Slow down Mundo,
I smash this 3 seconds. 2 seconds left.
I'm behind.
No flash on Nivea if you find her.
Yeah, I'm looking Nivea. Guys, look Mundo.
Looking Mundo. We can do Baron. We can do mid.
We go Baron. Oh, let's go Sentinels.
No flash on Nivea.
Look at
Jin. Let's go Baron.
C9 undefeated going into the final week of the regular season.
7K.
I can try to steal, I have ult.
Okay.
I'm ulting now.
Yeah, I'm looking.
I will have to ult then, I think.
They're off. Look there!
Okay, I will get feared, Saint.
Okay. That's good.
I'm trying Nash.
Okay.
Coming to you.
I can kill you.
I got it.
Kill her. Get jacked.
Nice.
Find the Sage Chaser here.
Sage no flash.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Victor alone, Victor alone. You can take your time.
Keep chasing, keep
He's
chasing.
alone, he's alone.
Keep chasing, Jonah. He's
Let's
bubble.
fucking go,
Speed.
Sage.
Yo!
Nice, guys.
Team Liquid undefeated for 5 weeks of regular season. It was a battle all the way down to the wire here in this 40-minute game number 3. But Lyon will triumph 2-1.
Let's fucking go, Sen.
Yes! Let's go, man. Kentucky. Go. Oh my god, I'm so good at the champ. Did you see that? Holy shit.
Boom.